Well, 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 if it isn't the cutest pals on this side of the universe. Hi! Oh, you guys are ready. Give me. Oh, mwah. Oh, wait. Oh, mwah, 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 mwah. Okay, I caught most of those. Those count. This count. Yeah, more pass. Wait, wait, fuck. No. Wait, oh, mwah, that one counts. Mwah, that one counts. Thank you for the fart. Oh, mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh my god, all those count. It was 187 if I counted correctly, which I did because I never count badly. Welcome in, my darlings. How are you? It's so good to see you again. I have missed you. What have you guys thought of our 5 stream days in a row? What have you thought of it? I have coffee here. Hold on. Goddamn, mocha's good. Hello, sweetie pies. Thank you so very much. Let me start from the bottom. Sweetest daughter free. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, my darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much for your dedication and support. Sweetest Shimigami, welcome on in. How are you? Gorgeous Gundam with the 85 stream streak. 85, that much closer to 100. Damn straight. Well done, Gorgeous Gundam. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your dedication and support as well. And thank you for the Palatax, awesome Aussie, Yummy Yuki, Swedish Shimigami, wonderful Waras, incredible Icy, gorgeous Gundam, Yummy Yuki, Nick's Middle Slice, Jam Slice, and thank you for balding me, fabulous Fernol. That's the sound of, that was actually a horrible sound that I just expelled from my throat. I'm so sorry. That was full on, like, nails on a chalkboard sound. I swear it was just my mouth. Anyway, how are you doing, cuties? It's so incredibly good to see you. I've missed you so very much. Do you guys realize that it's been less than 24 hours since I last saw you? And yet it was still so long. It was too long away from my precious pals. Now, let me see what you guys have said here real quick. One moment, please. Sweetest Dodger Free, I'm glad that you're doing well, hon. That makes me very happy. Sweetest Shadowgun, hi. I did like the streams every day, but every once in a while. That's very fair. I don't think I can do 6 days of streaming in a row frequently. So I'm glad that you liked it as a special occasion. Talon! Ooh, that one counts. At some point, I'm gonna just say that all of them count just because they hit me. I'll be like, yeah, I got that on my shoulder, on my head. Terrific Talon, welcome on in. How are you, darling? So good to see you. Let's see. Our dichotomy opens the combat. It does! With lightsabers or something. Hi, Helena. It's good to see you. Long time no see. I saw you over at Save's channel. You guys, guess who else is live? He's a wonderful person. He's a super sweetie pie. You should go see him. I won't put a safe hat on because it might be distracting today. But yes, please go check him out. Vetelina is from there. The amazing Save is doing good shit today. Doing very good shit today over on the Hearthstones. As you guys know, he is wonderful. He is amazing. He is thoughtful. He is sweet. He is smart. He is funny. Okay, Incredible Icy. Sorry, I gotta catch up. Hi, Incredible Icy. Welcome on in. How are you? Next, Meadow Slice, Jam Slice. Ubbies for you. Yee, good Nix. Wonderful Waters. How are you? A Tau stream a day keeps the doctors away. That's what I always say. Ooh. Oh my god. I doubled up on the rhyme. Am I in my freestyling era? Let's see. Radical Red, welcome and how are you? Awesome Aussie Ubbies for you. Yay, good Aussie. Citizens out there, I've been looking forward to this all day. I'm so excited to read your guys' content. Did everybody obey the rules? I have been sent all of the things that are appropriate. Remember, even if you did post something, if it is not something that you wrote, I'm going to move it to the back. Even if you were the first post and you posted like a creepypasta or a CP or something, I'm gonna move that to the very back because I wanna make sure that we get through all of the precious pals who submitted stuff within the allotted time. That's very important to me. So I will be kind of skipping around a little bit. Let me see here. Gorgeous Gecko! Hello, sweetheart. Welcome on back. It's so good to see you again. How are you doing, darling? It's so incredibly nice to see you at the start of stream, nonetheless. Thank you so very much, hon. I'm glad you like the starting soon screen. Thank you. Thank you. Sweet Shimigami curls up comfortably by the campfire, patiently awaiting Tao's arrival. I hope that the campfire kept you nice and warm, sweetheart. It's a nice, safe little escape, I promise. Radical Red, how are you? I'm not the only one hungry then. After this is over, I'm gonna go see about cooking something. What do you think you're gonna cook, Red? I'm just drinking coffee. Don't mind me. I was up kind of late last night. Let's see. Nom, 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 nom. Is that everybody? I think I might have gotten everybody. Okay, I think I did. I think I got everybody from up there. Now let me scroll down and say hello to everyone else. Magnificent Mac, how are you? Sweet as safe! Thank you for identifying an emote! Thank you.
Buttons.
Buttons! Buttons! Gigantifying buttons! Ooh, terrific talent. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you so very much for your dedication and support, darling. Let's see. Konnichiwa, Tokina, Tao-chan. I missed you so much yesterday. I had to go to some apartment sightings which suddenly opened up. But now I am back with you, and already my heart is feeling so much better. And my heart feels so much better knowing you're here, gorgeous Yuki. Thank you for being here with us. Any promising leads on the apartment, Dawn? Beautiful birthday! Hi, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Oh, Tokina means skilled or skillful. Thank you! Thank you! You're always so sweet, lovely Yuki. I always know that whatever I am saying in Japanese, it's always gonna be complimentary and kind if it's coming from you. Storm! Thank you for the storm, Storm. Yummy! Good rain. Hi, sweetest Storm! How is your Saturday, darling? I hope it's going well. I've been excited for you to read my story. I'm so excited to read your guys' stories, you guys. Oh my gosh. Under a certain circumstance, might drive with the ability. But Helena, if you ever start streaming, you better use all of these clips. You better use all of these clips where I make no sense and just exclusively communicate through my voice speaking your words. Hello, terrific talent. It is so good to see you. Welcome in. You're taking a break at work. Absolutely, totally fair, darling. I hope that you have a good day at work, and I hope that we can be there to like smooth it out if there's any rough patches. Outstanding up tempo. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Dawn. I do appreciate it. Thank you for your awesome dedication and support. Yummy Yuki! Got some abbies. Abbies for Yuki. Yes, good Yuki. Good news, I'm finally upgrading my mouse to be a more high-end model, so no longer am I bound by the cheap $5 plastic shells that break down after a year. That's what I want to hear, gorgeous Gundam. I'm very, very happy that you are treating yourself. What kind of a mouse are you getting? Gecko, that's such a cute emote. Oh my god, the little like... He's so cute. Doing fine here, Tao. Trying to think of what spices to coat the chicken I'm cooking up later. Oh my god, Red, I want you to be my personal chef. If I ever make it really, really, really big, I'm just gonna hire all of the pals and pay you all to do things. You guys support through like subs, bits, and donos, and then I'm just gonna be like, all right, well in that case, come on out here. I'm gonna pay you for food. I'm gonna pay you for your knitting capabilities. I'm gonna pay you for your woodworking. I'm gonna pay you for your painting. I'm glad you're doing well, gorgeous Gecko. That makes me very happy to hear. Lurking, obviously. Sweet as save, you were amazing. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Also, Bandai made a music video celebrating Gundam's 50th anniversary. I gleed like a kid watching it. Oh, that's sick. Gorgeous Gundam, do you want to put the link in the, would it be music or media? I'll let you decide. I think you can put it in either one. Probably media though, maybe? Anyway, we won't be bleh on you if you put it in either one, but I would love to see it. I'm not a big Gundam fan, but I love seeing stuff that people are passionate about. You know what I mean? How you doing, Otsengotendo? Campfire song, the C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E campfire song, or whatever, however that song goes. Sorry, it's been forever. Platonically, mwah, to all of you. I'm doing good. How about you? I am doing well, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. I'm very excited to read your guys' amazing writing today. It's Tassie time. Hi there, fabulous fire. How are you? It's so good to see you. Lovely Leo with the 45 stream streak. Rawr! I hope to keep this going, Tao. I hope you do too, lovely Leo. That is an incredible number. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, Talon. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long. Cutie Kappa! Welcome in, how are you? Tempting Tao, our beautiful, lovely, fantastic, handsome, delightful individual. If I haven't done it yet, I would like to please give the Precious Politely a shout out as well. You guys, if you haven't checked out Precious Politely, gorgeous, gorgeous individual. Really beautiful, pleasant, velvety, smooth voice. You guys like my mom voice, right? That's her entire stream. She's like got unintentional ASMR, but like without any of the like that a lot of people don't like. It's just like the soft spoken part. And she plays so many awesome games. She's super interactive. She is such an absolute darling. She is fantastic. Please go check out Precious Politely as well. Sweet Storm gets gigantic uppies! Ah! Good Storm. I hope everyone is doing good. Yes, I hope all of my precious, precious pals are doing absolutely wonderfully. Looks like I'm close enough to being on time. You absolutely are, Joyce Julius. You're actually early for the like reading part of the stream, so to speak. Let me see. 2 bedrooms are probably out of my range near where I'm living now, and I might expand my search circles a little bit. But I'd rather get something good than something fast. I totally think that's the right call, lovely Yuki, 100%. You never want to settle for something that is kind of the bare minimum because, listen, I don't know about you, but as like motivated and driven as I am for things, moving is one of those things where if I have done this before, where I find something that does meet the bare minimum and then I go, it's fine, I'll, you know, in like 6 months, I'll be like, it's fine, I'm gonna move out, I'm gonna find the right place. And then in 6 months, I'm like, oh, but all my shit is here. And yeah, I don't really like it here, but all my stuff is here. I'm too tired to move again. I guess I'll just stay here. And then you just like sit in your own goo. It's not great. Joyous Julius, thank you so much for the 3 streams. Much appreciated. Thank you for your dedication and support. Cutie Company, welcome in gorgeous company. How are you? Perfect way to start my weekend. It's my perfect way to start my weekend to spend time with my precious pals. Thank you so much for being here. Leo, hi Tao. How is your awesome tiger self doing this evening? I'm doing great, honey. I'm so excited to read for you guys. I will preface this. I'll say it now and then I'll say it again when we start reading. But as you can probably imagine, I'm gonna be locked in on these stories. So this is gonna be, once we finish our just chatting portion of the stream, this is gonna be the perfect stream for you to lurk, close your eyes, relax, have me in the background. There's gonna be no requirement for visuals whatsoever, except I think in Red's story, I did a drawing for one of his characters, and that's not like, it's not a necessity that you see it because he does an outstanding job describing her, but if you want to see an actual representation from that I drew that is from the mind of the author, I will put that up on screen, like right there probably. But yeah, besides that, amazing stream to just like close your eyes, relax, chill in. With that said, I will not be able to like engage with chat as much as I normally am. Obviously, some of these stories are like 2 to 5 minutes and some of them are like half an hour. So please don't be turned off by me not replying to you. I can't, you know, I can't read a sentence and I'm like, oh yeah, Saint Saturn, oh yeah, you know, Shimikami, you know. I hope you'll understand. But yeah, this is a very unique stream that we do. And if you guys like this, we will put it back up for channel point saving. And then we can do it again in the not too distant future. Let me see here. Sweet Saint Saturn, speaking of, there's a name in the story I submitted that's written as Michael's, but it's pronounced like Nicholas with an M. Oh, forgot to say so when I submitted it. So wait, Nicholas? Nicholas, is that right? You might have to remind me when we get to it, if that's okay. What I'll do is I'll read a story and then I'll be like, so that was by this person. Our next one is gonna be this, and then I'll talk to you guys for like a couple of minutes. Depending on how long it takes to get through all the stories, that is, because I do have a D&D game that I must attend to in less than 7 hours. So I'm hoping that we'll get through everything within like 5 to 6. Let me see. Amazing Umbra! Hi, sweetie pie. How are you? It's so good to see you. I have come alive alive from lurking in games since a few hours ago. Heyo, hi sweetheart, how are you? How's lurking in games? How are you feeling? What is your battery at right now, Umbra, since you've gotten to be on vacay, relaxing with the family and the lovely girlfriend? What? I would love to know. Precious politely. Oh my God, Tau has that top hat and mustache too. Crazy. That is the Taukula, the evil form of me. It likes fish. Yummy. I already did it when it released. Oh, in music, amazing. I'm sorry, I was up kind of early this morning to do a walk, and now I have got coffee, and I am here.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. It's fine, I'll explain it. Fabulous fire. Hello, Abby's for you. Good fire. Let me see. I have had better starts to the day, but we are getting there. Oh no, kitty cata! All right, my goal is to make the rest of your day catch the earlier part of the day that wasn't great up to the best part of the day. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna if this is where your day started, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go, and then this is us. All right, we're gonna go like this. Yeah, we're gonna bring this way up. Cutie Custom! Thank you for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you. They drove a dump truck full of money up to my house. I'm not made of stone. Wait, what's that? What is that about? I am lacking my greeting skills today. No, you're not, lovely Yuki. You're perfect. I'm doing fabulous, Town. Taking a break from Subnautica 2 at the moment for some relaxation. Great idea. I could never handle Subnautica 2. You're braver than I. By far. Amazing Umbra gets Abby's! Yay! Good Umbra! Let me see. Lovely Loudon. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Gorgeous Geeks! Hi! Just here to say hi. I'd stay up for the entire stream, but it turns out I have to be up early tomorrow morning for some reason. You guys, it's because he's my DM, and so the D&D game is because he's DMing it. And I'm in it, and Precious Polite is in it, and Cactus is in it. And I don't know Paul's username on Twitch, but he's there too. Sitting in my own goo is not a future I envision for myself. Why do I say things like that? But the possibility of missing Tau's hand gestures. That's true. I do talk with my hands a lot. That's a good point. You don't wanna miss those. You don't wanna miss those. Wow. Wow was that? Future copies of the PDF doc will have Tau's illustration included in it. Please let me, when you publish this, which you better do, Red, the world needs to see this. When you publish this, please let me do the cover art. Please. Storm, that is the cutest freaking happy fucking owlbear gigantification dance ever. That's so cute. Let me see. I can only wonder. Rest well. Sleep well, gorgeous cakes. Thank you for the power. Beautiful Umbra. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. I want to redeem Valley Girl during story stream, but probably shouldn't redeem voice redeems during story time. Ideally don't, but it does mean that I will do it. I will respect it. But something I probably will turn off for storytime stream are like I don't want anyone to feel like, okay, actually what I'll do, I'm not gonna turn any redeems off, but if you guys are irresponsible with the redeems, as in you constantly interrupt me or, remember, this is a supportive community, so even if you don't like a story, please don't do any like exclamation point yucky, please don't do like fart, don't do those things, or I will turn them off for this storytime stream. You guys are welcome to, utilize those between stories if you want. But I mean, this is such a lovely, warm community. I just kind of trust you guys to be, kind to each other. Just keep in mind that every single thing that we're reading here there is probably someone, whether they are lurking or not, who worked hard and wrote this. And I don't want them to feel like, you're literally pooping on it. Have fun at D&D later? I will! I hope that Geeks traumatizes me. Yay! The one I submitted was written under my general fiction pen name, Casey Bachman. Oh, Casey Bachman is a great pen name. Let's see. Zelazarog, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for plugging my merch. You guys, we have some new merch coming down the pipeline for the outfit debut next month. I'm very excited. I hope everything gets done in time. How are your Bogan studies going? I actually don't study the Bogan, but I understand it more and more the more Bogans I interact with. Let's see, Valiant Battles! Hi, sweetie, welcome on in, how are you? Now I go back to my evil games. New update be something. Big Dino must go stomp. Wait, what are you playing on, bruh? Sweetest Space Girl! Welcome in, how are you? I just inhaled a burger and we are getting back to the hotel. Ren Fair tomorrow! Oh my god! That's so exciting, sweetheart. I'm so hyped for you. It's blue! Oh, it's four O's. Okay, we got Precious Politely, we got me, we got Geeks, we got Cacto, and we got Blue with 4 O's. These are all amazing people. You should go follow them. I don't even know if all of them stream, but you definitely should go follow them. They're amazing people. And I can't wait to DM. If only I had time to watch stream and sleep. I want to hear all the stories. We will have the VOD up if you would like to watch thine VOD. Hi. Let me see. But yes, please get some good rest since I have to watch the VOD after D&D tomorrow. Can someone do me a solid and redeem British Tao when she reads my short story? You don't even have to redeem it. If you guys remind me, I might forget, but maybe I'll be like, I'll get to Geeks' story and be like, he's British. I should be British. Yes. But no, if someone wants to remind me that Geeks wants me to do a British accent, I will absolutely do it free of charge, because one of the things I do let you guys do, for those of you who are new here or need the reminder for how this storytelling stream works, if you wrote or submitted something and you're in the chat, I actually let you decide whether you want me to do like a narration voice, which is more audiobook, or whether you want me to voice act, which is where like I will scream if a character is yelling. You know what I mean? House streams always make my day and feel blessed to see everyone. Have an amazing time. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. Appreciate it. Thank you, lovely Icy. We are so grateful to have you, darling. Thank you so very much for being here. Let's see. That's not to me. Let's see. Casey Bachman is a reference to Stephen King's short-lived pen name, Richard Bachman. You're married to Stephen King. Sorry, I don't think that's what you're getting at. Practice restraint. Yeah, restraint. Yippee! Trauma! D&D related trauma. Yes, I love some D&D related trauma. Redeems are all fun and games, but not if it makes someone feel unappreciated. Exactly. I think we are all the same mind out here. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Outfit? What outfit? Well, darling, might I regale you? Hold on. You've asked, so I have to show you. Hold on. I have no option. I wish to show you.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage is right. Exactly right. Okay, 1 second. I will show you. This is the new outfit that I am getting made. And we will have a little debut of it next month for our 3-year stream anniversary. So it's a big deal, you know. I unfortunately don't have a ton of really insanely cool stuff planned, just because I'm still kind of trying to catch up on like chibis and all that. But hold on, where is it? But I mean, hopefully it's gonna be really cool anyway, because we're gonna have a merch drop. We're gonna have, here we go. This is, there you go. Oh, shit, that's huge. This is our new outfit, you guys. This is what we are gonna be wearing. You guys will be able to redeem it after, here you go, I'll close it up. Doop, doop, doop. There you go. This is my cowgirl outfit. So this is where I'm getting merch made in reference to this. I'm going to be fucking shitting myself. Oh my God, Storm! Okay. I'm going to have an outfit associated with this. We're gonna have merch associated with this. It'll be a good time. Yeah, I'm very excited. Are you guys excited? But yeah, make sure you come on back. Well, hopefully you come back for as many streams as you can make, assuming that you like the vibes. But hopefully you'll come back next month, because I will be looking like a cowgirl. Yeah. 2 years late. I'm telling you, we get shit done. It just sometimes takes a few years. Thank you for asking, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope that I was able to regale you. I'm doing well. Hope you're as well. I'm doing great, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Hello. I've dug in for the night. I hope that you have, sweetest Calnet. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to read your story. I'm pretty sure you submitted one. I'm pretty sure I saw your name. Playing Rivals. Oh, Rivals has a new hero. Oh, Devil Dino. That's awesome. How cool. Oh, Umber, have a great time, sweetie pie. I forgot to mention that Mina is Southern. Okay, all of this stuff, when I get to your, because I have really bad memory, so I super appreciate you guys letting me know now, but I will forget. So like Nicholas, I'll need the reminder on that once we get to your story. And Southern Mina, I will need the reminder once we get to your story as well, if that's okay. Alrighty, I'm heading to bed to get that desperately needed sleep. We'll be lurking and falling asleep to stories. Have a great stream. Appreciate you all. Be excellent to each other. Thank you so much, gorgeous geeks. You sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. We'll see you later, okay? I'm so excited, but also boiling in my seat from nervousness. No, please don't, sweetheart. Don't worry. We're not like grading. This isn't a contest or anything. This is literally just like, it's the most involving you guys stream I can possibly do without literally having you like on stream. You know what I mean? So I'm really glad to just have you. So thank you for being here. And thank you for submitting your amazing writing. Because if you guys didn't, that's the thing. If you guys didn't submit writing, we couldn't have this stream. You know what I mean? I wrote a horror story about being stuck on open water on an island that slowly sinks into the deep dark unknown. Your favorite. Ah, fuck. Did you submit that one? That's so scary. I'll read it, but incredible already. Yes, thank you for the care package. I love cold mocha. You know why? Tastes like chocolate milk. Howdy, partner. Howdy, partner. I love the hat design. Isn't it cool? It is actually, shoot, I really hope that it's actually Loner Brothers. God, I'm so afraid of misspelling his name because he got like numbers in it. Loner Brother is one of the longest standing viewers of this channel. Unfortunately, he's like in Europe, so I'm in the perfectly wrong time zone for him most of the time, but he does sometimes pop in, and I reckon we will see him for the like, I'm probably gonna like exclusively wear my new outfit for at least two or 3 weeks. So hopefully he'll come in and I can be like, look it, you designed this. Because once a year I do try to let you guys actually do an outfit design that I eventually get made into an outfit for my model. So like right now we are getting the Loner one made from 2 years ago. And my next step is to get the Sedu one made. Sedu made a tavern wench outfit for me. So I need to save up some money. These are expensive outfits, you guys. These are like $2,000 outfits, literally. So I have to save up a lot to do that. I may have to start like a little throne like fund pool if you guys want certain outfits and stuff. But if you guys feel like contributing, of course. But in the meantime, I do really want to make sure that I start getting on top of getting those outfits made, because they also take like 6 to 8 months to make for the artist. So, all right, let me see. The cowgirl outfit is so cute. A lot of cooking was done there. I know. Loner did such an outstanding job. Big iron. Big iron. Big iron. Yeah, exactly. It was included. Nix, appies for you. Toast slice, jump size, pat, pat, pat. My story is about aliens messing up big time. Oh, I love an alien messing up big time. That sounds interesting. I was just teasing you, Taro. I don't post such a story. I'd never do that to you. I mean, you can if you want. I'll just cry the whole time. Very authentic acting. I'm in lurk mode. All good, awesome Aussie. Well, I think all of you should start to move into that lurk mode, because we're going to get started on our reading. Now, like I said, if a person is here that submitted a story, whether they wrote it or, you know, or it's an SCP or it's a creepypasta or whatever, if they are here, I will let them decide whether I'm doing regular narration or whether I am voice acting. Oh, hold on. Everything stays like the confusion when learning something new, like me trying to use a bread maker for the first time. Boblin, what kind of bread are you making? Okay, we will sing this song first and then we will do that. Just so you know, our first story that's coming up, and I want you to know something else absolutely fucking amazing. In case you guys weren't aware of what an absolute goddamn Giga Chad Strat is, he has curated, besides like reading your stories, as did Lovely Red, and I think Sedu probably did a few as well, but he curated soundtracks for you guys. Like, not every story has its own soundtrack, but most of them have their own soundtrack to like help with the mood and stuff. Incredible. This guy's fucking amazing. Please, please, when you see him next, because he'll probably pop in at some point, just say thank you. He does so much on the back end. He does so much in general. He's so fucking patient with me with everything I've got going on. And he does stuff like that. That's so amazing. Yeah, so please, thanks Strat for that, because Strat is fucking insane. Okay, let me sing a song for our beautiful booblin. 1 second. All right. He is the cornerstone of the channel. It's true, it's true. And if I could get a thank you to, at the very least, Red and Strat for sure. I know that both of them read through like all of these stories together. This couldn't happen without either of them. So please and Red's actually here right now. So if you guys could please tell Red that we really appreciate him being such an absolutely extraordinary mod and making sure that we can read your guys' stories right up until the last minute he's reading these things and making sure they're appropriate for the pouch. Yeah, thank you so much, Red. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We get soundtracks? Holy goated mods, right? For real. Yay, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for thanking our precious mods. We do love you guys. Red, thank you so much. Strat, I think you might watch this VOD. Thank you so much. Okay, I will sing the song, then we will get reading. Oh, sorry, what I wanted to do was I wanted to tell you guys who our first one is from Nikki. Do I have the soundtrack up? Hold on, I gotta make sure I've got the soundtrack up before I click on this link. Sorry. This might take a second because I'm a little bit dumb. Fuck it. I'll just click on this. What? Where is where? Ah! That's not it. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yes. Okay, I do have that one. So our first one is going to be from Nikki. Yes, first one's from Nikki. And we will read that right after I finish this song, okay? All right. Sorry. I have a bunch of VA stuff that I have to keep up in like 30 tabs, and it's in a different window, and I just... Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go, sweetheart. I hope you enjoyed. All right, let me coordinate my, actually, I think Strat may have gotten us no he may have gotten us copyright-free stuff too. That's crazy. This man is unbelievable. Okay. Did you like it, lovely Lilith? Sweet subtle, beautiful Puffin. Thank you so much, cutie pies. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Nubs! Hello there, lovely Nubs. Welcome on in. You're just in time for us to start reading a story. How are you doing, sweetheart? You guys, this is the lovely Nubs. Let's see who has descended upon us from the realm of Marvel rivals, bringing with them a delightful chaos. This chimera angel demon cat beareth the mark of a gremlin, and yet their streams are most entertaining. From feral Fridays to thirsty Thursdays, their variety content doth please the court. Fear not the 18+ content, for we are all adults here. Welcome on in, wonderful Wispy. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, welcome. Lovely Nubs, how are you, sweetheart? It's such a pleasure to see you. Welcome in. Wonderful Windbuster, hello, welcome, welcome. Hi, fabulous Nubs. How was your stream, darling? It is such a pleasure to have you here. Would you like to let us know when your next stream is, so that hopefully we can come and join you? And while you let us know, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome in, darling Nubs. It's such a pleasure to welcome you and your gorgeous community in. You guys, Nubs is going to be streaming tomorrow about 10 p.m. British time. Brilliant. Awesome. Do you know what you might be streaming? Are you going to do some more Marvel Rivals? Wispy. Oh my god, Thylacines are so cool. Aren't we cool? I wish people didn't kill us off. Welcome in, wonderful Wispy, though. It gets better every time I watch that. I'm so glad you like it, lovely Nubs. That was so good. Oh, wonderful Wind, you're so sweet. I'm so glad you liked it. But yes, welcome into Nubs and their lovely community. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're drawing, and you can also add music to our playlist. We are also doing first playthroughs of all of the following, so please no spoilers for any of them. But Persona 5 Royal, Final Fantasy XIV, Heaven's Ward, Pragmata, Monster Hunter Stories 3, boom. And once we finish any or all of those, you guys, this is a democratic nation here, you guys actually get to vote on what our next game will be, okay? Let's see, and today is actually a special stream. We normally don't stream on Saturdays, but we're doing it today because you guys worked really hard and you earned a storytelling stream. Now what this is my precious pals, this lovely community, you guys are precious pals, you guys actually donated like almost 300,000 channel points to make a storytelling stream where you guys get to submit the writing you have done, and then my mods look through it because they're amazing and very kind and very hardworking to make sure it's appropriate and readable, and then I read it for the next like 6 hours. It's a grand old time. I'm so excited to have you here. I hope you guys will consider sticking around. It's a perfect stream to turn off your screen, close your eyes, just listen. Like, it's a really good stream for that because I'm not gonna have like any or many visuals. I'm not sure yet. We go based mainly on everyone's vibes. I love that. But maybe Phasmophobia or Arc Raiders. Very cool, Nubs. You guys, please check out Fabulous Nubs, who's gonna be streaming tomorrow. I always doubt myself. Tomorrow around 10 p.m. British time. Thank you so much for the care package, Fabulous Nubs. I appreciate you. delicious water. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome, Nix. I'm so glad you got some noise-canceling headphones. Very cool. Let me see. Hey, Daytona, welcome into it, Daytona. How are you? You just reminded me I need to continue Pragmata, so maybe even that. Oh, sick! I love that. Wonderful Wispy! Would you like me to call you Wispy or Ace or both or either? Or neither? Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, darling. Yes, you guys, please check out Lovely Nubs, and of course, Raiders. Like I said, if you got a raid and run, no worries at all. But Nubs, you in particular, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please make sure you go and take good care of yourself. If you need to go to the bathroom, go eat, go shower, go to bed, whatever you gotta do, please do so, and I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Wispy is what I go by. You have lots of fun energy. Oh, I'm so glad you like the energy, darling. I am quite cozy chaotic, and I endeavor to keep the space nice and within the realms of cozy chaos. But Wispy, all right, wonderful Wispy. That is the name I'll go by then. Sweetest Sadie, thank you for the 250 stream streak. That's incredible. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. I do unfortunately have to raid and run as it's nearly 4 a.m. Yes, totally fair, darling. No worries at all. Have a wonderful sleep. May you sleep wonderfully. We'll have the sweetest dream. And we'll see you later, okay? Best of luck on your stream tomorrow as well. You guys, please check out Lovely Nubs. I really hope your stream goes amazing. Thank you so much, Lovely Nubs. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great stream tomorrow and that you had a great stream today. All right. Okay, everyone. We're gonna dim the light. I'm gonna pull out my my book. Here's our dimming of the lights. Do you like that? I'm going to turn down our music from the beautiful and wonderful Snivy. And I am going to, we are starting first with Nikki's script, it looks like. Cool. All right. I think what we'll do is we'll read this one and then we'll go on a quick break. Which for those of you who are new here or who just came with the raid, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about missing content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I set you guys up with some fun little activities if you would like to play them. But then I run those ads and then we come back and make more content together. Many loves to you in chat. Many loves to you too, darling Nubs. Thank you so much for coming in. And I'm back after reading more of the manual. I have to wait for it to cool down and then clean it before I can make anything. That is fair. That is fair. Oh, you know what? Actually, I didn't mean to put our little reminder up here to say... Oh, perfect. Okay. This is already something I had going. Ta-da! All right. Yeah, see the Snivy. I'm imagining Tab pulling out a large faux leather book for this. Well, if I may be so bold. Here we are. All right. How is our music? Is it soothing? I might turn it down just a little bit on my end too. We don't need it to be very loud. I just need it to be like just enough to like set the mood, kind of. Dinner has arrived. Enjoy. All right. Let's see. All right. So the instructions I have been given here from Nikki are that is this OC? I think OC. Yeah, OC is trans femme. Name is Victor. Her voice is a little deeper than Tao's, but I believe she can do it. Okay, I'll go into a lower register. Music is good. Awesome. All right. So this is actually a script. So I gave you guys the opportunity to kind of submit whatever you wanted, as long as it's written. So prose, poetry, short stories, novels, chapters, scripts. It's all free game. All right. In this scene, Victor has finally run away from her home. She is saying goodbye to her friend who helped her escape. It's early day. Ooh, I get to do some serious voice acting here. All right. Bye. I did it. I'm free. Fuck. It can finally be me. Who's going to believe you? Where are those soft features? All right, you don't have any. I don't need that. What about your voice, your hands, your body? All I see is silence! I know who I am. I'm a strong woman. No one, and I mean no one, will tell me who I am. That's actually really a good start. I love that. That's great. For a moment, I thought Tao was laughing at something else happening to her, not reading. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, that's what happens when I when I VA for like, I mean, that's the goal, right? Is to make it sound as kind of like natural as possible. That's very cool. I like that one. I wish there was more to it because that's a really interesting character for sure. We actually I thought that was a little bit longer, but it's not. So, let's read another one. All right, that was awesome. We love that, lovely Nikki. I'm not sure if Nikki is here, but if she is, we enjoyed that. Okay, we've got a story by Jet. Wait, sorry, hold on. Where's the second one? One second. He said, first we have Nikki. He said, here's the first story, here's the third story. So let me go find out what the second one is. One sec. What is the second one? Oh, I think the second one's probably Aspen. Oh, Nemeth, hi, welcome in. How are you? Let's do this one for Aspen. I think that's probably the next one. Hello, lovely Nemeth. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. All right, let me see here. Does he put Aspens anywhere else? Yeah, I think he might have forgotten to put Aspens as I don't see her name here, so we're gonna go with Aspens next. All right, Aspen it is. Gotta clip that. What, that segment for lovely Nikki? Yeah, all right, that's what we're gonna do. All right. This is a decently long one, so gotta clip that the book part. Oh, okay. Let's actually go on a quick break, you guys, because this next one is 11 pages, and we actually need to go on a break in like 2 minutes, so let's just do that real quick. Okay, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Ah, Cutie Cacto! Hello, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I'm excited to play D&D with you. All right, I'm gonna set you up with the boss battle. I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you lots, blah.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved. Overall a good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence.
I crave violence, you.
Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter? I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town and then we can go. Oh my god. Like my breakup with my ex, it just clicked, you know what I mean? Done. Okay, absolutely phenomenal. Might it be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side? Oh. Oh yeah.
Thanks for everything.
Oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a picture.
You like it?
It's
I love that she's reaching for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat.
that's so cute. Oh. Ben, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. My maze bot. Hi, sweetest Sia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, no, anything but that. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Good job.
Yucky.
And buttons. You're doing great. Thank you. Don't mind me. I have a great day. I forgot how to fucking, oh my god. There's, okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to... Sleep is for the unconscious? No. Sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be. If... Dude, it was you! Hi, cutie pies. Welcome back. I will let you finish your words, and then we will resume. We will go read some Aspen artwork. Welcome back, amazing Umbra! Welcome back, next couple slug gems. There's another ball. Are these for you? Pay attention to the boss battle while wording. I know it's this is a real mental exercise. Our breaks are there to make you aware.
Or is it less than this many?
Welcome back, beautiful Bubbin.
I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful.
Welcome back, Yummy Yuki.
Yuki uppies!
Alrighty, you guys. Hey, well done. Clutch there, Julius. Welcome back, Incredible Aussie. Alrighty. Now, Aspen is not here, I don't think, at the moment, so... Oh my god. Heals need.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A.
Oh my god, please.
Three,
Excuse me?
two,
Why are you
let's
here? Sorry. What the fuck? Why are you here? That was strange. Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. Awesome Aussie uppies. Hey, good Aussie. Lovely uppies. Hey, good. That's a clip. I was like, is that from the clip section? And I'm like, wait, why is it starting over? It's because I let it run out and then I didn't turn it off. That was my bad. Oh my gosh, amazing Eisen. Welcome in, how are you? It's so good to see you again, sweetheart. Uppies for you, sweetheart. Oh, good Eisen, thank you so much. Wrong lever! Amazing Umbra. Uppies. Good Umbra. Hello, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you? Precious politely. You are so appreciated, gorgeous. Thank you for being here. I'm good. Just staying cozy. Perfect. You're in the perfect place for it. All right. Let's read Aspen's writing. As you guys can see, right here, I do have a little note that says, just for today, I'm not quite as interactive as usual because I'm reading like long stories, right? So I don't want to interrupt myself and like talk to you guys as much as I would love to talk to you guys, you know what I mean? But it'll really take everyone out. So between stories, I will see what you guys have said. I probably won't scroll all the way back up, but if you guys have anything really important that you want me to see, make sure that you wait until like between stories, okay? All right, here we go. Hold on, I gotta find out more. I think Aspen the last time wanted me to voice act, so I'm gonna just do it. All right. This is from the amazing Aspen. The only trigger warning for this one is death. Okay?
Hello, motherfucker.
Death that happens here. Hello, motherfucker. Hi there, Joyous. How are you? All right. I feel like this music is not gonna fit this, but we're gonna leave it on anyway. All right. Death is pretty chill. Yeah, pretty chill. All right. Chapter 1. The night he died. The music was too loud. Elian hadn't noticed it at first, not when Lyra dragged him into the ballroom and spun him into a half-forgotten dance. Not when the nobles laughed and the chandeliers burned gold overhead. But now it pressed against his skull, each note sharp and grating, like something trying to force its way inside. "Smile," Lyra whispered, still holding his hands. "You look like you're being marched to your execution." Elian huffed a quiet laugh, though it didn't quite reach his chest. "Maybe I am." She rolled her eyes. "If this is your idea of humor..." A sudden crash cut through the music. Not part of the orchestra. Too loud. Too wrong. The room stilled, just for a moment. Conversations faltered. Heads turned. Then came the shouting. Not the police. Contained voices of the court, but something harsher. Panic. Darius was already moving. Elian saw it the second his brother's posture changed. I can't read, sorry. Rigid, alert. Every inch the soldier he pretended not to be during nights like this. He pushed through the crowd towards the source of the noise, hand already near the sword at his side. "Elian!" Lyra's grip tightened. "Don't!" But he was already pulling away. "I'll find him," Elian said quickly. "Stay here." "Don't leave." "I'll be fine." The words came automatically. They always did. The halls beyond the ballroom were darker, quieter but not silent. Footsteps echoed somewhere ahead. Metal clashed faintly in the distance. The air smelled wrong, sharp, like smoke creeping under a door. Elian's pulse quickened. "Darius!" he called, voice lower now. No answer. He moved faster. The corridor twisted towards the east wing, where the guest chamber and private council rooms lay. The further he went, the emptier it became. No servants, no guards. That was wrong. There were always guards. A flicker of movement caught his eye. At the far end of the hall, just past a line of tall windows, a figure stood in shadow. "Elian." The voice was unfamiliar. Too calm. Elian stopped. "Who are you?" The figure didn't step forward. The torchlight didn't quite reach them. Just enough to suggest a silhouette, nothing more. Something about the stillness of it made Elian's skin crawl. "You shouldn't be here," Elian said, more firmly now. A pause. Then, "Neither should you." The air shifted. Instinct screamed at him to move. But it was too late. Something slammed into him from behind. Elian hit the ground hard. Breath knocked from his lungs. Pain flared up his spine as his shoulders struck the stone floor. Hands. Too many. Grabbing, dragging. He struggled, twisting, trying to push himself up, but a weight kept him pinned down. "Got him! Careful!" Voices, sharp and urgent. A cloth pressed over his mouth. The smell hit instantly. Bitter. Suffocating. Elian jerked his head to the side, trying to breathe around it, but fingers dug into his jaw, forcing him still. "No!" The word came out muffled, broken. His vision blurred. Shapes moved above him. Dark, indistinct. Footsteps thundered somewhere distant. A shoal. Familiar. Furious. It was Darius. "Elian!" Relief surged, brief and desperate. He tried to answer back, to shout back, but the world tilted violently. His limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. "Move!" one of the voices snapped. "Too late! Doesn't matter! Take him!" Elian's vision dimmed at the edges. The last thing he saw was the flicker of torchlight reflecting off of steel, and the faint outline of a face leaning over him. Not kind, not hesitant, watching him the way one might watch something already lost. When he woke, it was dark. Not the soft dark of night, not the dimness of his chambers. This was different. Thick. Suffocating. Elian tried to move. Pain exploded through him. his wrists bound, his head pounded, thoughts sluggish, slipping through his grasp like water. Where? A sound. Close. Breathing. Not his own. Elian froze. Panic surged, sharp and immediate. Hello? His voice came out hoarse, barely more than a whisper. Silent. Then, a scrape. Slow, deliberate. Elian's heart slammed against his ribs. Please, he tried again, more urgently now. If anyone's there! A shape shifted in the darkness. Too close. Much too close. A hand closed around his jaw, forcing his head up. Elian flinched violently, breath catching. There you are. The voice was low, calm, familiar, but wrong. You caused quite a bit of trouble, it continued, almost conversational. Running off like that. Elian's thoughts scrambled, trying to place it. I don't... His voice shook. Where am I? A soft chuckle. That's not important. The grip tightened. Not enough to hurt, but enough to hold him in place. What matters, the voice said, quieter now, is that no one is coming for you. Elian's chest hitched. That's not true, he said quickly, desperately. They'll find me, my family, my brother. They think you're dead. The words landed like a blade. Elian went still. No. Yes. The hand released him. Darkness rushed back in. There was an attack, the voice continued, almost thoughtfully. Fire. Chaos. Bodies. A pause. Yours among them. Elian shook his head, though no one could see it. No, that's not... They held a funeral. His breath caught again. A closed casket, the voice added. Silence. The kind that pressed in from all sides. No, that wasn't possible. He had just been there. The ballroom, Lyra, Darius calling his name. You're lying. Am I? A pause, then softer. Why don't you listen? Elian strained, heart racing. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, a sound. Not here, not close, but distant. Echoing voices, muffled, breathing. Elian squeezed his eyes shut. No, he whispered, but the voices wouldn't stop. And somewhere far away, in a palace filled with light, a coffin was lowered into the ground, sealed, unopened, buried with a name that no longer belonged to the boy who still breathed in the dark. Chapter 2. The Weight of Silence. The bells rang at dawn, low, heavy, unrelenting. Each toll rolled across the kingdom like a wave, sinking into stone and bone alike. By the time the sun had risen fully over the palace, the entire city had fallen quiet beneath the sound. Inside the cathedral, the silence was worse. It wasn't empty, it was full, thick with grief, with expectation, with something unspoken that no one dared to name. At the center of it all stood the coffin, sealed, unpolished. Sorry, it is actually polished. Polished, untouched, there's the un. No one had seen what lay inside. No one had been allowed to. Queen Seraphine stood at the front, unmoving. Her posture was flawless. Back straight, chin up, hands folded neatly before her. She wore black like an armor, every inch of her composed, controlled, untouchable. Only her eyes betrayed her, not with tears, but with absence. As if she had locked something away so deeply that it could not be reached. Not by grief, not by memory, not even by herself. The kingdom mourns today, the high priest intoned, voice echoing through the vaulted ceiling. For a life taken too soon, for a future unfulfilled. The words washed over the crowd, meaningless, distant. Seraphine did not move. Darius stood to her right, armor again, even here, even now. His jaw was set so tightly it looked as though it might crack. His gaze never left the coffin, fixed on it with an intensity that bordered on something dangerous. He had not slept, that much was obvious. Dark shadows lingered beneath his eyes, and his hands, though still at his sides, were not steady. They should open it. The words were low, barely more than a breath. Seraphine didn't turn. They will not. Darius's fingers curled tightly. We don't even know. We know enough. No, he said, sharper this time. We don't. A few heads turned at the edge of the crowd, whispers beginning to stir. Seraphine's voice dropped, colder. This is neither the time nor the place. When is it then? Darius pressed. After we bury him? After we pretend this is... Darius. His name cut through him like a blade. He went still. Control yourself, Seraphine said quietly. You are not a child. Darius exhaled slowly, forcing his hands to relax. But his eyes never left the coffin. Lyra stood on the other side. She had not spoken since they arrived. Her hands were clasped tightly together, knuckles pale. Her gaze fixed somewhere just below the coffin, as if she couldn't quite bring herself to look at it directly. It didn't feel real. None of it did. Elian wasn't... He couldn't be. Her breath caught. No. She refused to think about it. Refused to let the words take shape. Because if she did, they might become real. They won't let us see him, she whispered, barely audible. Darius glanced at her, something in his eyes softening, just slightly. It's protocol, he said, though the words sounded hollow even to him. Lyra shook her head. It's wrong. Neither of them argued. The ceremony continued. Words, prayers, rituals, none of them mattered. The moment came too quickly. Step forward, the priest said. Seraphine did not hesitate. She approached the coffin with measured steps, every movement deliberate. The entire room seemed to hold its breath as she reached out, placing one gloved hand over the polished surface. For a moment, just a moment, her fingers tightened. Then she withdrew. Proceed, she said. Her voice did not waver. Darius stepped forward next. He hesitated, only for a second, but it was enough. His hand hovered over the coffin, trembling slightly. Elian, he murmured, so quietly that no one else could hear. 1,000 unsaid things pressed against his chest. You idiot. Where did you go? Why didn't I? His jaw clenched. You're not dead, he said under his breath. You can't be. Silence answered him. Slowly, he forced his hand down, resting it against the wood. Cold, unyielding, real. He pulled away like it had burned him. Lyra was last. She didn't move at first. Someone had to gently urge her forward. She took one step, then another. The closer she got, the harder it was to breathe. It felt wrong. All of it. The stillness, the silence, the fact that no one had seen him. Her hand lifted. Stop. What if he's cold? She whispered. No one answered. Her fingers hovered inches from the coffin. Then, slowly, carefully, she pressed her palm against it. Her breath itched. I don't like this, she said, voice cracking for the first time. This isn't right. Lyra, Seraphine spoke softly, but Lyra shook her head, tears finally spilling over. He wouldn't leave like this. He said he wouldn't just... Her voice cracked completely. Darius stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. She leaned into him, shaking, and still, the coffin remained closed. From the back of the cathedral, someone watched. Lord Viral Ashcroft stood among the nobles, hands clasped behind his back, expression unreadable. His gaze lingered on the royal family, on the queen, on the prince, on the grieving girl. Then, slowly, it shifted to the coffin. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Not of joy, but of satisfaction. Everything was proceeding exactly as it should. Chapter 3. What remained? The palace learned to move again. It did not happen all at once, not with a single command or a clear turning point. It happened quietly, like dust settling after something had shattered. Servants returned to their duties. Doors opened and closed on schedule. The bells stopped tolling. And in the absence of grief spoken aloud, something colder took its place. Routine. Queen Seraphine did not visit the gardens anymore. From her study, the world was easier to control. Papers stacked neatly across her desk, sealed letters awaiting her signature, reports of trade, border disputes, things that could be measured, managed, and solved. Grief could not. Your Majesty? She didn't look up as Lord Viral Ashcroft stepped inside. You're late. My apologies, he said smoothly. Matters of the council required attention. Everything requires attention, Seraphine replied. Her quill moved steadily across the parchment. That is the nature of rule. A pause. Then, the nobles grow restless. Restless, she repeated, finally lifting her gaze. They seek reassurance, Viral continued. The loss of the heir has unsettled expectations. Seraphine's expression did not change. Then they will learn to adjust. Of course, a slight incline of his head, though some question the circumstances. Silence stretched. Dangerous. Seraphine set down the quill with deliberate care. The circumstances are not in question. Naturally, Viral replied, but rumors are persistent things. That's a really good story. I really like that. I really like that. Ooh, thank you for my pal hat, Gary. Boop, boop, beep, boop. What'd you guys think of that one? That was from The Amazing Aspen. And hello, welcome on in, Fabulous Frostbite. Sweet story indeed. I know, it's a really interesting, very interesting story. I wonder what happened to our hero. Very good story. I agree, right? I loved it. Yeah. The writing, the way that Aspen writes is, it actually really contributes to my ability to kind of voice through it. That was awesome. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Welcome in, sweetest Strat. How are you? Strat, we were just saying thank you so much for coming up with soundtracks to like everyone's stuff. That was great. Wasn't it awesome? Great read. Very interesting one. Yeah, it was amazing. Ah, I'm glad you like it. Lovely, lovely lift. Thank you, Will, for the lift. Thank you, sweetheart. The pacing was great. It was. Yeah, good story. I like the sharpen character. Which one is that? Sorry. Doing fine here. I need to check the VOD for the Amazing Aspen story. It was really good. It was a good warm up because I was stumbling over some stuff initially. I had to relax a little. Okay, so that one was that. Now I am gonna skip Nyx's for now. So remember, I did say I'm gonna read all of the PAL written stuff first, and then we'll go back for SCPs. Okay. So we are going to read Jet's next. Let me see. Strat has some music for us for the Jet one. Give me just a second. Now I do want to say, while I am happy to VA for any of these that you guys want, there are some that if there's stuff that requires like tons of screaming and roaring and stuff, I am probably not gonna do those. Like I'll still read them, but I don't really want to blow out my voice for doing a ton of different characters like screaming at each other. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Yes, you next, lovely Jet. You next. All right. That's understandable. Yay! Thank you, cutie Calvin. Let me. Okay, Jet. I have been told there is no triggers for this one. So. Did you guys happen to notice any peeking or too quiet on that last story? Or is my gain okay? I tried to set it to where I don't have to like fuck with it in the middle of a story. Made it less screamy, and it's too screamy, basically went nowhere. No, I haven't read it yet, Jet. I'm just letting you guys know as a blanket, that's all. Check a DM, yep, sure. I did mention this. So I'll just reiterate this to everybody. I am leaving redeems on for now because I think that this community understands not to interrupt the story with like screams, farts, yuckies, stuff like that. But if anyone is rude and does it like during a story, like you guys, I think communally it'll be like a 3 strikes and then we turn them off. Yeah. Please, just respect that in the same way that you would want everyone to respect your story when it's being read, and you don't want people farting over it. Please don't use those, except if you want to, you can use them, while I'm talking, like right now. Like if you guys want to do it while, like in between the stories, that's totally fine. But yeah, if we get like 3 interruptions, throughout the day, I'll just turn them all off for today. Don't worry, they'll be back tomorrow, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, because I did mention that earlier, but I know some of you weren't here. If you don't have the talking stick, don't make noise. Exactly, Cuticum, exactly. This is your best work. I'm excited to read it, Jet. All right. Let me get started on this. Oh, hello, Hasko. Welcome in, lovely Hasko. How are you? It is such a pleasure to meet you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the lovely Hasko who is playing some Sonic Rumble Party. Very cool. You guys, this is a valiant Moby and VTuber from Indonesia who have graced the realm of Sonic Rumble Party. This furry champion beareth the colors of Sonic and his crew, racing through worlds and rumbling with style. Their streams be a mix of gaming and video editing fit for royalty. All hail Hasko Fox, the platinum-seeking fox. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? Elvin Payne, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing, honey? Hasko, welcome in. How was your stream, darling? And when will your next one be, if we may ask? And what will you be streaming? Sorry, overwhelming you a little bit, but welcome in, everybody. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Currently, we are doing a special event stream, as you can see. We are reading stories from the community. So stories that the community has written, or poetry that the community has written, or scripts, or prose or lyrics or whatever that the community has written. We've gotten 1 story done so far, 1 script done so far, and we are moving into Jet Streaks, who's in chat right now. I'm very excited. How are you doing, lovely Hasko? How was your stream? My stream basically cannot describe by just a certain words. Oh, fair enough. Was it extra crazy? Was it extra crazy? But welcome in, everyone. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber, and variety streamer from Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist who's coming in on Fridays Aussie time. You can help me decide what we're working on and add music to the playlist. Some of the other stuff we're doing, we're playing a lot of games as well. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. How are you? We are also playing the following games for the first time, so please no spoilers. Pragmata, Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, Monster Hunter Stories 3, Persona 5. That's what we got going on right now. And when we finish those, you guys get to vote on what's next. So yes, I hope that you will enjoy your time with us, my darlings. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see, yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to get back into our reading now. But too much happening? That's awesome. That's awesome. Hopefully it was a blast nonetheless, Hasker. If you want to let us know when your next stream is, we would love to know so that maybe we can come and join you. That'd be great. Just to reiterate, since we've got some lovely new viewers, just want to let you guys know we do have a lot of triggers, triggers, what I mean is commands, exclamation point commands. And we also have a lot of really fun channel point redeems, but out of respect for people who have written these stories
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Like that. Please do not use them while I am reading. You can use them when I'm talking like this. That's totally fine. But if people are rude and disrespectful and interrupt other people's stories, I will just turn them off for the day. Okay. One thing for sure, I was about to raid you like 2 to 3 times, but I have to wait since there are some people who have come to my stream, and I feel bad if I end it right there. Hasko, that's totally fair. I totally
Keep it up, good
understand
job.
that. We actually try and, I always feel super bad when people raid in, and then I'm like, oh shoot, I'm finishing up in like 10 minutes. So I actually turn off raids about 30 minutes
Keep it
before
up,
we're
good
about
job.
to finish, 30, 40 minutes. But yeah, if book in hand, time for quiet. Yeah, that's actually it, Red. That's 100%. Actually, you know what? I'm literally gonna pin that. If book in hand, time for quiet. There you go. This is what, there you go. That's the pin comment. That's the rules. Them's the breaks. But yes, my darlings, we're gonna get back into our readings now. So please cease the noise. I will see you guys in a few minutes once I finish this. I forgot that feature exists. Yeah. No, it's a fun feature. But yeah, let us know, Hasko, if you happen to know when your next stream is. We would love to join you. In the meantime, let us begin.
Oh, scary.
What's Louis? Okay, shh, quiet time now. I have the talking stick. I have the talking book. The talking book. It's not I speaking, it's the book that has possessed me. All right, this is, oh, hello, lovely hype, welcome on in. This is for the wonderful Jet. Here we go. Not sure for this week, but for next week, I'm holding a month of Hasko events. It's my birthday and stream anniversary is on this month. That's awesome, Hasko. Happy birthday and stream anniversary. That's awesome. Sweetie, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you need to go to the bathroom, go sleep, go eat, whatever you gotta do, please go take good care of yourself, because I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? All right. Murder in Sin City. Chapter 1. The Invitation, June 29, 1959, Chicago, Illinois. Samuel Evans is a detective. He's 32 years old. He works with solving crimes like robberies and murders. The usual Chicago action. He thought his life would never be different ever since he got the position 3 years ago, but things are about to change when his assistant Mark comes into his office. Mr. Evans, you got mail, Mark says, handing Samuel an envelope. Samuel looks at it in confusion. Nobody sends me mail at this hour. I wonder who it could be from. He opens the envelope. Inside is a letter stating, Dear Mr. Evans, I gladly invite you to a grand party hosted by me in Las Vegas. It is a wonderful event at my hotel, the Golden Stallion. It includes food, drinks, music, and a free 2-night private stay at the hotel for all of my distinguished guests. I hope to see you there, Mr. Evans. From Arthur Belmont. Arthur Belmont is a rich businessman who knew Samuel's father. Samuel actually knew Arthur since he was a kid, but the name fell out of his head after his father's death in 1953. Samuel smiles looking at the letter. He's been dreaming about a vacation, and now he's been invited to an all-paid private party in Las Vegas. Count me in, Samuel says to himself. Samuel looks at the back of the letter, and more words say, The first day of the party is July 1st. Mark looks at Samuel. So, what does it say? He asks. Samuel looks at Mark. It seems I'll be going on a little vacation, Samuel responds. Sorry, just clearing my throat. He throws some keys to Mark. Take these and have some fun with holding down the fort, he says, smiling at Mark before closing the door. Samuel walks to his car and drives home. He packs some things that he needed for the trip and heads out to the airport, ready to start the trip of a lifetime. Chapter 2. Viva Las Vegas. The next morning, Samuel arrives at Chicago's Midway Airport. He pulls his suitcase to check in, confirming his flight. He goes through security and goes through the shops around the airport, and he decides to get a cup of coffee to get him ready for the day. There, he spots Theo Jarvis Jr., a famous boxer from New York. Samuel is shocked and goes up to him. You're Theo Jarvis! I'm Samuel Evans, a big fan of your fighting, sir, he says with excitement. Oh, you're Sammy Evans, Theo responds with a smile. How do you know my name? Samuel asks, sorry, wrong person. How do you know my name? Samuel asks in complete confusion. You're going to the Golden Stallion too, aren't you? There's a whole list of people that are attending, and Mr. Belmont told me he's really excited that you're coming along. Theo responds while sipping some tea. Samuel also asks Theo, do you still have that list? My envelope didn't have one. Ooh, sorry. I just have to... It's gonna die. It's gonna die! 1 second, sorry. Brief interruption. Brief. My envelope didn't have one. Theo nods. Why, yes, here you go, detective. He hands Samuel a paper containing 12 names. Samuel only recognizes one other name from the list. Wait, Victoria Blaze is coming, Samuel says to himself. Victoria Blaze is a family friend of Samuel's. He knows her from his sister since they are good friends, and they went to college together. Samuel hands back Theo the paper containing the increasing excitement of the party. Oh, I see, okay. Samuel hands Theo the paper containing the increasing excitement of the party. Here you go, Mr. Jarvis, Samuel says with a grin. Theo nods. Pleasure, Samuel. Nice meeting ya, and see you at the Golden Stallion, my friend. Samuel nods back, going to the gate where the plane is supposed to be soon. 2 hours later, the flight attendants call for boarding and everyone boards the flight, heading for Sin City. Psst, Samuel hears from behind him as he sits. He turns around, and Theo is in the seat behind him. Hey, detective. How lucky of us to be sitting near to each other, Theo says with a small smile. Oh, hi, Mr. Jarvis, Samuel says, trying to stay composed. Tell you what, detective. I got a buddy of mine that tour us around Las Vegas for free, Theo says, handing Samuel a map. Of course, Mr. Jarvis, Samuel says, smiling with glee. A voice comes over the loudspeaker. This is your captain speaking. We will be approaching liftoff in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes go by and the plane lifts off from the runway, heading for Las Vegas. Samuel looks down from the window, seeing the city of Chicago get smaller and smaller. He's glad to finally be on a vacation, steering away from all the fear that is associated with his job. A few hours go by and the plane lands in Las Vegas. Samuel collects his belongings and follows Theo to a limo outside. Samuel stares out into the bright lights and signs of Las Vegas, collecting all the sights the first moments he stares at them. Come on, detective, I don't want you to be stranded here, Theo says, pushing Samuel a bit. Samuel hops into the limo and they start driving around Las Vegas. Seeing all the fancy lights and artwork was new for Samuel. Chicago was never like this, not in a million years. They eventually arrive at a grand hotel with massive letters on a sign saying Golden Stallion Hotel. The limo parks right in front of the hotel. Theo and Samuel hop out, eagerly waiting for the party to begin. Chapter 3, The Golden Stallion. The hotel itself is massive, a yellow exterior with lots of horse statues surrounding the place. Theo and Samuel approach some security guards. Hello, I'm Theo Jarvis, and this here is Samuel Evans, Theo says, handing the guards both of their invitations. One of the guards nods. Very well, you both are on the list. Come in. He opens the door and Samuel spots a man in his mid-60s in a dark blue suit. Samuel, is that you? The old man asks. Yes, sir, I'm Samuel Evans. Samuel responds with a bit of confusion. Oh, I knew you would come. Do you remember me? I'm Arthur. How long has it been, my boy? Last time I saw you was 54, was it? He says with a large grin. 53, sir. That's the year my father died. Samuel responds with sorrow. Oh, yes. Your father was an astounding man and... Oh, Theo Jarvis is here. Come on, you both. Let's go to the grand foyer. Some of the other guests are there so you can get acquainted, Arthur says, leading the two to the grand foyer. They enter the foyer and it's very fancy. A small waterfall flows down, leading into a small river that leads to the garden outside. There are many chairs and sofas to sit on, and the radio is playing the latest baseball game. A young woman in a red dress spots Samuel. She gasps loudly. Sammy! She runs and gives Samuel a big hug. Hi, Victoria. I never expected you would come, Samuel says, acting calm to stay professional. Ah, it seems some of you are already good friends. That's very good indeed, Arthur says, smiling. I'll get some drinks for all of you, all right? So hang tight, he says, walking out of the foyer. Theo sits down while Samuel and Victoria get to talking. I guess you already have a love interest, don't you, Noise? A voice comes from the end of the foyer. Shut it, Dean, Victoria responds angrily. Dean jumps up and then starts to laugh. Man, oh man, how easy it is to make you angry. Greetings, sir. I'm Dean McMichaels. I'm a superstar actor, he says, shaking Samuel's hand. Nice to meet you. What films were you in? Samuel asks him. He was in the Dracula showing. He plays Renfield, and that's it, Victoria says, giggling a bit. Hey, Renfield is memorable! Who knows, maybe he might get a movie of his own someday. But still, I will be a Hollywood superstar, Dean says, arguing back. Sorry, I'm just looking at who's talking. Cool it down, Dean. You're so loud. Another voice comes out. Dean turns to the voice. Don't call me loud and boring when all you do is show off yourself and take pictures for the press, Evelyn. Dean yells at a woman in a white skirt and a long black sweater. Listen, darling, my job brings in way more than your, let's just say, fantasy job, Evelyn says, crossing her arms. Evelyn Blake is a model for many different brands. Vicky, wanna go outside? Evelyn asks Victoria warmly. Of course! Wanna come with us, Sammy? Victoria responds. Samuel nods, getting up. He follows them to the garden. Chapter 4, Garden of Horses. Every time I read horse, I get like a little hit of dopamine. As Evelyn opens the door, Samuel sees a beautiful garden. He immediately spots a fountain with horse statues spewing water into it. How much money do you have, Arthur? Samuel says to himself. Evelyn spots an older lady tossing a penny into the fountain. Hi, Priestess. How was your trip here? She asked. Priestess Joanna Hawkins is Arthur's friend from high school. She first became a nun, but became a high priestess in a church in Maine. Good Miss Blake. Just praying this trip here was worth it, Joanna responds with a small smile. Victoria backs up from Joanna. She's really creepy, she says, shaking a bit. Don't worry, darling. The Lord is kind to all us who are God's children, Joanna responds. She does believe in that. Who wouldn't in this day and age? Another female voice says, coming from behind a pillar. There stands a woman in a blue full skirt. Oh, hi everyone. I'm Maria Wells. You all must be Victoria Blaze, Evelyn Blake, and Samuel Evans. I've done my research. Maria is a nerdy type of person. She was invited because she's one of the hotel's top managers. Sorry to spook you all, she says, putting her hands behind her back. Samuel laughs. I wasn't scared at all. Maybe Vicky was, he jokes. Victoria rolls her eyes, but smiles. Everyone goes back inside, and they see another woman entering through the front doors, staring at everyone angrily. Where the hell is Arthur? She asks. Arthur comes down the stairs, chuckling. Leela, you never fail to make me laugh, he says. Leela looks at everyone. Are you all part of his corrupt scheme, too? Leela Vandersmark is a politician from San Francisco who believes that Arthur is doing some shady business to get all his money. She was invited because Arthur thinks she's hilarious, saying the wackiest untrue things. Arthur hops to everyone else. Now, let me show you all the second best area of this hotel, the casino, he declares happily. Chapter 5, Samuel Evans Log 1, investigated March 6th, 1975. Hold on, let me just switch hands. One second. All right. Oh, and also? I never believed that Art had such a large and beautiful place he owns. As a kid, I always knew him as a guy who would always wear fancy suits, and he would always speak to my father about things I never understood until I got older. I have no clue how Art could afford to get so many famous folk, but just get the completely random folk like the Theo Jarvis Jr. and random others like that priestess. I don't care though. I've been working nonstop ever since I got the promotion a year back, and I deserve a bit of a break. I'm glad that Vicky is here. At least there is one person I know from my personal life except Art himself. We're going inside the casino now. I sure hope no loan sharks or anything else comes to disrupt this break. Chapter 6. Place your bets. Arthur opens two big doors and everyone stares in shock at the sheer capacity of the casino. Roulette, blackjack tables, and slot machines filled the place. It made the whole place reek of bad decisions and burning money. Evelyn gasps, looking at the stage. Can I sing up there, Mr. Belmont? She asks gleefully. Arthur shrugs. Sure, why not? Give this place a little life, he says, showing her backstage. Samuel looks around and sees a man screaming in German and punches one of the slot machines. Ooh, I can't do a German accent. Sorry. He's getting a British accent because I can't do a German accent reliably. Damn it, Heinrich! You're supposed to win this stupid game, the man says in a strong German accent. Samuel recognizes that name from the list. Wait, how was a German able to attend this party? He thinks to himself. He suddenly hears Evelyn singing from the stage behind him. Heinrich says to himself, silly American is so gorgeous, and she can sing well too. Samuel goes up to him. You okay, sir? Heinrich jumps backing up hard into one of the other slot machines. What in the world is the matter with you? Can't you see I'm focused on winning this? Now my back hurts, he says. Samuel just leaves and focuses on Evelyn singing. Dean whistles. Wowee! She's a superstar, I tell ya! He screams out into the whole casino. Victoria gives Samuel a drink. Here, I ordered this for you, she says, smiling. Wow, vanilla milkshake, my favorite. How did you know? Samuel asks playfully. They both laugh and drink their milkshake. Later, Samuel shows Victoria how to play blackjack, and she surprisingly wins a couple of matches. In their last game, a man in a suit similar to Arthur sits next to them. Bets? The dealer asks. 500 chips, Samuel and Victoria both say. 2K, the man next to them says. He looks around their age. The dealer hands everyone their cards. The man immediately looks at the two with a smirk, showing a queen and an ace. Samuel's jaw drops. How? After the game is over, the man gets up and scoffs. Remember, the house always wins. The big boss is my uncle, so I have a bit of an advantage, he says with a wink. This is Cain Belmont. He is Arthur's younger brother's son. He's expecting a bigger inheritance of at least $1 million. Arthur claps his hands. All right, everyone. It's time for my workers to show all my guests their rooms. And then we will go to the theater where a very special guest will be performing tonight, Arthur says with a grin. They follow him outside. Chapter 7. The concert. Arthur leads everyone upstairs. Over here is my company's offices. We won't be visiting that today, but if you need me, that's where I'll be, he says with a friendly smile. Samuel nods. Noted, he says to himself. Another flight of stairs later, and they arrive at the hotel rooms, winding hallways stretching out throughout the floor with signs everywhere directing where to go. All of you will have your very own rooms. I have taken such care that all my guests will have golden experiences in my hotel, Arthur announces gladly. He hands everyone a piece of paper with a number on it, and everyone scatters to find their room. Samuel was given room 204. He heads there, searching for about 15 minutes until he finally finds his room. Finally, he mutters to himself, turning the door handle and flinging it open. The room is very fancy and very well kept. Samuel sets his things down for the first time since he arrived. He finds a note on the bed. He grabs it and it reads, Samuel, my friend, I am so very glad you could make it. Please make yourself at home here at the Golden Stallion and have a lovely time. From Arthur. Samuel smiles a bit. My pop must have been his best friend. Art loves me as much as he did, he says to himself. He notices a TV on the stand right across from the bed. He turns it on and switches the channels, seeing all of them. He turns it off and heads for the theater, where he sees somebody he never expected on the stage. We're making a show here! You guys are running like bumbling idiots! I'm so sorry, Mr. Sinatra, Arthur says, looking at Frank Sinatra himself. Samuel's jaw drops. Oh my god, I don't know how Sinatra sounds, sorry. There are so many voices in this, I'm having trouble keeping track, my bad. Let's see. Ah, look, this must be your detective pal, isn't it, Arthur? Sinatra says, pointing at Samuel. Why, indeed it is! Samuel, come up and meet the great Frank Sinatra! Arthur says with glee. Samuel watches the amount of people running around the theater, making it look nice and making props for the show. He comes onto the stage and shakes Sinatra's hand. You're the detective from Chicago, yes? Sinatra asks. Yes, Samuel starts, but Sinatra wheezes and laughs a bit. Of course I know who you are. I'm just toying with you, Sinatra says, placing a hand on Samuel's shoulder. Victoria comes in. Glad I came here early. Oh my god, Frank Sinatra! She screams. Victoria rushes and shakes Sinatra's hand with lots of energy. All right, Vic, give him some space, Samuel says, chuckling. Can we have autographs? Victoria shouts. Sinatra nods, signing 2 pictures of himself and giving them to Samuel and Victoria. People flood into the hotel, eager to watch Sinatra perform. Gee, so many people in suits and fancy dresses. Am I in The Great Gatsby, or is this real life? Sinatra jokes, making the audience laugh. He starts singing, his voice lighting up the room. Victoria can't hide her excitement, smiling the widest she can while watching Sinatra sing. A woman in a blue dress sits next to the pair. Okay, what about her? Hello, my name is Helena. Later, could you take me to room 216? She asks them. Ask Arthur. He'll be glad to show you, Samuel responds. After the show, Sinatra bows. You ladies and gentlemen have a nice night, all right? He walks off stage and leaves the hotel shortly after. Evelyn is talking to a man in a red suit. I can't believe Frank Sinatra performed here, the man named Ryder responds. I know. Arthur must have a lot of connections. Samuel goes to his room, ignoring all the chatter, and falls on his bed, ready for sleep. Chapter 8. Samuel Evans Log 2, investigated March 6, 1975. I couldn't believe the hospitality Arthur took to make us all entertained and well taken care of. It's like we're his children. Speaking of children, he never had any, and I wonder who's gonna take this beautiful place once he dies. When I thought he was done, this man got Frank Sinatra to perform for us. He's a crazy man who makes everyone happy, and I appreciated that a lot. After Sinatra left, that was the last happy thing I remember, until everything went wrong. Chapter 9. The first discovery. One second, I'm just looking at our... The next morning, an ear-deafening scream is heard throughout the hotel. Samuel gets up. What the fuck was that? He says groggily. He quickly gets dressed and heads for the source of the scream. All the now 10 hotel guests are there. Oh, Sammy, it's horrible! Victoria says, weeping onto him. Samuel is very confused and pushes past everyone, and that's when he sees Maria on the ground, not moving. Dean goes next to him. Don't worry, everyone! It's just special effects! He says, laughing a bit. He pokes Maria, but no response. Hello? Holy shit, this isn't special effects at all! She's really dead! Dean says, recoiling in shock. Helena punches Dean in the arm. Oh yeah, we all knew she was dead. Don't play dumb, she says angrily. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. There's so many characters I'm forgetting voices. I forgot what Lila was. I think she was like bitchy. This must be Arthur's work, Layla says. Samuel looks at her. We can't immediately say it's somebody right from the get-go, he says. Maria's neck has 4 prick-like holes. This is a very confusing encounter. Maybe a spy tool? Samuel says, looking at Heinrich. Are you looking at me, American? You think I did this? Heinrich presses Samuel. Oh, because I'm German, huh? He says angrily. Stop, sir. Everyone, go away. I need some investigating to do, Samuel says, shooing everyone away, getting ready to do his job once again in an unlikely place. Chapter 10, the first investigation. Arthur runs in. My God, what happened here? He says, looking at the commotion happening in front of his eyes. Samuel looks at Arthur. I have no clue, but your top manager is dead, he says, looking back at Maria's body. Arthur puts his hands on his head in disbelief. How did this happen? Who could do such a thing? He says. Arthur shrugs. Well, there are these holes on her neck. Maybe some sort of pen or very small knife of some sort. But other than that, no clue. Dean speaks up. Maybe it's a vampire! In my movie, they leave holes like that! Helena laughs at him. Don't be silly, Michael. Vampires are only in films, like the one you play in. Dean rolls his eyes. If it actually is, you'll be sorry! Samuel looks at everyone. It is impossible for anybody to enter, so the murderer is in this very room. Joanna looks at Samuel. Maybe it's some unholy demon we must ward off. Wait, sorry, Joanna's the priestess. I'm getting so confused, sorry. What was her voice? Okay. Maybe it's some unholy demon we must ward off, she says, taking out a crucifix. Everybody calm down. We will talk about this later. I just need to do some interrogations and more investigating, Samuel says. Everyone nods and scatters. Chapter 11, the first interrogations. Okay, Victoria, where were you last night after the concert? Samuel asks, taking out a notepad.
I went right to sleep. I was exhausted.
You escorted me to my room, Victoria responds with a slight shiver. Samuel takes some notes and moves on. And where were you last night, Evelyn? Evelyn scoffs. You really believe I committed a murder? Why would I get my dress dirty? Also, I was talking to that lawyer from Texas. After a few interrogations that went nowhere, Samuel then interrogates Kane. I don't remember if I came up with a voice for Kane. I haven't done Southern, so maybe I'll do Southern for him. Let's cut to the chase, Detective. I was with my uncle in his office speaking about franchises. Then after that, I went to my suite on the floor above where the murder took place. If I committed this, I went through, I've been doing too many New York accents, sorry. Just cut to the chase, Detective. I was with my uncle in his office speaking about franchises. Then, after that, I went to my suite on the floor above where the murder took place. If I committed this murder, somebody must have seen me, Kane says, crossing his arms. Who is this? Hold on, I gotta find out who this is. Oh, okay, that's still Samuel. Okay. I'm not saying it's you or anybody else. I just need information on who committed this crime. Somebody screams from outside. Samuel and Kane stare at each other in confusion. The hell was that? They go outside the hotel to the garden where Evelyn is freaking out. The priest woman! She's dead! She screams. Joanna is lying face down with a stab wound to the back. Something is going deathly wrong here, Kane says, sweating. The two murders happened in a span of 6 hours. Whoever is doing these murders is doing a pretty good job of not getting caught. Chapter 12, Samuel Evans Log 3, investigated March 7th, 1975. Something is going very wrong here. In a span of about 6 hours, 2 people have been found dead. I have a bunch of suspects thought up, but the problem is that I have no proof or evidence. I do have a suspicion that it might be a male assailant, since only women have been murdered, but I could always be wrong. I do suspect the German guy, but I shouldn't jump the gun already. Or should I? Kane has been really defensive as well, but he did give me a bunch of meaningful information, so I don't believe it's him. I already ruled out Victoria, Theo, Evelyn, Kane, and Dean. The rest of them I am still questioning about. Unfortunately, the police won't let us leave since nobody left or entered the hotel during the night which I suspected. So hopefully we find this murderer fast and put them to justice. Chapter 13, The Party from Hell, July 1st, 1959. Samuel is having a drink in the casino. Theo sits next to him. Hey, man, he says. Samuel looks at Theo and turns to him. Hey, Samuel continues drinking. What in the world is going on? The naughty woman and the priestess just turned up dead. I cannot trust this party, but the police won't let us leave. I know I look like a suspect, but I'm not. I got a heart of gold, Theo says, smoking a cigar. Samuel nods at him. I know, Theo, but I cannot believe this is happening. The one time that I get promised a break from my job, I still keep performing it, he says, slamming his glass on the table. This isn't the party of our dreams, Sam. This is a party from the deepest pits of hell, Theo says, putting out his cigar. Ryder shows up and sits next to them. Oh, fuck, what is Ryder's voice? I don't know. He might have random voices. Ryder shows up and sits next to them. Hey, detective guy. We work in the same field. We can make some sort of profile on this killer, can't we? Samuel looks at him and sighs. We can attempt, but I just need time to rest and reset myself before we do, he says, looking tired. Ryder nods. Will do, sir. He walks away, leaving Samuel and Theo alone. Chapter 14, Horror Center Stage. Samuel and Ryder decide to go to the theater since they know nobody will be there. So, what do you believe this killer could be like? Ryder asks. I think it could be a male since only women have been killed, but maybe some framing is in play. Samuel responds. Leela rushes in. I forgot this person. Oh, I think she's bitchy. Yeah, that's right. Oh, detective guy! I know for a fact Arthur's behind all these murders, she says, holding sheets of paper. She shows him several shady business deals and his company's stock skyrocketing. Arthur knows that we are closest to him and we can tell the police, Leela says with a smile, thinking she solved the case. These are quite concerning documents, but I don't think Mr. Belmont would kill all of us because of it, Ryder says, looking at the documents closely. But what if he is? He's a criminal, Leela says, screaming, red with anger. Samuel looks at her. Leela, I have known Arthur my whole life. I really don't believe he's behind. Samuel is cut off when he notices Arthur sitting in a chair. He and the chair weren't there 10 minutes ago. Samuel is very confused by the situation. He goes up to him. Hey, Arthur, you all right? He looks closer and notices a bullet hole in Arthur's temple. Oh my god, Samuel jerks back. Hey, Leela, I don't think Arthur's the murderer anymore. Leela looks at him. What? How? Samuel looks at her. Because he's dead. Soon everybody else comes. What are we gonna... Sorry, give me just a second. Okay, sorry. Nith just came in, so I was like, ooh, hello. Let me see. By the way, all of these stories are available to read in the storytelling channel. So if you would like to open the documents and follow along with whatever I'm reading, you are welcome to. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? What? How? Samuel looks at her because he's dead. Soon everybody else comes. What are we gonna do? Okay. Dean pats her shoulder. We don't panic, sunshine. Evelyn slaps him. We need to panic, Dean. People are dropping like flies, she says, shaking him violently. Chill out, sweetheart. I'll protect ya, Dean says, smirking. Evelyn rolls her eyes. Kane is silent throughout the whole thing. I'm sorry for your loss, man, Theo says. It's all right. I guess I'll take over the company now, Kane says, smiling, trying to make light of the situation. Ooh, Helena. Is she the... I think she's the model. By the way, what company are you referring to? Helena asks. Oh, we help people with... wrong fucking voice, sorry. We help people with stocks, and we also put ourselves in the market. I hope this doesn't shake things up, Kane responds, sweating. Heinrich looks at him. You killed him, didn't you? Kane looks at him. No, I didn't, Bratwurst. Why would I kill my own uncle? I need his guidance, he says, crossing his arms. Samuel does his own investigating and tells everyone to go talk to him if they have questions. Chapter 15, No Way Out. Everyone goes their separate ways. Evelyn talks to Victoria. I'm sure the police will let us out soon. Victoria is shaking a bit. I really don't want to die. I'm so scared, she responds. I'm sure this will all be over soon. July 2nd, 1959. Samuel wakes up to pounding on his room door. Sammy! Sammy! Oh, wrong person. Sammy! Sammy! Please let me in! It's Victoria. She sounds absolutely terrified. He opens the door and she immediately hugs him. I found a body! It's Leela! Samuel follows her to Leela's room where she's riddled with bullets. Strangely, there was no blood anywhere in the room. Did you hear anything from last night? Oh, sorry. This is not clear on who's talking, sorry. Did you hear anything from last night? Victoria frantically shakes her head. No, I was out. So was everyone else. Oh my god, there's no way out of this. We're all gonna die! Victoria starts crying. Samuel holds her. That's it. I'm sick of people telling me what to do. Tonight, we're gonna get the hell out of here. Theo comes in. What's going on? Oh, dear Lord. Samuel stares at Theo. Theo, we're getting out of this hotel tonight. I'm ordering us a plane out of here by dawn tomorrow. Theo nods. Sounds like a plan. I am not risking my life anymore, he says, handing Samuel some money before he leaves the room. Chapter 16, Hell Breaks Loose. That night, Helena is walking through the hallway when suddenly something stabs her and she drops to the floor. Heinrich catches this and rushes to her. Mein Gott, what just happened? He flips her over and sees two big holes to her neck and shoulder. Heinrich starts panicking and knows a gun is in Arthur's office since Kane told him so he can defend himself, but when he goes up there, the gun is missing. Then Heinrich hears footsteps from the hallway. Okay, that's probably Heinrich talking, I'm guessing. Who goes there? Oh, it's just you. Wait! Meanwhile, Samuel is making calls to the local airport for a flight back to Chicago. I do not care what time it leaves. Just get me out of the city for the love of God, he says, sounding very desperate. All right, sir. 6 a.m. tomorrow, the plane will be ready to take off with your passengers. Just give the pilot money when you get there. Suddenly, a gunshot is heard from upstairs. Samuel dashes to where the sound came from. It came from Arthur's old office. On the ground lies Heinrich, a gunshot to the back of his head. Again, no blood on the scene. Samuel starts holding his head. I can't take this anymore. He slams his fist against the wall. How many people do I have to watch die? He asks himself. Kane appears. Did you hear that too? Oh no, not the German, he says. Samuel's mind breaks and he pins Kane to the wall. You did this, didn't you? Kane smiles and knees Samuel to the stomach and pulls his gun out. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, Samuel gasps. You were behind this. I should have known. Kane starts choking Samuel. Maybe if you didn't steal my inheritance, this would have been avoided. Chapter 17, Forgotten, April 10th, 1957. Who is this? Who is this? Ooh, hold on. A female voice. I don't know what the female voice is from. I guess generic female voice, maybe? Kane, sweetheart, something came in the mail for you. A female voice calls out. Kane stretches, putting his cigarette away. Come in, love, he says, tired. He grabs the envelope. Huh, from Uncle Art, he says with confusion and intrigue. The letter states, Dear Kane, I hope this letter finds you well. Since my will has been set, I will tell you the beneficiary of my $1 million company and all its property once I leave this mortal plane. Kane looks at it with excitement and keeps reading. You have been a great nephew and business partner, and unfortunately for you, that's all that you will be, since the inheritance will belong to Samuel L. Evans of Chicago. Kane starts getting shocked. Samuel has been the son I have always dreamed of, and I hope you understand. Sincerely, Arthur Belmont. Get my lawyer! Kane shouts. Chapter 18, Dropping Like Flies. You guys, we really have to go on a break, so let's do that real quick. We'll finish this when we get back. Oh, Nighty! Hello, lovely Nighty. Welcome on in. You guys are gonna go on a very quick break, 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, make sure you go to the bathroom or take any medications that you need, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Okay. Mwah! Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to Safe. Please take him out. Oh my god, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that way? Oh god, that's so fucking cute. Gun? Thank god. Oh my god. That was way too close, man. Whoa. Hold on. Please say it's free real estate. Oh my god! Oh, I just collected a place! Yes! Oh my god. Like my breakup with my ex. It just clicked, you know what I mean? Done. I'm convinced. Tony, tell. No, wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's, fuck. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be, extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that? Oh, fuck you! Oh my god! Suck my... Sorry. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me, dude! I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. stuck around. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. You know, I don't think it's 1,000. That's for one with a hat. Oh, you can get a fatty with a hattie? Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest strap. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. Well, do you think I've got my... I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon... Domain expansion? My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Sorry. Oh my God, I missed. Okay, you guys get to do this one more time. I am back. Hello, hello. I'll let you guys do this round of the words. Sorry, I got back just in time to forget but not do that. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence.
I crave violence, you.
Welcome back, Fabulous Fibble. So how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome back, Yummy. Yeah.
Thanks for everything.
Oh God, she's gonna be so cute. Draw me a picture.
You like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat.
reaching for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Hey, lovely knickknacks. Ubbies for you. And incredible icy ubbies for you.
Sleep is for the same.
Pies.
That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane.
All right, we are
But you kinda
almost.
have
Oh,
to
well
be
done on the
if
boss.
you
We are
hang out
almost
with
done with Jet's story, and then we will move
No,
to
no, no,
whose
no.
story is next. We got like 2 pages left of Jet's story.
What's this?
Oh, it looks like Strap might have missed another because I've got 3rd, 4th, and then 6th. Kind of how we had first,
Scary.
no second, and then
Oh
3rd.
my God.
I might
I've
have to
killed
go.
this before.
hold
Does
on,
it
let me
count
go
if I
back
killed
there.
it somewhere else?
Let me
so
see.
scary. I hate these
Jet,
things.
and then I should write something. I'll delete and 100.
Buttons push them all. Wait, I gotta touch the ball. Oh, there's another ball.
Is it Julius next? I think it must just be Julius.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry.
All right. Okay. Great. All right. There's that, and let's go back here. That's the one by Mac, which is moved below because it's from the internet. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. Hello there. Oh, hold on. Let me turn down. Wee. Ozzy. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you very much for there. Beast for you, Ozzy. Hey, good, Ozzy. Beautiful Bubble, welcome back, sweetheart. Sweet Steady, welcome back. Incredible Eisen, welcome back, Ubbies. Hey, good Eisen. Wonderful Strat, welcome back. Excellent Eugene, welcome back, Ubbies. Hey, good Eugene. Nix, Matos / down / Ubbies. Hey, good Nix. Welcome back, Joyous Jet. I had to follow those other stories, which were great. Oh no, you're all good, lovely Julius. We're gonna get into yours shortly. We have just a little bit more of of Jets to do. Jet uppies. Hey, good Jet. Sorry for too many characters. No, that's okay. That's okay. If I can give some advice, maybe mess with your formatting a little bit more next time because it'll be a lot easier for me to read if it's not in one giant like block of text. You know what I mean? That's how murder mystery works, unfortunately. No, that's totally fine. I just need to know who's talking a little bit more clearly. Magnificent Walkman, how are you? It's good to see ya. Lots of hugs to you too, sweetie pie. Will there be a next story time in the future? Of course, lovely Icy. What I do is once we finish today, I will put a channel point goal for the next one, and then once you guys finish the like contributing to that, then we'll do another one. Get to that one. All right. Let me see here. Where were we in your story? Okay. Where were we? All right, 2 pages left. 2 pages left. Let's see. All right. Dean is walking in the casino area where he sees Evelyn in the distance. Hey, sunshine, you want me to get you a drink? He asks. Evelyn is just sitting there at the bar. The workers left days ago, so nobody is there. I'm fine, Dean. I'm not in the mood. She responds with her voice sounding a lot softer than normal. You okay? You normally fight back and tell me, oh, you're too much, Dean. Dean says, being dramatic as usual. Then Evelyn turns to him, her eyes dark as the night sky. Join us, Dean. Join me, she says suddenly, and she grins very widely. Dean yells and falls out of his chair. What the hell? Get away from me! She grabs him. Meanwhile, back at Arthur's office. You see what you done? You caused this, Kane says as he continues to strangle Samuel. Samuel suddenly kicks Kane in the face and runs off. Kane just stands there looking at his enemy run off like a little mouse. He runs back to his room to see Helena dead on his bed, 2 holes on her face. He shrieks and heads to the main foyer where he finds Theo and Victoria. Sorry, who was that? That was Kane? Kane just stands there. He runs back to his room. He shrieks. Okay, yeah. It's Kane! Wait, no, he's Kane. Hold on. Who's he shouting? I think maybe Samuel? No, Samuel's unconscious.
Hello,
Actually, I don't know
motherfucker.
who this is. Sorry. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Terrific Try. How are you? I might give a blanket one. It's Kane. We have to get the hell out of here, he shouts. But the front door is locked and I can't get it open, Theo says with fear. Look what I found, Victoria says with fear and sadness. She holds up a red sweater, Dean's sweater. I found this. I have no idea where Dean went. I did hear his screams and running footsteps. I think he got chased down and got killed, she says with fear and doubt. Ryder comes down holding a set of keys. Look at what I found, he says with excitement. Suddenly, Kane pushes him down the stairs and he shoots Victoria in the chest. Samuel stands there with terror. Time's up, thief, Kane says, pointing his gun at Samuel and Theo. Chapter 19, A Taste to Die For. Y'all came this far just to perish right in front of the gates. So close yet so far. I'm sure them pearly gates in the sky will greet you all warmly, Kane says with an evil grin. I'm sorry. Who is this? Sorry. I might have to, I'm not sure who's talking right now, because that was Kane, and then the next line is, I'm sorry, Kane, I'll give you your inheritance, and then Kane nods and then says, oh, yes, you will, but you'll need to die first. That's how inheritances work, pal, he responds. Theo charges and tries to fight Kane, but he's way stronger and he beats him easily. Theo is out cold on the ground, but suddenly Ryder stabs him in the back with a pool cue. Kane screams and falls down. How dare you, he says with disgust, but then Ryder kicks Kane in the jaw, knocking him back on the pool cue, killing him. You don't deal with the Texan. He spits at Kane's face. Ryder then weakly picks up his keys. We're getting out of this, Samuel. Alive, he says, putting the key in. But then, when he turns the key, Victoria suddenly springs up and bites Ryder's neck. Ryder screams in agony. Samuel quickly opens the door and runs. Go! Just go! Ryder screams as Victoria keeps biting him. Samuel runs for his life until he makes it to a motel near the airport. He buys a room and quickly hides in it. He holds his head, trying not to go crazy, and he pulls out his logbook. Chapter 20. Samuel Evans, Log 4. Investigated March 7th, 1975. I can't believe it. Kane and Victoria were the killers all along. And worse yet, Victoria is a vampire. I can't believe I trusted those two, especially Victoria. I have no idea if I'm going to make it out alive, but if there is a God, I need help. I need help badly. I should have trusted Dean. I should have trusted Heinrich, but no. I led so many to their deaths. I'm a fool, and this is all my fault. Chapter 21. Welcome to the Coven. Samuel is cut off with his thoughts when Victoria kicks the motel door down easily. Hello, Sammy, she says, her eyes glowing a bright crimson. Samuel closes his logbook with fear. Wait, please, Victoria, don't kill me. I haven't done anything to you. Victoria giggles. No, you haven't, my dear. To be short, Sammy, this party was all for you, she says, smirking at him, knowing that she won her game. How? Samuel asks. To get me with you. Vampires like me get a soulmate, a partner written from fate to spend eternity with. And lucky you won the sweepstakes with me, Victoria says, putting her hands behind her back. Kane was my little puppet. I read his thoughts and I knew he would be a perfect scapegoat. I'm sure the police are going to enter the hotel right this moment. Oh, by the way, my coven buddies controlled the police, so we were trapped inside. It was all against you from the start, she says, laughing a bit. Samuel stares at her. I knew something was off from the holes. I thought it was a spy tool. How did you kill so many so fast, he asks. I controlled Kane to give me an alibi for every situation. Nobody ever suspected me. Not even you, Victoria responds by getting closer. Samuel backs up. Get away from me. If this is what you think love is, you're wrong. Dead wrong. Victoria laughs. You will learn soon. Join me. Join the coven and you will understand why the last couple nights occurred. She gets closer. Stay back, Samuel says with fright. I don't think I am, Victoria says. She grabs him before Samuel could react. March 7th, 1975. Nobody knows what happened to Samuel Evans since the night of July 2nd, 1959. Some say he was buried at the hotel, others say he was kidnapped by the Soviet Union. But what I believe was he was kidnapped by Victoria Blaze. Only I have access to Samuel's logs and won't share this out to anybody. It's been so long, Samuel. Where have you been, my friend? This is Mark Wheeler, lead detective, Chicago PD, signing off. Nice! Whew, that was a mouthful. That was a long one. That was a really long one. All right. Thank you very much, Jet, for that submission. All right. Let's see. Now we're doing Julius's. Okay, let me go find Julius's. Whew. Hold on, I'm gonna have some water. Let me see. Where is Julius's? Julius. One second, I'm just looking for... Oh, I see what you've done here, Strat. Okay, I see. Julius, there we go. All right, we got this music for it. Julius, you're here, right, sweetie? Let me go. You are here? Awesome. Did you want narration or did you want voice acting? Voice acting? You got it. Hey, Tao, do you know when you might get to my poetry? If not, I might have to catch in the VOD. I'm actually not sure, Sweetest Space Cat. I'm not sure where it's where it is in the listing. Do you mind letting me know where that is, Strat? You know where that is for the lovely Space Cat? I have a couple of new submissions. I will try to get through them. All right, cool. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat. Oh, I see. Sorry, you even said voice act, please. I actually misread the submissions and made it 2 pages, but that ended up being a nice challenge. Also, the Tao in the story isn't necessarily our Tao. Isn't necessarily our Tao. Ooh. Ooh, I love a script. Ooh, I'm so excited. A script. All right. Do you have guidance for either of these characters' voices, hun? This is good. We have 2 characters. I can definitely differentiate you. Oh, it's the next one. Okay, perfect. No post-credit scene. I guess I'll say it now. Victoria goes to a cabin in the woods. Oh, okay, nice. She asked to be let in and is let in with now vampire Samuel. Dun, dun, dun. Katz is right after this. Perfect. Maybe act like an official government worker for Tao. Cowboy Tao might work for Jack. Okay, awesome. We've cloned Tao for the purposes of story writing. Yeah, let's go. I'm down. All right. Okay, here's our scene, you guys. Yellowstone Jack appears in a land of white clouds and sun rays. Standing before him is Goddess Tao. Standing before him behind a podium. All right, I just want to double check that you said government worker, yeah, and then Southern, yep. Hi there, kitty cat, welcome on in. How are you? Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Jet. Thank you for submitting. Okay. Greetings, Jack. I am Tao, the goddess assigned to manage your reincarnation. Wow, this lady looks pretty rough and tumble. I kind of like that. A reincarnation? You mean Why, thank you. Huh? Huh? You can read my thoughts? I can. Yes, you died in the mortal world and came here. I forgot how I died. How did I die? Hit by a car. What kind? A Prius. A Prius? Couldn't it have been a truck? Goddess, could you have lied about the car? I cannot. I am not allowed to say it was... Oh, I see, okay, and now we got Tal like a car advertisement. This is great, okay. Oh, I wish I had like a button for like a built Ford Tough, okay. I cannot. I am not allowed to say it was the 2026 Ford F-150 Raptor with a 5.2-liter supercharged V8 engine. With a towing capacity of 8,200 pounds, you can drive the kids to soccer practice or carry enough lumber to build a treehouse. The F-150 Raptor, built Ford Tough. Okay, so what happens now? I know I haven't been the best of men. You were a bad one indeed. Let me see. Oh, yes. You darn tootin' varmin! That is the last straw! I'll blow your darn head off! Oh. Remember, my task is to determine your reincarnation. It has been decided that you will live a life. Let me see. You will live a life as a nun. You will live a very structured life. You will learn how to treat people. You will probably tend a vegetable garden, and we will spend time revering the gods. Oh, please do include me in your prayers. That sounds boring. Oh, do not underestimate the life. It can be fulfilling. Some nuns become teachers or take care of orphans or... Will I have memories of my life? Some of them. Will I be able to use guns? Absolutely not. Can I go to hell? You see, hell is reserved for the worst. You see, this option was given to us by... Give me a week. And then we got a fax machine handshake or 56K modem noises. Sounds of a printer printing. Tal grabs the paper after 2 minutes. Oh, interesting. You might have scored yourself some bonus points. What? How? The last, my apologies. We eternal beings are terrible at keeping time. Decade or so, you were a forest ranger. The goddess of spirit animals received many prayers from you. Also, it seems that particular varmint that you hated actually prevented you from doing a lot of damage. That varmint ended up saving me? Maybe more like helped you. That darn tootin' varmint. He got me even in the afterlife. Oh yes, apparently the god of mischief had a really big smile from... Please stop. And then there's laughter in the distance. I'm not sure who it's from, but we got laughter in the distance. The god governing the planet of Ploth has given you an option. Ploth is going to be overtaken in 2 decades by a force that will do cruel things. You'll be given a chance to stop that force. You mean like defeating a demon lord? Am I gonna be a hero? Oh, no. It's one of the human kingdoms that will be taking over. You are gonna be a soldier in the demon army. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Well, that sounds interesting. Will I have guns? No guns. But you will have magic that can go bang, bang. Oh. So, here are your choices. A UI screen appears before Jack. There are 2 options. Demon soldier on planet Ploth, or atone in the next world as a nun. As Jack looks at the screen, a finger appears by the options and makes a boing, boing, boing sound. It weirds out Jack, but only for a second. I'll go to Ploth! Excellent. Let me prepare you the circle. I'll give you the blessings of magic, and away you go. Jack starts floating into the sky. Thank you, Goddess Tao. I'll always remember you. Don't forget to study. You won't be able to do bang bang magic without studying. Study? No! There you go, Julius. Thank you. Thank you very much for that one. That was really funny. That was cute. Beautiful Banana, welcome in. How are you? We have heard of guns that go pew pew. Now we have magic that go bang bang. Exactly. Thank you for the care package, hon. Man could not win. That was a fun one. All right. The worst instruction. Study. Beware. Beware the study. Thank you for the head pat, Umbra. Thank you for the head pat, you lovely Umbra. you been? It's been a while. It has been a while, beautiful banana. Thanks for coming in. We're doing storytelling stream today. How's going out? No! Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Tau's voice acting and try to write a Ford ad in the start? Did you like my rendition of Build Ford Tough? Let me see here. Okay, so next one we have poems from Kat. Let's see. We have some poetry. This one is gonna be, I think, our regular. It was fun. Awesome, awesome. We're going back to this music for cats, I believe. We have quite a bit of poetry for lovely Cat. Let's see. Hey, Precious Prime, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, Dawn. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your dedication and support. All right. Okay, yeah, I can see there's quite a few. Hey, lovely Space Cat. I probably won't, as you said, I probably won't read all of these, but do you have maybe a set of like 5 that you would like me to read? I can skip from each one to each one if you want. Do you want me to start with Phantasmagorical or a different one? Totally up to you, darling. But yeah, probably don't want to read all of them. You can pick even more than 5. You don't have to narrow it down to 5. Probably like 10 or less. But I can also just read the first, few pages or something. It's up to you. What is your preference, my dear? What is your preference, huh? Let me check. All good, sweetest Space Cat. All good. Just so everyone knows where we are, I can tell you where your stories are on the list. Let me see. Oh, also I need to put checkboxes on these ones that I've read. The common drill design is based on a gun. Ah, fair point. Fair point. All right, Julius. Checkbox for that one. 7th, we're working on cat. Okay, so after we finish cats, we have Calness. Okay. After that, we have Amazing Umbra. Actually, I have 3 short stories from Umbra, which I'm excited about. And then we got Azazel there is body horror on that one. But I will actually, as we approach that part of the story, I'll give you a trigger warning at the top of the story before we even start. And then once we get to the segment of really descriptive body horror, it's not too much of it, is why I was like, okay, that's okay, we can still let that in. But I will give you guys a warning. And in fact, if you want to mute, I'll probably do something like this. I'll do this when that part is over or something, okay? Now I want to draw a magic wand that's gun-shaped. Why must the good ideas come when in bed? Tragedy, cutie Galne. Let's see. You're cozy, lovely Eisen. Yay, I'm so happy to hear it. Excellent, excellent. Nix, thank you for magic and banner. Yes, Jet, there was a song for your story. I had it on in the background while I read it. Yeah, it was played. I did play it. I played it for you, the whole time that I was reading your story. Fear not, fear not. But Strat can probably send that. I can actually, I can pop it in there because I've got the link. Here, this is what was playing. Boop. And if you did miss it, you can, in the VOD, I actually have it so that you guys are going to be able to hear the music in the VOD because all of the music is royalty free. So you can get that impression. Gun-shaped magic wand. Imagine Harry Potter pulling up with a wand that looked like an AK-47 with extendo mags. That would be quite funny. Harry Potter and the gangs of Detroit. No worries, Jet. Zelacillo, how are you? It's good to see you. Lovely Space Cat, should I just start reading them, do you think? Should I just, I'm just cautious of making sure that we get through everything is all. Thinking about it, there might be an advantage of an ergonomic magic wand. Maybe I was too immersed in the story. That's good, that's good. That's very good news. I'm happy to hear it. hasn't been scanning through the new stories. That's all right, Sweetest Strat. We do probably need to start really... I mean, I've told everybody, you know, like, for weeks. Okay, 2, 3, 6, 8, 20, 12, and 14. Okay, perfect. I don't know why 20 is out of order, but that should be in the order in the doc. Okay, easy done. You got it, hun. Thank you so much. All right, so these are all lovely sweetie pie. That's 4. Hold on. There's Sweetie Pie Cat. The National Wand Association regulates the mods you can do to your wand. All right. Yeah? Okay. Gnome. Short and stout. A hat that hangs about. A pipe in hand. The gnome, it shouts, I am here and I am there, but you never see me in the air. With a puff of smoke, the gnome is gone. You look around, but nothing is found. You hear a whisper, I am here, you are there. I am sitting on a chair. Nearby, you see a hat just barely poking out. I have found you in your chair. Now I see that you are there. Together we sit with a candle lit, drinking ale now till dawn, for I have found you, and the night lives on. That's cute. Okay. Fairy Kingdom. A little kingdom hidden from view. May just be like me and you. Fairies live there, bugs too. What this kingdom hides, and the secrets that lie inside, fairies keep their lives so close that the kingdom lives like a ghost. Trade them a secret, and you just might see. Fairies are just like you and me. Living small to the naked eye, now a lively kingdom with a peek inside. Next is flowers. Honeysuckle smells sweet. Lavender, a relaxing melody. Some flowers may incline, a reason of meaning. Flowers come in different colors, ranging from red and tones of others. Hues of yellow, pink, and orange. A sun-setting ombre in a field you find. The meaning of red is often a lover, but hues come in all shades and colors. Whoa, hold on, what just happened to stream? That was strange, sorry. This better not have turned on game mode again. Sorry, one second, I'm just gonna check something. Good, it's off, okay. I don't know what that lag was about, sorry, we're back. Honeysuckle smells sweet and is often a simple treat. Lavender sings a song so soft, you'll sing along when you are lost. Roses may be red, but colors come through the light. Lift your head, though it's bright. Flowers have meaning in color and in sight. Visually, a delight. Senses shocked with a flower field at night. Fireflies glow so light, yet bright. Lighting the path to reveal flowers have meaning, with even the smallest gleaming. Oh, cute. I like that. Okay, next one is the lost. Not all who wander are lost. Those who find their way lead others this day. To be alive, you must strive. Strive for something. Live a life as if you're lost, but beware the cost. The cost of friends, far and near, sometimes gives way for fear. The cost of time is long and dark. Watch those who stray leave the way, for they have truly lost the day. To be alive is not to wonder. Lead unto others a way. Strive for the day. The cost is nothing but a worry. Put aside and take the journey. Next is wealth, I think. Oh, right, there, yeah. Tomorrow's light. Someone once said, we romanticize the stars, but forget that it's the dark that made them our. That is to say, a star must fade to let the darkness be. Light cannot exist without shadow, nor shadow without light. Stars guide us through the dark, yet fade within the light. Remember, shadow lives at night, but not there alone. Even in day, through darkened streets, its presence is shown. We romanticize the stars of night, but forget the day's own light. The star of day continues to light the way. So in turn, we chase the stars, both near and far, lighting paths not seen before. Tonight we may chase the stars, but in the rise of tomorrow, we bathe in the star's hollow. People often forget the sun is a star. No matter the rays it casts, we can't forget who we are. under all the stars. Then we got 14. Shattered moon. Colors reflect in shattered glass, like stars scattered in the vast. The moon's backside lit with colors, to see with the eyes of others. Naming bright spots of light to see in the sky tonight, we let colors wash over our eyes, taking in the night sky. Shattered glass speckled high, almost a fantasy with colors so bright. And the moon lives another life, phasing in and out of sight. But just because one can't see the shattered glass of the night does not mean it's gone this fortnight. Wait and see this month anew, an even brighter moon for you. And the last one is 20, which is quiet. Relaxing in a room with ambient sounds, or on a walk with nature surround, at peace in a quiet place, without extra noise crowding space. Light music fills a room with color, peaceful crafts and tomes written by others. Sit idle and quiet and enjoy the music's light. In the morning dew, I'll sit on a swing with you, reminiscing and romanticizing days past. Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Soon the day fills with noise of others. Take in the peace and noise, for either can end without a choice. Relaxing in a room with ambient sounds, waiting for someone to come around, inviting sounds whilst I sit. I'll listen for you to arrive and bring noise alive.
Aw, these are lovely pieces of poetry, sweetie. Thank you for sharing them. I really liked that. Thank you, darling. Let's see. I feel like I'm in an enactment forest and we're in a party and we're relaxing next to a campfire reading stories. Oh, I love that. I love that, gorgeous gecko. Tau gives another life to my poems. Did you like it, sweetie? I had such a good nap listening in. Oh, I'm so glad, Valiant Vash. Did you get some good rest, honey? Welcome back in. Thank you so much. They were very nice and relaxing, weren't they? I enjoyed that very much.
Yugi, I don't understand how to
nice.
play this game.
It's okay. No game to play today. We just relax. Vibe. All right. Those were some fabulous and wonderful poems by Space Cat. Now, you guys, keep that in mind. We do actually still have more poetry from Space Cat that we can read more of if you want. But I want to get through everything else first. So if we run out of time, not if we run out of time. If we run out of stories and still have time, remind me if you want to listen to more of Space Cat's stories, okay? Think of it, the care package, Chelsea. The game is the journey along the way. That's correct, Eisen. That is so correct. I liked that. I feel like I was in a fantasy adventuring party and we were resting, eating dinner by the fire, and one member is reading to us. Oh, I love that. That's so cute. All the stories so far have been terrific. All right, let me see. So that was Cat. Let me just put a check mark on there. But yeah, remind me if you guys want me to read more of those at some point. In the Ming Dynasty, person in advancement of retirement. Yes, indeed. I wonder who that could have been. Was that Obi-Wan? Okay. Now we have Calnet. I see nothing triggering being named here. So, Cutie Calnet, it is your turn, my dear. Is there... Oh, that one's from The Mandalorian. Oh my God. I thought that your studies excluded things beyond The Force Awakens, but no, it was... or not Force Awakens. What was the other one? Last Hope. Canny for the poetry, Cat. They were amazing. Yeah, Sweetest Space Cat. That was beautiful. I love that. Yeah, just remind me, you guys, if we still have time and we've run out of content, remind me to go read some more of Space Cats, okay? Let me get some Calnet music on there. VA, please. Forgot to say that on Discord. That's okay, sweetie. Any guidance on any of your characters or anything? Let me see. I will let you know. Thank you, Sweetest Rat. Alrighty. Okay.
Also, is it correct if I say Liagnat or Liagnat? Up to interpretation. Oh, do whatever feels right. Easy. Okay, great. Love it. Okay. Cool. Did you say how long the stream's going for any chance? I've forgotten. I have said it in the past, but I haven't said it today. We will be going for probably another 4 hours or so. Maybe like short by like 10 minutes of that because I have D&D in less than 5 hours. So I want to make sure I get some food in me before I have a 4-hour D&D game, but we write at dawn. I think we may get some of the newer submissions. We can do a few stories. Okay. All right. Have you ever run out of content on a storytelling stream? We have, but it was when the community was a bit smaller, and we had less active writers. So what we did then is we actually let people, I would ask for like, what kind of folklore do you guys want me to read? And then I would read like legends from, you know, like Japan or like India or China or things like that. But I don't think we've had a whole lot of issue recently. Last couple. All right, here we go. This is Earth Observer, reporting to base. All systems nominal. Food and oxygen supply also nominal. Homo sapiens status update. More satellite launches. 1 human spacecraft launched. Furthest point reached, Moon. Earth's moon remains the furthest point that humans have adventured into space. Last human mission outside of Earth, 54 cycles ago. We'll update if anything changes. Over. Liagnat leans back from the microphone, staring back at the Earth, watching it endlessly spin. Thank the leaves they haven't gone further, Liagnat thought. The Ash have been keeping a close eye on the horror that is humanity. These creatures that call themselves civilized exhibit the most extreme violence upon one another. They might be the same species, but they act like genocidal maniacs. They kill over the most unimportant things. They maim one another over a minor difference. They sacrifice themselves in the name of something that doesn't exist. They are an unsophisticated race that only brings death in their wake. Time passes. Liagnat starts to lose herself in thought. It was another boring shift. From the window, she watches the Earth spin. On the screens behind them, they scan through the thousands of hours of human media, checking for anything that needs to be reported to base. But nothing ever comes up. Hey, Liagnat, we're gonna go out and grab some nectar. One of Liagnat's co-workers shouts from another room. Liagnat spins around. I thought we had some, no? Well, we do, but we want something different for a change. The 3 others nod their heads in agreement. We're all kind of tired of rations. Fine. Knowing what is being asked of her, Liagnat continues. You better grab me some if I'm to stay here. Sure. Just as they all make their way to the ship, one of them comes back as they remembered something. By the way, we still haven't found the key card for ship 2. You won't be able to leave unless you find it. Isn't that cool with you? Liagnat sighs. Got it. Get me an extra order then, you know, as hazard pay. All right, we'll be back. The last coworker heads out. Liagnat watches as the ship takes off into the distance. She might be alone for a time, but it's nothing that she can't handle. Getting up from her seat, Liagnat goes over and sits down at the wall of monitors, each of them playing a different news channel from all over Earth. The mere concept of different languages makes it harder for Ash to keep track of Earth. To combat this, they opted for learning the most widely spoken human language. Any Ash stationed in the Earth Observer has to learn English. Let's see what we got. Another train derailment in Japan. The war in East Europe is still going. Seems like nothing new. Liagnat sighs. There are the same stories from months ago, still going strong. Thankfully, nothing out of our hands, but I wish they did something different for once. Liagnat stands up from her chair and walks over to the break room. Grabbing a snack, she goes back to the observation window. Before being able to enjoy the snack, the Earth Observer's radar starts to ping. Liagnat wasn't able to check in time, as massive cargo vessels fly right over the Earth Observer. 2 nearly collide. Liagnat trips on her own feet. Getting right back up, Liagnat flies over to the comms device. This system is off limits! Why are you here? Forgetting protocol, Liagnat screams into the mic. Through the crackling of a broken headset, one of the crew members speaks. This is the Gallianti. We have sustained heavy damage from an asteroid strike and need to ground immediately. Liagnat screams into the microphone. You can't land anywhere! Leave the system!
Is there a safe place we can land here? The crew member continues as if they never heard Leogon speak. Did you not hear me? None! This entire solar system is off limits! Turn around and get out of here! Leogon starts a video call to base command, watching in horror as the Galeonte passes by Saturn. She screams into the mic again, just as the connection completes. She keeps yelling, I repeat, turn around immediately! The connection to base command completes. Instead of the regular scene, they are greeted with a frantic-looking Leogon shouting at the top of her lungs. They know something must be wrong. Leogon, what's going on? Turning away from the mic, Leogon speaks to command. A damaged cargo ship entered Terra. They're all ignoring my warnings, and they're trying to find a place to land. Base command has to take a second to let this sink in. Leaning into the camera, command speaks. Do these idiots know what they're doing? Make sure they don't land on Earth at any cost. Multiple Ash in the background of the video start rushing around. Leogon lifts up her arms and shakes her head. What do you expect me to do? I don't have any weapons. This thing wasn't made for this. I don't got any weapons here. What do you expect me to do? Talk to them about landing from planets? Talk about landing from planets away? That is exactly what we expect you to do. Start a video call with the Galeonte. We'll stay on as well. Hopefully we can convince them to land somewhere else. Base command says with full confidence. Leogon sighs and forces a video call to start with Galeonte. Chapter 2. Hoping that they can fix the problem with only their voices, a video call starts between the Earth Observer and the Galeonte, with base command watching both feeds. They see the interior of the ship, instead of seeing a group of Ash running around the ship while trying to repair it. Leogon and base command are greeted with only a few roughed-up looking Ash that seem unaware of their current situation. Leogon decides to break the silence first. This is the Earth Observer. Base command decides to cut Leogon off. This is base command. You don't seem to know your current situation. We demand you turn around and exit this system immediately. One of the more roughed-up crew members speaks up first. This is a Galeonte. Our jump drive has been critically damaged by a collision. We can't leave the system. It's impossible. Before they have a chance to explain their side of the story, base command cuts them off as well. We don't care if turning around means certain death. This system has been and will always be strictly off limits. Leave the solar system this instant. The crew members go silent. They look visibly shaken. An uneasy silence washes over the Galeonte. No known solar system has this high level of restriction. Leogon speaks up. 1 second. Leogon speaks up. Listen to base command. This solar system has always been on strict lockdown. You made a big mistake coming here. As the Galeonte passes by Jupiter, base command starts talking again. Leogon turns around to check the news feeds. Luckily, no humans have spotted the Galeonte yet. Or if they have, it hasn't reached the mainstream media. Before anyone can feel some sort of relief, one of the crew members decides to speak up. What about that planet? It seems that it's able to sustain life. We should put ourselves down there. Leogon whips back to the feed, and in unison with base command, they shout, No! Not under any circumstance will you land there. You'll get us all killed, base command continues. What is the... Before they can continue, the Galeonte loses connection as they pass the meteor belt. Leogon goes back to monitoring the news channels as base command tries to re-establish connection. As the Galeonte flies closer to Mars, base command turns to Leogon. Listen, you keep trying to re-establish communication. We need to prepare for worst-case scenario. Be prepared to evacuate. Base command ends the call, and Leogon is left alone. It only takes a few seconds for panic to set in. She starts hurriedly digging through cabinets and drawers, looking for the key card to the other ship. Before being able to fully come to terms with the situation, one of the news feeds lights up and makes Leogon stop in her tracks. Breaking news! Multiple images of the UFO sighting have been uploaded online. These pictures depict a spaceship flying around Mars. The news channel flashes a few pictures on the screen. The Galeonte is on full display, circled in red. Officials from NASA claim that these are AI-generated images, but the public seems to disagree. We will keep you updated as the situation unfolds. Not good. Not good at all. Leogon stops the search and calls her co-workers, while at the same time trying to frantically reconnect with the Galeonte. While waiting for her co-workers to pick up, Leogon stares at the news feeds. One by one, they start to light up with breaking news headlines. They all start to tell the same story, just as the co-workers pick up. Leogon speaks so fast that her words blend together. I need to get out of here right now!
I'm sorry, what? She calms herself down enough to speak somewhat clearly. Major problem. I need to get out now. How fast can you get here? We're about, The one on the phone leans back. Hey, which system is this again? What? We're about 2 systems out. It might take us a couple of hours. Leogant tries to keep herself calm, but fails. Where did you decide to go just to get food? Sorry. This is just funny because it reminds me of my friends being like, what? I'm starving now. And I'm like, oh, I went to go get my food from the fast food place. And they're like, how far was that? And I'm like, 45 minutes. Like, what? I thought you were just going to Taco Bell. Well, we went to... You know what? I don't care. Just get back here as fast as you can. I need to get out of this place, and I can't say why over comms. Okay, sure. Well, get going. The call ends, and Leogant stares back at the news feeds. They're all showing a different version of the same story. Not even a minute passes by before Base Command calls back. This is Base Command. Projections show that the Galeonti will crash on Earth. The entire solar system is compromised. Evacuate the Earth Observer and get out of the system as fast as you can. As soon as it started, the call ended. Leogant stops trying to make contact with the Galeonti. Panic sets in. The scrambling to find the lost keycard intensifies. The news channels started to get louder. The news channels started to get louder. Multiple different languages telling the same story. New images being taken and shared online. New theories being created. Armies being put on standby. Governments telling everybody not to panic. Projections, analytics, data, maps, warnings, countdowns to impact all being shared. They know. They all know. And nothing can be done to stop it. Leogant calls her coworkers again while rummaging through the places she already checked in. This time, the coworkers speak first. Leogant, listen, we're still far away, but I need to get out of the system and fast. Do you understand? If we go any faster, we'd be breaking intersystem speed limits. I don't care if you break the speed of light. Get here now. Chapter 3. The Galeonti keeps speeding towards Earth. Humanity lies in wait. News channels now have countdowns to impact. Then, 8:41 p.m. PST, the Galeonti breaks atmosphere. The ship's hull lights up as it falls to Earth. The military tracks its every move. Fighter jets tail the Galeonti on its path as it falls. Then, as if realizing they've done something wrong, one of the crew members takes over the controls. The Galeonti slowly pulls up, not enough to stop its descent to Earth, but enough that the ship starts to glide. The fighter jets scramble as the massive ship moves unexpectedly. All the projections made by humanity go out the window. The Galeonti glides over the forest, past the plains. Innocent people who thought they were far away watched in horror as the massive ship flies right over their homes. The military keeps pace right behind it. Troops on the ground track potential future positions. It flies over one city, then another. Where they think it will set down, the Galeonti will pass right over. One country, then another, slowly losing altitude the further it travels. They know there's no way they don't know. Millions of people watched as the Galeonti flew right over their homes. Blurry images posted online isn't the only thing they have to go on now. Now, the evidence being uploaded are videos of the ship flying overhead with the military tailing it. The Galeonti almost makes it around the world. It looks like it will almost never land. Before the military gets all clear to shoot it down, the massive ship runs out of power. The fighter pilots can only watch as the massive ship sets down in the plains. The ship drags on the ground for almost a full mile. Finally coming to rest in an empty field, military forces flock to the downed ship like vultures. It only takes 10 minutes for the Galeonti to be cordoned off from the public. Thousands of reporters gather right outside of the barriers. The world is watching, while those off-world are panicking. The horn sounds off, and legions of soldiers breach the Galeonti. They might speak different languages, they might have their own beliefs, but now it's all irrelevant. In this moment, the world is united. Those aboard the Galeonti were unprepared. Any weapons they might have had stood no chance. Each ramshackle defense by the crew members were overrun within minutes. Some were captured, most were killed. The military left no stone unturned. They kept going up, making their way to the control room. They killed many of those holed up there, sparing only a few of the ash to be used for scientific research. The capture of the control room marked total victory for humanity. Just as they were cleaning up, one of the soldiers noticed something.
a small blinking light on the console. Thinking nothing of it, they mindlessly pressed the button. They only panicked after realizing what they did. They couldn't stop what was about to happen. Guys, I might have pressed a button. You what? The rest of the troop said in unison. It was blinking, and I didn't think... Before any more excuses could be made, a holographic screen appeared in front of them. When the image connected, they were greeted by a frantic alien. Their back was turned to the screen, illuminated by an array of TV screens with multiple news channels playing at once. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna try and pronounce this. Which translates to, what I'm still failing to understand is why you did go so far away just to get food. All the troops decide to stay silent. None of them wanted to risk speaking to an alien they could not kill. However, one of the troops decides to take their phone out and start live streaming the video feed. The live stream quickly gains traction online. Which translates to, none of us expected this to happen, but that doesn't mean you had the time to jump 2 systems away just to eat. It doesn't take long for the stream to go global. Soon there isn't anyone that isn't watching this alien scream over the phone. Which translates to, yes, I've eaten a manta gala before. Yes, I know how good it is. That still doesn't justify a 2-system trip in the middle of a shift. Where are your priorities? Because of this, I'm now stuck here listening to the news of how badly we messed up. Clips of this live stream are being shared online and being picked up by the news channels desperate to keep viewers from clicking off. Eventually, they move away from clips and start reacting to the live stream itself. Which translates to, have I looked for the key? Have I looked for the key? If I found the key, we wouldn't be having this conversation! The whole world is watching these aliens argue over the phone, and they don't know it. Chapter 4. Okay, listen! We're only about 4 planets away. We shouldn't be long. You better not be lying to me. Leogon ends the call. All of her rage was released, and a sense of clarity washes over her mind. She takes a deep breath. There is nothing more that Leogon can do now except for wait. The option to keep looking for the key card might still be on the table, but what's the point? There wasn't a place that Leogon hadn't checked already. Taking another deep breath, she sighs. Raising their head to the news feeds, Leogon is expected to see newsreels on the crashed ship. Maybe some footage from Ground Zero, but no. What Leogon saw when she looked at the TV screens was her own back, illuminated by the very screens that were in front of her. The interior of the Earth Observer, on full display to everyone. What? Leogon stumbles back from the screens, seeing herself on all the channels. She's watching herself back away, from behind. Slowly turning around, Leogon makes the horrible discovery. Her desperate calls to the Gallianti were finally picked up by humanity. On the other side of the holoscreen, a handful of well-armed humans were just staring. One of them was holding a black rectangle with a camera on it. Leogon moves to the main desk, slowly. Careful not to make any sudden movements. Humans are highly unpredictable creatures. The chances of them acting out at the slightest movement is too great to risk. Now back in the chair, she picks up the headset. Still moving slowly as she puts it on her head, the humans in front of her stay as still as statues. Both Leogon and the humans stare at one another, not sure of what to think. Hello? Leogon breaks the silence, unknowingly marking the start of a new history between the Ash and humanity. A history of politics, war, and death. Ooh, that was fun! Ooh, very interesting. Are we gonna get further installments of that, hun? That was awesome. What'd you think, Cutie Calne? I liked that one. I wrote it in English, but it wasn't alien enough, so I wrote it backwards. I gave small English subtitles. I love that. Oh, let's go, Nighty. That was awesome. That was so cool, Calne. Great writing. That was really, really fun. That was cool. I want more of that. I want to learn more about Leogon and the Ash and what happens with humanity. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. We gotta go on a quick break, and I really do need to refill this. So that was amazing. It's very different hearing your own story like this, but it was okay. It wasn't like insulting to you, I hope. Very nice. Did you like it, Eisen? Suggestion: if you need the technique in the future, if you need a fast alien language, just do a cipher. Oh, that's a good way to do it too. Did you like my pronunciation of your? I definitely did. If I had tried to read every single one of the alien words, I would have stumbled over it. But I was like, if I just keep going, it'll be convincing enough. You shared fan art, Riz. Let me have a look. See this, Eddie. Let's see. Oh my god, this is so cool, Seru. We're gonna be the least violent Viltrumites in the whole entire galaxy. That's sick. I love that, Seru. Awesome work. You had another story? Okay. It was all great. I loved every second of it. Oh, good. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that I did not offend. I did not offend you. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break, but when we get back, let me see here. When we get back, okay, count that. Let me put a check mark on that one. Okay. Ooh, we got Umbra stories. Amazing Umbra, are you here? Oh, I think you are. You literally said something a minute ago. I will get your music set up, and then we got 3 stories from the amazing Umbra. We got Bittersweet Goodbye, entry number 0 final, and entry number 1. I'm excited. I be here, yay! Hearing that you all loved it was amazing. It was awesome, hon. Thank you so much for that. I did, but I'm gonna call it a night and lurk. Absolutely lovely, Eisen. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Stalin. I appreciate it. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow for some Persona 5 if you're available. In the meantime, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. Have you read Aspens? We did, Lav. I think it was the second one we read. It was great. I want more of that one too. That was awesome. At some point I was like, dang, did I write this? You sure did, hon. You sure did. I will say, my voice acting, and I think voice acting in general, and reading in general, is most helped along if you carefully punctuate and separate things, so that it's really easy for me to glean who's talking, when, what the manner of talking is. Yelling, screaming, crying, giggling, stuff like that. You did that, Calnie. That was great. That was awesome. That was really easy to read. Have a good one, lovely Eisen. Thank you so very much for being here. I appreciate it. I slept in a lot then. That's okay, lovely Lab. I hope you slept well, honey. The VOD is up, or it will be, so don't worry too much, okay? All right. Let me see here. This is our music for Umbra. And we will get into Umbras as soon as we get back. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and dogs. This is all CM Meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you all. I miss you terribly, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah. I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck. Fucking oh my god, there's okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to. No, tell me, Strat, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less? Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Just we're in Heaven's Ward! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heaven's. Ooh. Umbra, you win! here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. What do you think I've got my...
Yes. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please.
Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way.
Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane.
Dude, it was huge. There you go. Go feed that to safe. Okay, I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. That was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Actually, that's a very good point, City.
Hi, cutie. Sorry. What's this?
Dog was being...
What's this? Purple, purple.
My dog was being...
No!
Fuck you! You creepy red dick!
Well, sorry. Yeah.
Scary.
And then he wouldn't come
Yeah.
back in. And then as I was about
Oh,
to say
thank God.
something, he
I
was
was like, I
no,
killed
I
it
want to
before.
come
Does it
in.
count if I killed it somewhere else?
Classic baby
Okay,
talk.
good.
All right.
So scary. I hate these things.
Well done on the bus. Well done on the bus. Hi. Oh, scary. Oh, scary. So scary. Hello. Awesome Aussie Abby's. Yee. Good Aussie. Cutie company. Abby's. Yee. Good company. Coda wants to hear the stories too. It seems like it. Valiant Vibes. Abby's. Yee. Good Vash.
Hello.
Terrific talent. Abby's. Good talent. Nix. But slash jump slash. Abby's. Good Nix. Eugene. Abby's. Good Eugene. Lovely laugh. Abby's. Good laugh. Radical Ryoko. Thank you so very much for the resub, darling. I cannot believe it has been 3 whole months, 5 months. Thank you so much, honey bun. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your generosity, your support. I really appreciate the ongoing contributions. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Amazing Umbra. Uppies. Yee, good Umbra. Nighty, you want to toss? Do you want me to uppies and toss you? Uppies for Nighty? Wee. Who are we reading now? We are reading Umbra. We are reading Umbra. How is Scary Red Dick not automated, but my song request is? I don't know. Lith uppies? Hey, good Lith. Welcome back, sweetheart. No problem. And how have you been? I've been great, sweetie. I'm having a grand old time. This is our 6th day of streaming in a row. Yeah. Hooray! I've been lurking because work is keeping me busy. This has been an amazing companion to my work. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it, hon. Allow me to give you even more on behalf of Umbra. Yay! Sorry, I was slightly delayed, but I saw it pop up. You might want to turn the music down just a bit and start from the beginning. Well, I was gonna start from for the song. Oh, okay. I can do that. I was like, oh, I haven't even started his Umbra's stuff yet. Gonna write so hard tomorrow. Very motivated now. Amazing. I'm so happy to hear that, cutie Kane. Glad I didn't have like a 73-second latency to tell. That's okay, City Pie. That's okay. All right. Amazing Umbra, do you have a I'm gonna read all 3 of them, but do you have any preference for which one I start with? I see like entry number 1, but it's the 3rd one down, so I'm not sure if you want Bittersweet Goodbye first, or entry number 1, or entry number 0. You gonna lurk? All good, awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you for the care package, Radical Raika. Welcome, welcome. Have a good night / day, everyone. All good, wonderful waters. Sleep wonderfully, one. Have the sweetest dreams if you're heading out.
Okay, the order they're in. All right, bittersweet goodbye is first. All right. Ooh, interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna actually download all 3 of these right now so that I can just easily go final and entry number 1. Perfect. Okay, so idea for the end, entry number 0 and entry number 1. Perfect. First is a separate story to the other. Got it. Okay. When you read mine, you can do VA. Oh, awesome, Eugene. Thank you. I might need you to remind me when I get to it. Umbra, do you want narration or VA for this? Ooh, lots of crying. Oh, I love crying. Ah! Have you guys, oh, I wanted to double check. Are you guys getting any peeking when I'm like yelling and screaming and stuff, or is it okay? 2 sides of a wider world. VA! Woohoo! I love VA! Excellent, excellent. Oh, I'm so relaxing when I scream. All right. No, you sound fine? Okay. Awesome, then I'll leave. I will leave my gain where it is. Okay, both of these characters are femme, is that right? Do you have a visual for, Umbra, do you have a visual for like who's got a higher voice, lower voice, accents, anything like that? You're good, awesome. No peeking, but the stories and reading have been peak. Oh, I love it, that's good, I like that one, thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet, thank you. What a world, like Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, that's peak. Ooh. Just ping me when you're reading it, because I'd like to hear it, but for now I'm gonna lurk and play some Bowser's Inside Story. I won't be able to like at you, but I can like, I'll mention your name, on stream. I'll say, okay, this is next. Alpha's not, oh, Alpha's Mass, Delta's Fen. Okay, great, okay. Alpha's Mass, Delta's Fen. Got it. All right, I will restart our music as well, 1 sec. All right. Her voice was shaky. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. She falls to the ground in front of Alpha. Delta, it's okay. It's over now. Delta is crying. 1 second. Alpha is not. Alpha is mad. Wait, did I fuck it up? Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him. Yeah, Delta. Okay. Yeah, he's talking. Okay, got it. Sorry. Sorry. Delta. It's okay. It's over now. Delta is crying. She grabs her head and moans in pain. It's not Alpha. They're still there. They've been there for too long. Please, just end this, please. Alpha's face is filled with pain as he watches Delta beg for an end. A tear rolls down his face as he gives in and points his gun at her. His arm shakes and threatens to betray him as he prepares himself for what will come next. Delta, before you go, I wanted to tell you, you better not say goodbye. Alpha gives a sad smile. Because you hate goodbyes. It's not goodbye, but thank you for everything. I'll see you on the other side, Delta. Tell the others I miss them. I will. See you on the other side. She smiles and looks to be at ease. She pulls out a necklace she wears and puts it down on the ground in front of her, right below Alpha. The necklace is just a silver thread with only a rose gold ring on it. Alpha pulls the trigger of the gun. Gears click into place. The hammer is released and strikes the back of the bullet in the chamber, igniting the gunpowder to send forth the bullet summoned to kill. The bullet flashes through the air and into its target. As Delta dies, a smile's on her face. In a soft whisper, I love Alpha. Alpha bends over and grabs the necklace. At closer look, it has the Alpha symbol carved into it. He then picks up the body, his face contorted with pain. He gets up and whispers back, I love you too. Delta. He turns and walks away, leaving the plaza. As he does, he reaches into his pocket and slips on a rose gold ring with the Delta symbol etched onto it. Oh no. That's sad. But I like it. But I like it. Getting me in the feels so fast. Oh, good. Good. That's what we want. Oh, that's very sad, Umbra. Sorry for my fuck up with my flubby lines. Flubby lines. Sad story, but a good one. True that. Yeah, that was great. I love that. Ooh. Is this a poem? My failed experiment scattered my essence. No, it's not a poem, but it's like a... Is the second one like a... Are the other entries, are they like, world building stuff? One tragic end of the Archive's grand universe. Oh, cool. Ah, red. I want to learn more about Alpha and Delta for sure. That would be good. I shouldn't have been listening to NoahCon while you read that. Which song are you listening to, Sweetest Saints out there? Naz? All right. I'd love to hang. This is amazing, but I'm emotionally and physically exhausted. Not a bad thing. Gonna get some rest. Totally fair, lovely nighty. Absolutely. Honey, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow for a more super upbeat slash hyperactive Persona 5 stream. See you then, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Willing and Able. Love his new album. It is really good, isn't it? They sort of are. They be fragmented logs, like research logs. Love that. Ozzy, thank you for the care package. All right. Entry number 0. Final. All I can see is darkness. I keep falling into the darkness. I understand now. My failed experiments scattered my essence far and wide across existence. Not enough of my essence in one place. I can't form a solid body in any place. I'm everywhere but nowhere at once. But where I am now, I have been sent close to the outside of existence. Somewhere between the in-between and the outside. An empty void. Time is irrelevant here. It is frozen, but also flying by. As time passes, I feel myself slipping away into this void. Memories once clear, foggy. My very being becoming nothing but a distant memory. I must escape. But this place, this paradoxical prison, it is like a one-way looking glass. I can look in the many different worlds, watch, study, observe. But no one can see me. Though sometimes on a very rare occasion, the glass clears, and those on the other side of the glass can look in at me. Interesting. Very interesting. Entry number 1. The clock keeps ticking, time slipping by. I've lost track of how long it's been. Days, months, years. Over that time, I've become known by many names. A different name for each rumor and legend about me. A ghost story told around the fire. An ancient spirit watching over them. With my name long forgotten. I've taken the name of the Watcher. Something for the rare times when I can interact with the worlds outside my prison. Recently, I found something interesting in my research. A battle between two great powers and a man. Brought back memories. An idea. A theory. An experiment gone wrong. But this battle, the variables were about the same. Elements similar. My experiment, naturally made unlike my controlled setup. When the two great powers collided, I felt it. The pain again. Then nothing. The man and these two powers were killed, and their very beings shattered across space and time. But then they return.
All three were brought back to life. One banished into the outside world, two in a new world. With that knowledge, I have found a new subject to research. The possibility that I can escape. If that man can return to a new world, maybe he is the key to my escape. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Very interesting. That's a very interesting one. Very interesting. I'm excited to hear more about your what you do to expand upon that universe you've built. Very cool. All right. Okay. Now, this next one is a little bit more triggering. There is some body horror, but I'm gonna do two things, okay? At the very top, which is right now, I am going to warn you guys, there is some descriptions of maggots and flies, okay? So, what I'm gonna do is when I reach that section, I'm gonna pause my reading, I'm gonna mention this is that part, give you all the freedom you want to like mute, and then what I'll do is I'll hold my book up, when it's over, I'll hold my book up and I'll do this. So if you just mute and just watch for, a few seconds, that will do it, okay? Oh boy, horror! All right, let me go see. I'm too lazy to mute, I'll just zone out, that works too. I will say the whole thing is a little bit gross, okay? But there's like a particular description in there that that Strat sent me that I was like, ooh, yeah, that could be gross. If it gets to be too much for the majority of you, please, actually, you know what I should do? I'm gonna put a poll up. I'm gonna make it last as long as I'm able to make polls last, which is I think like 10 minutes. Yeah, it's 10 minutes. And this is an 8-page thing. So if you guys vote that it is, like, if we get an overwhelming vote, and I do mean overwhelming, I'm talking like 10-1 or something like that. Let me know if this is too gruesome, okay? Please stop reading. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't even need to do, wait, no, I guess I probably should. This is fine. Please don't vote yet. Anything that I see, if you guys vote while I'm talking right now without even starting the story, I'm gonna disregard any votes that happen because you guys haven't even heard it yet, okay? I do want to give this a chance. And I'm gonna do my absolute best to make sure that we remain nice and cozy and safe and trauma-free here. But yeah, I'm putting that up. And if that gets too much, yeah, if this gets to be too much, if you guys vote for the please stop reading thing, I need probably Strat. I'll assign this just to Strat. Strat, if it winds up being like overwhelming, use the TTS to interrupt me, okay? All right, here we go. Oh, Barry, sweet. Hi, beautiful Barry. How are you? All right. Once again, we have some body horror here. I am going to wave at you, but... The priest entered the carriage, and the Lord of the Flies sat at his opposite. They did not greet one another. The drive was horrendous, filled with the senseless screaming of desperate cogs as they pumped the mechanical horse. He had tried to read, but 5 minutes into the journey was enough to convince him to not even bother. He stowed the novel under the plush seat, yet the seedlings of regret shone on his countenance, for he had forgotten the bookmark. So he woefully slid it into his pocket. Alejandro had been laughing, mindlessly. Here we go. Okay. This description is very creepy. Okay. Please keep that in mind. If you need to mute now, go for it. Like I said, this is what I'm going to do when this description is done, okay? All right, so here we go. Oh, is the music a bit soft? Here we go. Alejandro had been laughing, mindlessly preening his mandibles and utterly drenched in mirth the whole ride. It was as the gear-spring stallions tugged them along through what remained of Old Town that Alejandro shifted. His bulbous, glassy, compound eyes slid in their sockets and found Joaquin.
The shifting mounds of maggots and flies that made up his face shifted, and Joaquin liked to think it was a smile. The fly-born muse steepled his hands, and let a small moaning chuckle rumble free from his lip. Or what on his mandibles, proboscis, and writhing colonies of flies could be approximated as lips. But he laughed all the same. Okay, that's the main gross part. All right. I should commend you for actually smelling decent for once. The Lord of Flies spoke genuine, a rarity for him. But even broken clocks are right twice a day. The priest in black shook his head, knuckling away the hangover that dwelt in his eyes. Though you do still reek of alcohol, so we'll say a point. He laughed again, a great rumbling sound that if not for the soundproofing of the carriage's interior would have shaken it off course, derailing the venture, by a day or more. The drying carcass of what was once the Sacramento River trailed behind them, seeming to follow like a mother goose in search of her children. A vast, crackly brown line, like a long circumnavigating snake, though this specific snake was so emaciated that the linings of its stomach could be seen, sediments and moistened rock and skeletons, mostly of men with their skulls bashed open. Joaquin swallowed the priestly urge to offer condolence, instead focused his eyes on Alejandro. "Can you take this seriously?" Joaquin chided, face pressed against the black-tinted windows, watching as the world that had moved on moved with them. Flashing lights, writhing mechanical oddities stabbed into the sky like great tribunes to some long-forgotten deity, and billboards flashed in heat and steam. "Odette's Oddities, 24 miles next right," one sign advertised, done up with glossy cantaloupes and devil squash, and something labeled Bottled Dream. The smiling, gap-toothed woman seemed to follow his glance and follow the carriage, and Joaquin half expected her to call out to him. "Hey, honey, you fixin' for something weird?" The image came, and it went, and it left a chuckle in its way. Alejandro lurched, his proboscis snapped forward like a tongue darting out to wet a speaker's lips. He nodded and rapped his knuckles against the window. There followed a unique thumping click as his rings clashed against the tinted window. "You know, she's a friend of mine. Well, a business associate," he said huskily, as if there's a frayed nerve there. He shifted, straightened his tie, and folded two of his arms in his lap. He was silent for a great while after. The drunkard in black shifted, pressed himself impossibly further into the door, and by extension the window. His gimlet, drunk eyes found Alejandro and is silent. His beard seemed to straighten in that moment, brought to heel and curbed under the might of the intense static that hummed from the window's pane. He combed his fingers through it and lobbed his mad drunk gaze at his employer. "You get around quite a lot, huh, Alejandro?" Joaquin asked, his mouth dry and tongue transmogrified into sandpaper from his lack of drink. Alejandro said nothing. He tugged at his collar, and the smoothed down
Hello,
wings slapped.
motherfucker.
"Hi, Billy. Welcome in. How are you?" And the smoothed down wings slept indignantly against the confines of their mixed fabric cage. "I get around enough. Now, if we are done talking about Odette." The carriage was battered with high-pitched squealing of some devil machine yards away, a great cloying sound like a death rattle. He wondered right then and there what the hell was so great about this world, its noise, its gray and khaki and sand. If Alejandro was bothered by the auditory butchering going on just outside, he made no remark and showed nothing on the squirming mound of insect that was his face. Joaquin lifted his head from the window, stroking his beard as they drifted to berth. Up a great beige-breasted hill, and away from Old Town and its noise. Though there was respite on the road they were now traveling, it would find them soon. Though there was respite on the road they were now traveling, it would find them sooner or later. Alejandro unfurled his hands like a magician showing the end of a trick, and he met Joaquin's gaze. "Something on your mind?" Alejandro asked, as the carriage began to glide down a hill at a smooth pace, as if the stallions weren't moving,
as if they didn't need to. Or are you just that perplexed by me? A pregnant moment grew between them. There was only the steady rhythm of their breathing and the backing score of the churning cog of the gear spring stallion. Joaquin pursed his lips, meant to answer, but didn't dignify the man with it. So they rode in silence as the sky turned from blue to black. Finally, when Arian and his friends in the club Zodiac came out to play and strut upon the ink-blot stage, Joaquin spoke. Do you take anything seriously? I mean, this is one of your priests, after all. Joaquin snarled, gnawing at the heel of his hand to bide back the most bitter flavors of his rage. Alejandro nodded, and his compound gaze softened, yet it bore through Joaquin. What's the point in being overly mournful? Ooh, I don't know this word. Sorry, we're just pausing. I just gotta look up a word. This is a great word. I love a good word.
Poco-curante.
Poco-curante? Poco-curante? Indifferent or unconcerned? Poco-curante? The Lord of Flies app. I understand where you're coming from, Joaquin. Trust me. But I think that's what I like most about you, is the fact you allow yourself to feel everything. Alejandro rubbed a hand across one of his globed eyes, brought his hands to steeple yet again, and then, if I allowed myself to mourn the way you humans do for every observer that we lose in this fight, why, I'd run out of tears to cry by day 3. That isn't to say as Lord of the Carrion Feeders don't well, he started, sighed, and corrected. They say feasting on carrion is a bad thing, that when someone or something dies, it is to be tucked away, buried, forgotten, and left. While those that feed on carrion aren't exactly dwelling on the past, that might be presumptuous. He laughed, but it was uncharacteristically mirthless, and no small amount of pleasure would suffice in the smug satisfaction Joaquin felt, knowing he got a rise out of his boss. But taking something out of and from the past, learning to put it mildly. Alejandro said that the last bit was rushed, like a student choking on the words of their cue card. He unfurled his hands and turned his attention to the glittering lights of Fort Bragg, the high, keening whistles of the time machinations. The soft, strobing reds and blues cast watercolor shadows on the interior of the carrot. The wind soughed through the listless artificial limbs of the mistakes new mechanica left behind. Whoa, sorry. They sounded almost like wind chimes. Where had the trees gone? New mechanica won't answer for their crimes. The old saying came to mind, and Alejandro nearly brayed with laughter. It took a substantial amount of will and grit to remain in his cold vigil after his recital. Cut the shit, Alejandro, Joaquin said, sharp, finally sitting straight. Just fucking admit it! Admit that we know... Then why should I admit it? Alejandro chuckled. His proboscis jutted out like a mocking middle finger. Is that what you want? To make you and all your sins feel better? Alejandro's voice had dropped all semblance of the joy he had when he had first boarded, and now he was the man he once had been, the Lord of the Flies. His arms folded neatly, the four crisscrossed, and he squinted. Don't delude yourself. You are just like me, Joaquin, a sinner, so keep your mouth shut. Why bother? Because there is money to be made, and people to be proselytized to, souls to be touched, and lives to be changed. Perhaps that's a carryover of my previous gluttonous means. Alejandro had returned, but there was still a bladed tint to his words. I think you humans are rather... Shut up! A man is dead, and all you can think about is how you will benefit... You won't turn. Alejandro raised all four arms and chuckled. It's a win-win for the both of us. Isn't that what you wanted? Or did I misread the notes not being played? He was a good man,
You could at least pretend like you care. Joaquin spoke, and the conversation puttered out with the last of the steaming lamplights faded to black. As the last. When Alejandro spoke again, they were on the last leg of their journey. Black snowflakes, oily and fat, struck the windows with profound series of thud, 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 loud enough that it jolted Joaquin away. Though much to his chagrin, the first sight for his very sore eyes were just those of Alejandro. Sorry. God, 1 second. I'm just gonna close my door because I think he's probably barking at us. Oopsies, I'm just running into things with my tail. Oopsie, I did it again. Unmouth it, please. Okay. Sorry, I also knocked something over this. Damn it. Okay, I knocked that over again. I'll deal with it later. It's a cute coda. Okay, alright. Where were we? Okay. When Alejandro spoke again, they were on the last leg of their journey. Black snowflakes, oily and fat, struck the windows with profound series of thud, 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 loud enough that it jolted Joaquin away. Though much to his chagrin, the first sight for his very sore eyes were just those of Alejandro. His forearms were folded, and he looked uncharacteristically bemused, troubled. Do you truly think I'm so callous? Joaquin sat up, chuckled softly. He had never known the great Alejandro Michaels. Oh, wait, is this the Nichols one? Nicholas one? To be puzzled. He stretched and mirrored Alejandro before saying flatly, "Yes!" Alejandro snorted, nodded, and then clicked the tongue that couldn't be seen. I'm mightily sorry you have such a low opinion of me, Mr. Vertigo. He raised one of his hands and unfurled the palm like showing a hand of cards, a hand he had intended not to give away. Have you considered how I feel? No, and I don't care. You're my boss, not my friend. And yet, you expect me to feel bad about your little friends when they die, A little hypocritical, isn't it? The thuds on the window grew louder, seeming to fall in time with the roaring jackhammer in Joaquin's chest. For the first time, he hadn't recognized the man sitting before him. You're useful, Joaquin, Alejandro added after a moment. They didn't speak again for a long moment, and Eureka, California came upon them with the self-same wail of New Mechanica's drones and sins. Though it had a beauty that neither man can say they've seen anywhere else. Snow was falling, had been for a few days from the looks of it. Real snow, white and pure, untouched by the gangrenous clouds and steel mill cancers that ran the world. When gold drew upon the sky with the first tepid rays of the day, banishing the dark, Joaquin looked halfway to the grave, and tired, he was slumped forwards now, having lost the composure to stay upright halfway through the night. But his eyes, bloodshot and venomous, stayed locked on Alejandro, though there were a handful really, of moments where his gaze drifted and he glimpsed the pure white beauty that surrounded them. So, Alejandro began, shifting himself a small bit and crossing one leg over the other. He was lucky that his human glamour didn't do to his legs what it had done to his arms. You spent the whole ride staring at me. I'm almost impressed. There was a small sound, a cloying laughter that clawed from Alejandro's throat. I think this is the reason I like you, Joaquin. A smile pulled back the swollen mounds of writhing insects he called cheeks, and he nodded with perfect certainty. You know the man who rotted? Joaquin asked, and it wasn't the first time he asked. Yeah. Vicar Jimenez, he answered. I already told you. I don't have, nor will I pretend to have, an emotional connection to that man. He was a good man, Joaquin said, and for the first time in his life, he wished the snow was black,
wished he didn't have to witness such beauty while facing such emotions. The priest bit his lip, not because he didn't have anything to say, rather for he didn't know how to say it without crying.
I assume this will be a difficult job for you.
They always are.
No.
Alejandro laughed a little.
No, those were hard, but not difficult. You do know the difference, right?
Alejandro splayed the fingers of his left hand.
Hard implies that it will be challenging. Difficult, mind you, is taxing. Hard is testing your limits, and difficult surpasses them. Difficult is meant to be taxing in one form or another. Do you see?
Joaquin was silent for a moment, jostled by the carriage as the treads passed uneven terrain, responded succinctly, Then how come Jimenez rotted?
Because he didn't know how to play the game,
Alejandro said.
Life and death, rotting and remaining, it's all a game of balance.
But you said his mission
was hard. Yes, I did say that, and he lost the game. Perhaps there was something or someone here that sparked him to lose control of his blessings, and
he made an inappropriate explosion sound with his mouth. Go fuck yourself, Alejandro. Go fuck yourself to hell.
I lived there once. Nice temperate weather this time of year.
He smiled.
Though I much prefer Earth, though New Mechanica is a bother, isn't it?
The men sat in silent agreement, and it was the first time that they both agreed, or saw the other eye to eye. Oh, very spooky. I love it. That's very eerie. Very cool. That was awesome, hun. That was really good. You brought out a fucking word I never heard before. That was really cool. The gross bit wasn't really gross at all. Well, I said to avoid body horror, so I wanted to make sure that it was like really, I was being very conscientious about it. Still a great story? Yeah, that was a really good one, Sweetest Saints Eternus. That was the story submitted to a publishing agency. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing it with us, hun. That was fucking sick. Absolutely excellent. Oh, thanks for that reminder, Strat, once again. All right, let me see what our next... I'm gonna remove... We are done with our ASMR redeem now. That one's... Wait, when was that redeemed? Was that a Sunday, Strat? Or was that a Friday? No, we can't lose the shout-out battle. Go check out Sweetest Saints Amazing! Yeah, that story was awesome, wasn't it? That was redeemed on the 8th? Oh, okay, yeah, then it's definitely over now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, hon. Appreciate it. Okay, so technically I probably should have turned that off like yesterday. All right, there is that. All right, our next one. Oh, that's okay, Ozzy. Not your responsibility to keep up with it. Always. All right, let's see. Let me see here. All right, where were we? Okay, that was you. Fox. Next is Red. Oh my god, I'm so fucking hyped. Okay, I'm gonna actually let you guys decide on this. Reading Red's story from the start or just new chapter with summary. Okay, that says with summa, but it's meant to be with summary. You guys, if you haven't heard Red's story, you are very much missing out. I'm just saying, he's a fucking incredible writer, and he's got a pretty long one. Yeah, we'll take a break before we get to it, but I want you guys to vote on that. Let me know if you would like me to read Red's story from the start. If you haven't ever heard it before, or if you just want the refresher, you should definitely vote for that. But if you guys are like, oh no, I remember everything, we'll just go with the new story with the summary. Then we can do that. We will go on a break real quick though, real quick.
Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, when we get back, we are going to read Red's delightful artwork. Please vote, you guys. Please do vote. We only have 3 votes. We have 3 people who want to just do the new chapter with the summary, but we also have no one in from the start, and you only have 1 minute left. So please do vote. That poll is live. Please go check it out. Please go vote in it. Go, go, go. All right, see you soon. Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. What do you think I've got my Hello, my darlings, and welcome back. Are you guys ready to continue? And we get to read some Radical Red story along with summary. I'm disappointed you guys didn't want to read it from scratch. Would you kind of have to? No, but that's fair. We do have a lot of stuff we can get through. Welcome back to the start. I will let you guys finish this round of Words on Stream.
Really good.
The
story class change
which looks like you might
what you guys get to decide.
No.
Get to the first
Welcome
tab, and
back,
then
Seed Strap. Welcome back, Lula. Lobbies. Alright, hold on. I gotta wait until it's
Sorry.
double loss. No. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. By my estimates, at current length, it would have taken an hour. That's very reasonable to me. That's very reasonable to me. All right. Let me see here. I am sleepy. I'll be back in 20 unless I actually fall asleep. Oh, yeah, you better actually fall asleep. Awesome Aussie gets ubbies. Hey, good Nix. Lovely love gets ubbies. Hey, good love. Nix, my toast last down size gets ubbies. Hey, good Nix. Thank you for the lure, sweetest strat. Okay, let me let's see. I've got our music for it. And Red, are there any triggers that we should be aware of for yours? I don't think that there is. You didn't mention anything, and I'm guessing, and you're quite conscientious about that stuff, so. Spooky music. Aussie gets uppies, yay, good Nix. Oh no! Uppies for Aussie, yay, good Aussie. Uppies for Nix, yay, good Nix. The chapter does mention someone passing in the past. It's fairly mild. Okay, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Beautiful Basky! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Uppies for you. Good Basky. I'm so happy to see you back here, hun. All right, you guys. Now, Red is like a literal god tier writer, and we've had the privilege of watching this story evolve over the last like couple of years. I have his summary here. Oh, cool. This is perfect. This is great. Okay. We have 2 pages of summary, so that we don't go through all of the chapters. And then let me open up the chapter 5 one. So I am. All right, chapter 5. Welcome back, Sirasaru. Oh yeah, it's 31 pages now. I'm so proud of you for keeping this going. This is fucking awesome. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm switching arms because this one's getting tough. Okay. This is a story by Red. Chapter 1. I'm gonna zoom in. Sorry. I'm gonna zoom in so I can see better. I'm blind. Oh, yeah. Ah. All right. Chapter 1 summary. Louis, his brother-in-law Vitaly, and his sickly sister that is also Vitaly's wife, Emily, all arrived in the town of Creighton, having traveled there from Rennisburg to seek out a healer by the name of Mr. Gurin. Their hope is that Gurin is capable of diagnosing and treating the mystery illness that has been tormenting Emily. Like I said, this is all a summary, you guys. So if you want to go back and read the wonderful story that he's written so far in its full glory, it's 31 pages and it is available in the storytelling stream, or the writing section. I think he also posted it there. We're gonna read chapters, the summary of chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we are gonna read the entirety of chapter 5 because that's the new chapter. We haven't read that yet. Okay. Their hope is that Gurin is capable of diagnosing and treating the mystery illness that has been tormenting Emily. The townsfolk, however, are uncooperative and offer no assistance when asked about Mr. Gurin. Determined to get an answer, Louis attends a scheduled meeting with the mayor of the town, Jacques Creighton. The mayor, however, seems more set on trying to convince Louis to move to his town and start a business there rather than actually help him, displaying a startling amount of knowledge of Louis already prior to his arrival. The meeting eventually sours as Louis insists on trying to find Mr. Gurin, and while the mayor isn't actually all that helpful, he does let slip a clue that Mr. Gurin resides in a tower located in a swamp. In Chapter 2, they travel to the tower. Louis and company discover the tower in a forest that had taken over the grounds of a now dried-out swamp. They find the tower, but upon attempting entry, a spell locks Louis in place and alerts the occupant. A strange, beastly I have a picture for this. 1 second, let me find it. Ooh.
1 second, it's loading. I just realized I forgot to... Hello? Can you, like, load better? Oh, there we go. Okay. Look, you guys, it's my art. Ooh, woo. Don't mind, Nathan's just singing around. All right, let me see here. Ta-da! Okay, here, she gets to be my backdrop. When you hear people talking about a lovely lady, the story should be about 60 to 70. Pages? Really? You're halfway there. You're about halfway there, then. All right. Hello, Nate. Yes, hello indeed. Okay, sorry. Okay. Traveling to the tower, Louis and company discover the tower in a forest that had taken over the grounds of a now dried out swamp. They find the tower, but upon attempting entry, a spell locks Louis in place and alerts the occupant, a strange, beastly cat woman, who is annoyed with their intrusion and sadly reveals that Mr. Guillaume Gruen is no longer alive. Pleading and begging, eventually they are able to convince the Catwoman, named Delphine Gruen, to examine Emily. She takes a rather rude, rough approach, but examines Emily and is shocked to discover her condition, demanding that they immediately enter the tower. In Chapter 3, Louis and company nervously await the return of Delphine, sitting in the parlor of the tower as anxiety begins to grow if she can truly help or will help them. Delphine eventually returns and, during the course of treatment, reveals the name of the condition: salt ring blight, a disease spread by redback midges and causes the afflicted to suffer for many, many months until their demise. With Emily's treatment completed, the discussion then turns to compensation. Louis offers money or food from his farm as payment, but Delphine refuses both. Instead, she demands Louis sign a contract. In exchange for treatment, he is to deliver 30 days of service, from dawn till dusk, starting on the day Emily leaves the tower. Louis agrees and is bound by a magical contract to her service. Chapter 4 is when Louis is summoned for his first day of service, and his first task is incredibly mundane, just cleaning and upkeep. While Delphine studies materials relating to the now-cured Emily's disease, Louis carries books for the witch to the 3rd floor, containing an abandoned bedroom that is absolutely filthy with dust, a room that clearly is rarely visited by Delphine. While Louis was supposed to just clean, he finds that Delphine is so absorbed in her studies that she is neglecting to eat a proper meal, and out of an urge of kindness decides to set aside cleaning to prepare her a meal. Using the kitchen on the 1st floor, he makes a simple dish of tartines. I think I fucked that up last time too. Delphine is taken aback by the gesture and invites him to sit and dine with her as they talk more casually. All right, now we get into Chapter 5, which I'm going to zoom in for as well. All right. Okay. Chapter 5, In Memoriam. Delphine, my dearest Delphine, I write this to you with the knowledge that my years in this world grow ever shorter. My time remaining, once measured in years, then months, is now perhaps able to be counted with mere weeks. I have lived a full life, one filled with so many happy moments and so many regrets as well. But I want you to know how important you were to me through all these years, watching you grow into the bright woman you are now. After losing Cerise to the blight, I spent many years in miserable agony, resigning myself to a lonely swamp hermit's life. Yet, it was finding you on that one spring day that I found a new hope. It is because of you I found the motivation to live again, to chase what was the right thing to do for the people, even when they mocked and ridiculed me. Yet, I hope you can forgive this old fool for a moment of selfish weakness, on the day that I chose to adopt you into my little family. Now I worry every day that because of the choices I made for you, the person I made you today, that the world I end up leaving behind won't understand you the way I do, or be even a fraction as kind. Still,
I have seen that spirit in your eyes. I know you won't let the world push you down, so keep fighting. Keep living. Find your own piece of happiness. We may not be of the same blood, but you are and always will be my daughter. And I love you, my dearest little girl. From the proudest father in all the world, Gulme Gurin.
It had now been quite a few days since Louis spent in the tower. It had by now been quite a few days since that Louis spent in the tower. Okay, let me just not fuck that up anymore. And as time had passed, he was finding himself more and more comfortable spending his hours here. The distant stillness that once separated him and Delphine had begun to give way to some measure of familiarity. Now and again, she would offer him soft greetings when he passed by her desk on the second floor, or join him for casual pleasantries over a meal. Still, she remained resolutely adhered to her seat there, rarely leaving the intense studies she was undertaking. The last he had seen this particular morning, Delphine was combing through thick text on entomology and examining jars of preserved insect samples. Louis had made it his mission in this time to ensure she would also get a proper meal and a break now and again, sitting and enjoying his time with her for a casual pleasantry over a warm meal, before he resumed his cleaning duties and she went back to her books. It was during these meal times when Delphine was most comfortable and capable of relaxing, conversing with him. 1 second, guys, hold on. Sorry, I was just saying about a knife. Oh, check the... Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, wrong music. Okay. All right, 1 second. Let me fix that. Nate says bye, cutie pies. I was gonna say, this is very dark and creepy for Fred's story. All right. Okay. Let me just start from that last sentence. It was during these meal times when Delphine was most comfortable and capable of relaxing, conversing with him. Louise still did not know what it was that kept her so distant before. Was it shyness? Or devotion to our arcane academia? Or simply was she used to being alone here in the tower? Louis' duties until now had remained that of mundane cleaning tasks. He had finished with cleaning the cellar the day before, ensuring the kitchen and larder were entirely free of grime and soot. And just now he had finished up the first floor's guest wing, dumping out a now full dustbin into the waste bin. Taking a moment to breathe and rest, he leaned on the handle of the worn old broom in his grip, and he looked up the stairs to the second floor, picking up the soapy bucket at his foot and lifting it as he considered what to clean next. Delphine was busy, and he didn't want to disturb her if he could help it. So he decided to put off sweeping the floors of her study until she wasn't occupied with her work, and he could begin containing until she wasn't occupied with her work, and he could clean without distracting her. The next logical step was to keep going up to the third floor to begin containing its massive layers of untouched dirt and fill. The thought alone was intimidating to even think about. His throat itched in anticipation as he remembered choking on that cloud of dust before. As he passed by the second floor, Delphine briefly stopped her studies at her desk, turning and smiling while she nodded in a sort of silent afternoon greeting, a gesture he returned in kind as he passed by the third floor. Louis pushed open the door to the third floor bedroom, a swirl of gray dust spinning out of the doorway and onto the landing as he stepped inside. Already, he could feel his nostrils tingle, holding back a sneeze, waving his hands through the air to disperse the tumultuous dust haze. He toiled, moments became minutes, minutes became hours, and he gradually tackled the coating of gray that once silently buried the room. He spun a duster through the cobwebs scattered about, just as abandoned by their former arachnid residents as the rest of the room had been.
He scrubbed the stone floor clear of long sets of brick that had managed to begin filling in the crevices between the cobbled stone. Sweep by sweep, brush by brush, the room became cleaner and cleaner still. As he worked, Louis slowly uncovered curious artifacts, gathered from corners of the globe now stuck here under dust, as if frozen in time until he now freed them of their dirty covering. It kept his mind busy as he tidied to wonder what the strange objects could be, where they might have come from, who it was that had collected them here. Sadly, all he could do was feed his imagination. His work continued into the afternoon sun as it shimmered into the wooden cracks of the window shutters, at last casting a hint of light into the once silent gray room. The sunlight glimmered off of the glass case he had seen before, illuminating that familiar, wide-brimmed, silvery white hat inside that inside that seemed to be the most prized relic in the room. Louis had only seen Delphine wear it a few times and had not often a chance to look at it in such detail as now. The brim of the hat, when viewed from above, had the profile of an almond, with the front of the brim coming to a rounded point, widening out towards the back before the two lobes curved inwards. The crown of the cap came to a point which sagged backwards behind it. A long, silvery ribbon was tied around the base of the crown, forming a bow at the back, the trailing end of the ribbon dangling freely behind it. Louis heard a faint shuffling behind him, turning around to see Delphine carrying a stack of books at the entrance to the bedroom, her face frozen at the sight of reading. She didn't speak. She didn't move. The only sign of her reacting in the way she seemed to watch the books in the grip. At last, she seemed to take a breath, if anything. It looked like she was focusing on her breathing even more intensely. Her lips slammed tight, brows full. She observed the environment. Wordlessly, she placed the books on the table, sliding her hand over the dust of the bed. Delphine's soul utterance trembled with restrained emotion. Her eyes traveled all across the room, thinking impulsively. At last, a sniffle seemed to escape. A feline turned away from me to hide her face as she wiped her eyes with the back of her hands, making a soft, wet laugh that poorly face. Louis, the hat, please. Louis looked to the hat in the case, and with grave respect, great care, he lifted the hat from its container and carried it to Delphine. The cat breathed through the held-in sobs, clutching the brim in quiet contemplation before she placed the hat on her head, tilting her head downwards to hide her eyes from Louis' gaze beneath the embroidered brim as she faced him again. She quickly inhaled, clearing her throat and regaining a measure of her composure. But not a word came from her. Louis looked at her, and the shadow hiding her face beneath the safety and security of that precious keepsake upon her head. He made his guess. This was his room, wasn't it, Mr. Gooden? Delphine's hat dipped up and down as she nodded in acknowledgement of his guess, her voice low and somber, her shoulders tensed as she struggled to contain a maelstrom of emotions crashing through her. Her lip quivered only briefly before she bit down onto it, steadying it, as she curtly replied, Yes. Yes, it was. Louis' eyes trailed to the thin rays of afternoon shining through the door, his jaw rolling as he thought. There was so much about her he didn't know, and watching her frame tremble in a rush of emotions flooding her, he had a hope, a wish, that maybe, just maybe, he could help her in some way to talk through this. Would you want to talk about it? The witch remained silent, debating within herself if she was up to accept such an offer. I don't know. Oh, you need me a little bit louder? Hold on, I'll have to turn up my gain 1 second. Okay, let me know if that's a bit better. I'm just hesitant to, I I've turned it up
Just a tad.
That's better? Okay, great. Just let me know if I'm peaking at any point, okay? Louis watched the witch's figure grow more solemn, retreating within herself, and decided pressing her when she was uncomfortable was probably not for the best. He moved past Delphine, towards the door to the bedroom. Let's take a break for tea then. I can put a kettle on the stove for us. Delphine at last raised her head enough to look him in the eye, revealing the contained grief wetting her eyes, softening her brow, curling the corners of her lips downwards. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She instead silently picked up the corners of her dress with her hands to lift the hem off the floor, shuffling past Louis to descend downwards. Her silent demeanor only discouraged Louis. Should he have never cleaned this room? His intention never was to offend or harm his host. Cursing himself under his breath for his rash decisions, he followed after Delphine. By the time he reached the first floor, Delphine had already seated herself at the table in the dining room adjacent to the kitchen, her hat perched on the table in front of her. The witch's gaze was fixated intently on the hat before her, the slits of her pupils unfocused, almost glazed over. Louis made quick work in the kitchen, putting a kettle to the stove as he assembled small, simple sandwiches with victuals from the larder. It was not long before he returned, sliding a steaming cup of tea on a platter, with sliced sandwiches ringing it towards her. Delphine's gaze first moved to the cup, then up to Louis, her pupils focusing into thin slits as they locked with his. Yet her lips remained lax, drooped, not curled into an angry scowl or hiding some restrained contempt. No, if Louis had to guess, she looked lost, conflicted more than anything. Louis silently took a seat on the table across from her. Minutes of heavy silence weighed down on the entire room. Neither of them moved. Neither of them took a sip. Not even a nibble of bread. Then, finally, Delphine raised her head, gazing at Louis for a moment more. Louis. Delphine's brow drooped as a clawed hand delicately stroked the brim of the hat in front of her. I didn't have a chance to say thank you. Really, I could never bring myself to linger in that room, so seeing it clean again, I have no words to express my appreciation. It's what our contract was for. I'm here to help however I can. Louis looked back at her, but Delphine's face never changed. Not a smile, not a frown. She averted her eyes instead, choosing to focus her attention on that hat once more, before sipping gingerly at her hot cup of tea. With new resolve, unprompted, Delphine spoke again. He adopted me. Louis stopped short of taking a bite of his own sandwich. Pardon? Mr. Gooden. He was my father. For over 20 years he raised me. Gave me a home. Taught me all he knew. Delphine's hand had moved on from tracing the brim to stroking the crown of her precious hat, feeling the fabric under the pads of her fingers. The memories of old began to bring a smile to the corner of her lip. I loved him. I used to think that he might have been the only goodly person in this whole world. Louis set his sandwich down on the platter, pushing his teacup ahead of him just a bit as the conversation at last began to flow. Can I ask was he, like you? Louis gestured at his own face as if pulling on invisible whiskers sprouting from his cheeks, or petting an unseen tail sprouting from his own back. Delphine's demeanor warmed as she chuckled softly. No. He was a human, just the same as you are. Delphine sighed, leaning forwards over her tea, viewing her own reflection in the dark surface of the liquid. He lived alone here, in this tower, for many of his years. The people of Creighton did not take kindly to his knowledge of the arcane, or more his rather, let's say, insistent desire to help better them and their town.
Father was a man who believed in making the world a greater place, no matter who told him to stop. When my brothers-in-law and I arrived in Creighton looking for Mr. Gurin, we saw how the townsfolk reacted to just his name. I can only imagine how terribly they must have reacted when he still lived there, which, speaking of, did you live there as well? Delphine quickly wet her mouth with another mouthful of tea. Creighton? No. Heavens, no. From the stories I have heard from my father, they only barely tolerated his presence. Someone like me. He was always afraid of the townsfolk there, that they would do far worse to me than they ever did to him. Because of the, Louis gestured again, this time placing his hands atop his head, as if he had a pair of cat ears himself. Perhaps, yes. Delphine amused. Delphine softly laughed again before continuing. I suppose maybe I should explain who I myself am, yes? I am not a natural being. Not entirely, anyways. I was born somewhere far from here. Where exactly, I sadly wish I could say. Father could only guess that my home was probably far to the east, many, many countries away from here, before he rescued me. Rescued? Louis sat upright, the story beginning to enrapture him. To know the mystery of the odd beast woman's appearance tugged his ears and pulled at his curiosity. Oh, yes. You see, smugglers used to trade exotic pets through this part of the country. Sometimes foolish men with too much money and too little sense would trade a fair sum of gold, just to make a pet out of a wild creature that has no place being burdened with a jeweled collar and treated as some fashionable trinket. It was those smugglers who snuck me through the borders in the dead of night. But you see, they made a mistake. They thought these woods were abandoned, a safe way for them to traipse about the country in secret. They did not know that a lone hermit was in the stone tower. Mr. Gooden, Louis mumbled in answer. Precisely. Father had known for some time that someone was passing through these woods, trying to evade the eyes of the law, and he wanted to scare them away, give them a lesson they would never forget. On one such night, the smugglers passed through. Father says he put on a frightful display, a show of the arcane that shook them deeply. Flashing lights, loud bangs, illusions of monsters lurking in shadow. He always would laugh when he told me about how one of his traps set the coattails of a smuggler alight. Delphine chuckled, her face warming as the river of memories flowed freely through her. Louis was captivated, not necessarily by the story, no, but Delphine's gleeful laugh. It was warm, genuine, a rare glimpse of an inner free spirit not hidden behind that protective shell she projected around herself. He was so caught up in her words, in her voice, that he failed to notice the steam ebbing away from the surface of his neglected tea, growing colder and colder as he listened. And then what? They fled, where he never knew, as they definitely never dared to wander these woods after that. But I am getting ahead of myself. You see, the smugglers in their fright abandoned a lot of their cargo, live animals they had collected in cages and crates. Father had quite a conundrum figuring out where to send the poor creatures, so that they could live at least an adequate life. Some were sent to zoos. Others he managed to find a way to deliver them from where they came. But I was not such a simple case. Delphine stopped to place the hat back on her head, fitting it snug, ears popping up one at a time through the holes. She continued. He said that I was a lovely little thing, barely a newborn, a kitten trembling and afraid. I was far too small to survive another journey like I had already taken, and few had the means to care for an exotic predator such as myself. Fewer still the willingness to do it. So he decided instead to foster me himself, and made me his familiar. Familiar?
Louis cocked his head. The term was wholly unknown to him. Yes. A mage may take upon themselves a familiar, binding to themselves any common beast or bird by means of an arcane enchantment. It gifted me things a common creature never would have, the gift of speech, of understanding. Delphine stood up, gripping the edges of her skirt to lift them enough to show her bare feet beneath them, beneath the hem. And, perhaps, as quite enjoyable little bonus for me, the ability to stand on 2 feet. So, when you were little, you used to be... Louis trailed off, gesturing in circles with his spoon as he sought confirmation. Correct. An ordinary animal. A snow leopard, to be precise. If Father's encyclopedias are to be believed as accurate. She sighed as she sat back down, bringing the teacup to her lips. She hesitated to sip. Though he did always worry if such an act was truly the right thing to do, granting sapience to a wild beast. He worried he only did it because he was, well, quite lonely in this tower. It was something that troubled him until the end of his days, worried if it was best for me, or if it were a selfish decision made in a moment of weakness. Louis watched as the once happy spark in her eyes when reminiscing began to fade, troubled by the thoughts of her own father's worries. Almost by instinct, without thinking, Louis slowly slid his hand over the table, placing it on top of hers to catch her in that mental fall. Her fur felt immensely soft and plush to the touch, hiding the warmth of her skin beneath that radiated into his fingertips, muscles underneath suddenly tensing at the surprising feel of his skin on hers. He saw Delphine softly gasp at the gesture, her eyes darting back to meet his. Those slits of her pupils now narrowed on the fur on her cheeks, and they seemed to puff up and stand on end, mouth hanging open, her long, furred tail straightening out suddenly. Louis? Louis dryly gulped. He'd acted without thinking. What was he supposed to do now? To say now? A moment of odd silence grew more and more stale as they gazed at each other. Yet, as he looked at her, words began to congeal in his thoughts, his mouth no longer paralyzed by the tension of that impulsive touch. If he hadn't done that, then I would never have met you, and... Emily, I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened to her if not for your kindness. That look of shock on her melted away, a cordial chuckle filling the room as she placed her own hand on the back of his. Her claw tips retracted as she moved, just barely poking at his bare skin, but he felt the smooth, soft plush of warm pads on her palm and fingertips resting against the back of his hand. True, we can't change what was, only appreciate what is. And Louis, yeah, thank you. Truly, thank you for being here. Oh, this is so cute. I hope we get a love story. I hope we get a love story. That's amazing. Ah, I love it. That was so fucking awesome, Red. Amazing work, as always. Maybe. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Hi there, dear Starkana. Welcome in. How are you? That was amazing. That was fun. That was fantastic. Thank you so incredibly much, Red. I love that. I love it so much. Beautiful, yeah. I'm good, chilling. Excellent, dear Starkana. So it's good to see you, honey bun. Thank you so much for coming in. That was too good. Wasn't it great? From what I caught, really good story, right, Cutie Cat? I always look forward to Red's developments on this ongoing tale. That was good. I gotta go back and read the first 4 chapters. Oh, hi, gorgeous geeks. Wait, yeah, you've barely been asleep for like 2 hours. What the fuck? Also, yeah, I didn't get much sleep. Decided I'd just get out of bed and drink a pint of coffee before D&D. Gorgeous geeks, you still got 3 hours, well, 2.5. You gotta get some reasonable sleep. I needed tab vibes today. Oh, sweetheart, I'm always happy to provide them. We've been live for 6 days now. I'm very excited to have you. Hi there, beautiful Brennan. Welcome in. I forgot something from a while back. I was meaning to report something. Wait, hold on. I forgot something from a while back. I was meant to report something to you. Oh, okay, what's that? If I go to sleep now, I will miss Tandy. Can't sleep after. Geeks. Are you sure that you don't want to, like, reschedule, hun? I'm sure that no one would mind. Happy Catterday to you, dearest Daniel. Let's see who our next victim is. Let's see. Oh, did you get an email yet, Ozzy? Probably gonna head out. Sleep is winning over winning over watching stream. All good, cutie Calnite. Thank you for coming in, City. I appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Lurk Air Force flying over. Oh, okay. Wait, what do you mean? Are you flying in the Air Force, or is the Air Force flying over you? Okay, give me just a second. Let me see. What else have we got here? Okay, so that was wonderful, Red. Red, thank you so much. I absolutely love this story. I'm such a big fan of how you read this stuff. Oh, actually, Briggy, you're here at the exact right time because your story is literally next. I'm excited. Do you have any info that you would like to give me for? Do you want me? Number one, do you want me to voice act? Number two. Do you have any guidance for the voices? Oh, you want British. I know now. I remember. Let's see. Unlurking for a moment. I'm talking about the Wildlife Protection Air Force, like the drawings. Oh, okay. I'm always glad to write for you. Well, that's great. Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. Hashtag British. British. You got no other emails. Okay. Ozzy, can you just DM that to me so I remember to reach out to them? And oh, if you can like tell me your order number, unless you want to reach out to them yourself, but I have like an actual contact that I can reach out to. Briggy, have you gotten any emails yet about your Tau merch? I will go check on that if you so desire. Okay, let me see here. Briggy. Tea time! That is very British of you.
Very British. Yummy Brits. Eat them up. Yummy.
I'm loopy, sorry. Okay. Tea time! I'm excited for the next chapter. Me too. Can do. Though I only have the order ID. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, order number, order ID, that's fine. Nope, no emails. All right, gorgeous geeks. If you would like me to reach out, or you can reach out to them yourself, it's totally up to you. But if you would like me to reach out, just DM me your order number and when you ordered. I need to know that as well, if that's okay. Ozzy, can you let me know that too? Thank you for the lurk, beautiful Brennan. All right. Everyone's gonna be British here. Is everyone boy? Are everyone boys? Is everyone a guy? Is it Anu and Nergal? Is that right? Are those the names? Is that how I pronounce that? British? Yeah, we'll do British. Do you want me to narrate it in British as well? Or should I wait until I get to like dialogue? Correct? Okay, perfect. British? What? Narrate in British if possible? Sure, okay. You got it. Tea time. Sorry, Weston will do that. Tea time. The pair sat across from one another, the twilight slowly spiraling about them. They had met in this place before and would, they believed, meet here again. In the far distance, the mountain of fire rang out its earthy melody and spewed forth its offerings to the ashen landscape, its terrifying glow juxtaposing the bitter cold of the air, winds unstirring. The first figure stared back at his partner, and as he did so, the backdrop of stars began to swirl around the two of them. As the otherworldly sources of light illuminated the first figure, he first appeared to be a young man, lithe and jovial, with a light head of blonde hair, his lips set in a childish grin. Then, as the rotation of the light continued, it appeared that he was aging rapidly, until he appeared to be an old man, wise and wrinkled, yet sturdy, as though he was built of stone, with a long white beard trailing to his chest.
And as the brightest of the stars passed behind the mountain of fire to re-emerge moments later, the man once again appeared young, just as he had only moments ago. He brought a small china teacup to his mouth, sipped the liquid delicately, taking in the bitter flavor of the tea, savoring it, and with the utmost care gently returning it to its place in front of him. Within the cup, the liquid began to settle, and within the maelstrom that was an ocean of tea, small land masses began to form as valleys and mountains took shape. Should anyone have looked closely enough, trees began to grow upon these countries as life began to take form, grasping for the chance to beautifully burst forth and begin a new world. And just as quickly as it had started, it ended swiftly and deliberately with the stirring of a teaspoon. The man never took his eyes from his partner, now idly stirring their cup, and eventually, after eons simply swept by unnoticed, broke the silence. "Tell me, old friend, how long have we been doing this?" he said in a low, rumbling voice, what some might mistake for a mighty oak splintering as it falls alone in the woods. "For as long as has been necessary," his companion replied, his voice hollow and empty, like faraway footsteps gradually coming closer. "Is that so?" the man replied. "So tell me, is it still necessary? Are we still necessary?" He tilted a bushy eyebrow as he spoke the last word, which moments later, as the star spiraled, became short and trimmed to begin its growth anew. Viz, hi, lovely Viz, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. I hope you enjoy our storytime stream today. Yes. The word leapt into existence from the depths of the creature as if expelled from its body with the force of a hurricane, and boomed out into the atmosphere around them. The man's companion, this creature, was cast entirely in shadow, making its features blur and shift as quickly as the universe around them spun. As the man aged and reset, the creature morphed into a variety of shapes and visages. First, it appeared to be a splendorous black dragon, glittering for a moment before becoming a spider, bubbling in the black, its hairs shifting unnaturally in the wind that did not exist, before finally mirroring the man, although skeletal in every feature, and the bones black as night, whilst the edges shone as brightly as the sun hitting tiny diamonds, before eventually returning to the shape of a dragon. "So sure are you," spoke the man, "that we are needed?" He paused for a moment. "I do not believe we are even remembered." "I am remembered," the words appearing with dust from the skeletal mouth of the creature. "Always." The dust fell from the creature's mouth and gently drifted in the still of time towards his own cup and back to the now dragon-like mouth at the same time. As the dust reached the liquid lying deathly still in the cup, the delicate china began to corrode. The stone table at which they were seated began to shrink in length, drawing the two figures closer as the lights of the universe increased their dizzying dance, swirling now as a tempest of light, the figures morphing slowed until they had locked themselves into a more tangible form. The man, old and stone-like, moss growing from each crease in his skin, the creature into the very visage of death, skeletal and black. "I'm not as young as I once was," the man declared. "I'm not certain I have the strength nor the will to continue our game, old friend. Perhaps it is time that we cease our meddling." The skeletal creature waved one of its bony limbs towards the mountain of fire, and appearing as if on command, a single large molten rock spewed forth from within, launching itself through the now luminous, swirling void, landing hard and precise in the center of the stone table, causing deep cracks to form as it began to rapidly cool. The fine china left intact and entirely unharmed.
A skeletal hand grasped the still warm rock, lifting it, and held it out to the man.
Again,
It said in a labored breath. This time may be different. Surprise you. The old man, with some effort, took the stone from the hand of death cautiously, almost unwillingly, and held it tightly. This is the last time, Nergal. I will not try again. He spoke harshly and brazenly, although unable to hide the mote of worry and concern he so desperately attempted to hide. You will anew, croaked Nergal, an air of malice in his dusty voice. You will, and you must. With sad eyes and a heavy heart, Anu breathed life upon the rock and dipped it within the liquid of his cup before casting it upon the stone table like rolling a die. As the rock rolled across the table, it grew in size, becoming impossibly large, but somehow remaining within the borders of the stone table. Time and space began to dilate round its curves until Anu and Nergal could no longer see the other. The star around them spun so quickly it appeared they were enveloped within a strong white light. The mountain of fire grew restless and began to tear away at their surroundings as a low whine built into an incredible, deafening shriek. And then there was no more. The void was expansive and extended into every direction. There was no time, no measurable space. There was only the void. Pitch. Dark. Lonely. Empty. For both all of time and none of time, the void existed alone. The mountain of fire, the stone table, the fine china. Even Anu and Nergal were missing now, from the forever. Until suddenly, impossibly, from the nothing, came a something, and the empty forever ended, with an explosion of light. Bang!
is that the Big Bang? Ah, I love it. That was so cool. Woo!
Thank you for that one. That is a fascinating tale. Is that the story of creation, or the story of the end of creation? Oh, hi there, magnificent monk. Welcome and how are you? Thank you for the care package. Great use of imagery on this one. Feels vivid, very vivid. Yeah, that whole one was super. That was mind-boggling. Really cool though. Very cool. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that submission, Bricky. It was such a pleasure to get to read some of your stuff. Now I have a visual for what you sometimes do for D&D. Your excitement is adorable and contagious. Hi, Monk. How are you? It's good to see you. Gecko, next time I read Lord of the Rings, I'm going to think of your voice because of how great it is. Oh, gorgeous Gecko. That is so flattering. I really appreciate that, honey bun. Thank you so very much for such kind words. That was awesome to hear that narrated. I wrote that like 10 years ago. The idea was a fantasy take on a cycle that never ends. It always ends with Nergal and begins again with a big bang seated by Anu. I love that. I also really love that Anu is just Anu, but like a name, like a fantasy name. That's so cool, gorgeous geeks. I would love to read more of your stuff. That's from 10 years ago. I know for a fact your writing's gotten even better, but that was sick. That was amazing, hun. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's see. We have another one from lovely Shimi. We have Shimi stuff. Shimi. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. Saw that. Perfect. Thank you. I will have a look at that. All right. Oh, this one's all in Discord. Okay. The British voice was perfection. Was it convincing? Am I posh and RP enough for you? Geeks are excited to hear more of the captain's British accent tonight. Oh yes, Nita is Southern. Thank you. I appreciate the reminder. I definitely needed that. I was gonna for sure forget. Oh, that is not how I'm going to be able to read this. Okay. To be honest, I can tell the voice acting training. Oh, can you hear it? Can you tell? Yeah, I'm getting better at like interpreting scenes and stuff because of my class. Indeed. Now you've had your British warm up. My British warm up now to all this all. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. So mean. May I get my silly out of the way with redeem? Yeah, I go for it, monk. Yeah, we just have a little rule that when I'm talking to you guys, you're welcome to use whatever redeems you want.
The buttons. Click, 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 click the button. Click, 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 click.
I choked on my coffee. Thanks for that. Look, I'm waking you up. I'm all the coffee you need. Just a gentle little suffocation. Just a little bit of... Okay, now breathe. Okay, now breathe. If I was a first-time follower, you were very British. Oh, that's Viz. I'm sorry. I'm not actually British, but I am a voice actor, so I do a fairly... I mean, Geeks is a Brit, so if he says that my British is okay, then I'm gonna say I'm okay at a British accent. Hello, motherfucker. A lot better. I'm not saying it was bad before. Aw, thanks, lovely Nix. I appreciate it. It helps, like I said, it really, really helps me when people format things correctly. And a lot of these have been really good formatting. Viz. Chaos is calm. All silly out. Magnificent monk. Thank you very much for hello motherfuckering and clicky songing. We are going to read Shimi's now. This is Shimi's short story. Oh, I need to make sure that I can like see the hand. Cool. Ami is a generic older sister and Shimi is aloof. Okay, cool. Is Ami a certain accent? Wait, hold on. Was it? Sorry, hold on. You literally told me. Who's, okay, Mina is southern. Is Ami a certain accent? No? Okay, all right. Maybe we'll do British. All right. Generic older. Ami, Shimi, aloof. All right, got it. Meeting Mina. Shortly after they arrived, Ami noticed the key to the building wasn't where they left it, so they nervously walked into the foyer. Foyer? Guess it depends where you're from. Hello? Shimi shouted. No response. So they went further into their new building, taking turns shouting hello in hopes of some sort of response. Then, all of a sudden, a head poked out of the corner. Ami and Shimi were met with a smile belonging to a bear that looked like they lived in the building. Ah, hey, you two must be new here. The bear smiled as Ami was enthralled by the sight of the bear. Actually, Shimi piped up, my friend Ami found this place first. Oh, is that so? The bear chuckled. Ami, who had finally snapped out of their trance, replied with a sharp remark. So that's why I couldn't find the key. Yep, name's Mina, by the way, she replied. Glad to make your acquaintance. She paused, not knowing their names. I'm Ami, and the Tanuki short stack over there, their name is Shimi. Yo, Shimi replied. Well, shoot, I thought I found this abandoned building first, but turns out y'all beat me to it. Again, Ami was awestruck by Mina's beauty, which Shimi took total advantage of. Hey, Mina, I think Ami is smitten with you, said Shimi as they and Mina continued to explore the building, leaving a flustered Kitsune in a rush to catch up with them. Oh, ain't that so? Mina replied, getting blushed. Well, if I can be completely honest, I'm that way too. Well, tell her then, they said. Hey, Ami? Mina started to ask. Yes, Ami replied. You like me, right? Like, really like? As Mina's voice trailed off, the reply that interrupted her was shocking to her. Don't say anything else. If you're asking me if I love you, then the answer is yes. Ami replied and gave her a hug. Oh, cute. Smitten cutie patooties. Cute. Alrighty. Thank you for that one, Shimi, for the little short one. Oh my god! It's Snivy! Right! Oh my god! I nailed it? Awesome! Coda!
Oh my god, he's so reactive. I like slammed my hand on my desk and now he's barking. Sorry guys. That's so sorry. I'm fucking cackling because Snivy, I told Snivy, I gave Snivy special permission to write a fanfic about me and Corn. I am so excited about this. Kiana! Hello there, cutie Kiana! Oh my gosh! Sweetheart, it's been so long! How are you? It is so good to see you! Welcome on in, Kira! You guys, this is the fabulous, adorable Kira! What a sweetie pie! You guys, this is Kira, a digital artist and VR enthusiast who has graced us with their presence. Recently, they embarked on an aquatic adventure in Subnautica 2 Early Access. He's so much braver than me, you guys. Oh my god. Nemo, hello, fabulous Nemo. Welcome on in. How are you? Their stream is a comfy yet chaotic haven for the LGBTQI+ community. With ADHD energy and no backseating allowed, it's a vibe you won't want to miss. 100%. Oh, hi there, sweetest Star Machine. It's so good to see you again. Toasty. Hi there, terrific Toasty Trinkets. How are you? Eris, excellent Eris. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Gorgeous Grumblehide. It's been forever. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. I saw this pop up in the channel and I was cackling too. I will read that because I know that, oh my god, it's so funny, dude. I will read that. Because I have spoken, she and I hang out sometimes, even though she doesn't stream very much anymore, and I'm definitely gonna read that. Kiara, how are you, hon? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? When will your next one be, if I may ask? And, yeah, welcome on. It's such a pleasure to have you. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you like to stick around, we'd love to have you. While you let us know, lovely Kira, when your next stream will be and how this one went, here is a little bit about us, just in case you forgot about us. Please don't forget about us. We love you.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Hello, sweethearts. It's such a pleasure to welcome you in. How are you guys doing? I'm so excited to hear about your stream. Hi, Fee. Hello, lovely Hi, Fee. Long time no see. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hi, Tal. Been streaming pretty infrequently lately. I did notice that. I hope everything's going all right. This has been the first stream in a couple of months. It is such an incredible honor to have you right in here for your first stream in a couple of months. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much, hon. But it was fun. I love Subnautica.
well, hun. Let's see. Was it, I'm curious, Kira, were you feeling pretty good this stream, I'm hoping? Probably gonna stream more Subnautica. Awesome! And yeah, I'm gonna go chill and lurk. Absolutely, hun, no worries. You guys, please check out Lovely Kira, who's going to do probably some more Subnautica next time that they do stream. Please go check them out. They are so very sweet, so very lovely. Wonderful, wonderful streamer. And we are so appreciative for the raid. Thank you so very much, Dolan. I do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. As for everyone who is coming in from Kira's community, hi everyone, I'm Tau. Normally I don't have eyeballs like this, but hopefully you already saw that I don't normally have eyeballs like this. I'm Tau, a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer from Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you guys can help me decide what to draw, and you also get to decide on music for the playlist. We are also doing a number of first-time playthroughs for video games, so please don't spoil any of the following. Ooh, pals! Ooh, I caught that one. That counts. Thank you, beautiful Bublin. Persona 5 Royal, Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, Pragmata, Monster Hunter Stories 3. That's it right now. Once we finish those, you guys actually get to vote on what we play next. So yeah. Today is actually a special one-off stream. I say one-off, but you guys get to save
Precious
up
pals
for
and
it.
Tau, thank you for listening to my short story Romany 43
Thank you
Heart.
for sharing it with us, Sugashimigami. I so appreciate you, darling. Thank you. Today we are doing a one-off stream. Does that mean, that sounds like you said I hate you. All right, let me see. I'm going to read this one for Snivy, and I will have to send her the timestamp because this is crazy. She wrote a 3-page fan fiction about me and Corn, and I told her I would read it. Come on, just go underwater for like 2 minutes. No. What? Yeah, I know. I am gonna overact this one big time. I also have to find music that's silly, goofy, fun, lovey, royalty-free music. That's amazing. I know. I'm so hyped. I am so fucking hyped. Let me see. Oh, that's only a minute long. But this is a... That was Snivy, yeah. Caw is Snivy's new name on there, on the Discord. Oh, Tanuki is heading out. Suda Shimigami, thank you so much for hanging out with us, sweetie. I appreciate you. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. It's very sweet, not as goofy as you think. Oh, really? Is it really? I just see a lot of little, you know, ooh, caring Kon-chan, creative Kon-chan. I'm really excited. You sent some music? Strat, you were on top of it. Sweetest Strat, thank you so much. You make this channel, like, so fucking good. Oh, romance music. Oh, wait, no. Is that for Veneer? Or is this one, is the romance music for, you said that's for Veneer. I guess Veneer may have also written something. I'm so excited to read this. Okay. Oh man.
Oh, it's the same? Oh, are there two lovey-dovey entries? I didn't even realize. Okay. Hold on. I might turn down my gain of tab. Alrighty. Here we go. Apologies in advance if I can't stop cracking up. Let me just give me a sec. It was a beautiful day for a cob of corn. The wind rippled through the open fields with a tremendous air of destiny, beams of sunlight scattering into prismatic glimmers upon the morning dew. Young cobs had just begun to peel away their leaves like shy maidens peeking out from beneath their veil, and among them was Corn, who stood taller than the rest, dreaming of a grander future than her humble origins had designated. Yes, it was on a day like this that a wanderer first stumbled upon the grainy haven. Powerful and intrepid was her stride, majestic was her cloak. Philosophical were her eyes, the stranger's aura was prominent even from far away. Before long, glimpses of blue and brown between swaying cornstalks, her full, heroic figure emerged before a particular corn. The wandering tiger's eyes widened with wonder, and there she locked in place mid-stride. What she saw there was a corn cob brighter than the sun itself. Breaking out of her awestruck stupor, she stumbled forth and introduced herself. I'm Tau, a maze knight searching for my corn princess. Might you be me? Corn turned away in a fluster. No, it couldn't be me. I'm nothing special, oh honorable knight. Just a corn like any other, she whispered. Tau shook her head. I've never seen a corn like you before. Your kernels are so brilliant, smooth, and perfectly even. Your vibrant, unblemished leaves sway my heart just as they sway elegantly in the breeze. The tiger spoke with her voice full of emotion. I know you're the one for me. You're not just any corn. You're my cute Corn-chan. Corn-chan gasped, blushing a deep shade of yellow. Oh, Tau-senpai, your eyes are just so heterochromatic, and your hair is so navy with streaks of red. Tau flicked her long, braided hair, and it smacked a cluster of nearby cornstalks. Oh my god. Sorry. Snivy, I love you. You're amazing. This is incredible. Okay, sorry. Corn-chan gasped, blushing a deep shade of yellow. Tau-senpai, your eyes are just so heterochromatic, and your hair is so navy with streaks of red. Tau flicked her hair, long, braided, and it smacked a cluster of nearby cornstalks. You have such a way with words. You mean alliteration, the wise wanderer pointed. Yes, please, senpai, give me more words that start with C, Corn-chan cried. Tau smiled warmly and knelt down before her. Alliterating was something she could do all day if the corn princess so wished. Caring, Corn-chan. Ooh, creative, Corn-chan. Wow, crunchy, Corn-chan. Corn-chan giggled. Caramelized, Corn-chan. Oh my, what does that mean? It means you're super sweet, Tau said with a wink. And just like that, the hours passed in a romantic haze as the knight recounted alliterations innumerable to her princess against the rising sun. Cornucopian, Tau suddenly furrowed her brows. Her face was now cast with deep shadows from the midday sun, and beads of sweat were accumulating along her chin, either from heat or from her tremendous linguistic efforts. Corn-chan. I like that one! The planted princess squealed enthusiastically, leaves rustling against each other in applause. I'm sorry. My nightly pilgrimage urges me on to new adventures. It seems the time for me to depart is soon approaching, but my heart wants to stay with you. its fated ever have. Cornchan gasped, her stems drooping all at once. I don't want this to end either! Alas, you are a Tasmanian tiger, and I am just a corn. Maybe we were fated to be torn apart in the end. No! No! Tau dashed forward and caught the beautiful weeping corn. Okay. Gently lifting the cob to her determined eyes. Run away with me, Cornchan!
But Tau-senpai, what about the field?
I will be your sun. I will be your earth. I will be your golden field, embracing you with warmth and hope. Forget about the others. You don't need them, Cornchan! Cornchan trembled, enchanted but fearful.
The field is all I've ever known! I don't know.
Tau nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll be back at nightfall, dear princess. Whether you come with me or we say our last goodbyes. With great reluctance and a heavy heart, she turned away, vanishing into the glowing fields once again. Later, as promised, the two met once again under the moonlight. But gone were the playful words of yesteryear as Corn and Taiga gazed at each other. The silence between them betrayed their longing and passion. Minutes went by before one of them spoke. Cornchan, Tau said, TauTassieTigerly. That's the adjective, by the way. TauTassieTigerly. Tau said, TauTassieTiger. Fuck, sorry. Oh my fucking god. Alright, sorry. Alright. Professional. Alright, hold on. I'm holding it together. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid.
Just like Aladdin,
Cornchan said, a tear sliding down her leaf. Her heart had long known what it would choose in the end, but now she had finally made peace with it.
I'm ready, Tau-senpai. Take me with you.
With the strength of her boundless love, her roots tore themselves from the soil and flailed through the frigid night air. Braving even the sting of her raw, exposed epidermis, she resolved to shake free of the ground that once caged her. Cornchan fell into Tau's waiting arms with an emotional cry. Ah! The Maze Knight wiped her tears tenderly. Of course, my cute, caring, creative, clever, cozy, calming, cheerful, capable, colorful, charismatic, celebrated, classy, chivalrous, competent, constructive, courageous, cultivated, curious, consistent, courteous, circular, corny, Cornchan. I'll never let you cry like this again. From now on, nobody can tear us apart.
Yeah!
The maiden squeaked. I thought you were gonna say Kardashian. Cornchan, sorry. The maiden squeaked.
Can you do one more thing for me before we run away, senpai?
Of course, dear. What is it? Alright.
I want to see you flex your amazing muscles.
Tau flexed. The contraction of her muscle fibers was so strong that it emitted a mild shockwave.
Oh my gosh!
Cornchan swooned. Tau swept her into a bridal carry, and together they fled into the night. Through rivers and valleys they ran, with the world rushing by in a blur. They didn't stop until even the mere thought of the cornfield was far from their mind. Finally, Tau slowed to a stop at the crest of a small hill, lowering herself to the ground with Cornchan still cradled in her arms. Together, they sat before a breathtaking view.
The moon is so lovely tonight, Tau-senpai.
Cornchan said softly, gazing at the sky. But Tau couldn't tear her eyes away from the kernels resting in her lap. Their smooth, even ridges, their ripe sweetness mingling with the scent of fresh grass and distant rain. In the darkness, her fangs had slipped out from between her lips like slivers of moonlight. Indeed, it was a beautiful night for a cob of corn. You may now kiss the cob. Oh my god. I love that so much. Isn't that such a romantic tale? Can someone get me the timestamp for that? Best national pornographic episode ever. Very good, Precious Pocky. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Actual perfection.
We
I
need
cannot
to
deny
ask
that is
Snivy for
perfect.
more.
We need to ask Snivy. We should. Holy shit. This should be highlighted and not clipped. It should actually be highlighted. I do agree. I think that actually has to go on the YouTube channel. Fuck, man. Spec fucking calcular. Bruh. That was the greatest fan fiction. 5 hours and 8 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm gonna send that to Snivy real quick. 5 hours, 8 minutes. That's my time of death in the most recent story time stream. Oh my god, Snivy knows me so well, and my love for my beloved Cornchan. I rate that as a corn on the cob out of 10. 100% agree. Wow. I wish I had the word to explain how much I love that. I need to make that as fan art. Do it. Oh my god, please do it. All right, you guys. Yeah, we need to take a break. So for those of you who have come in with the wonderful Kira raid, could I get one more shout out for the fabulous Kira? You guys gotta check them out. He's absolutely amazing, and he's super sweet. Super hyperactive. So I'm just looking at what Snivy. Thank you for dying for my pros. I love you so much. But I do love Cornchan more. I can type, I have claws. So fucking funny. I'm so honored. Oh my god, Snivy. Just so you know, you are now honor bound to produce additional adventures / chapters for every story time stream. Okay, all right, yeah. What I was gonna say is, sorry guys, every single hour we go on a quick 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I start the ads, so I'm not making any content, but I do set you guys up with some stuff if you wanna do some things, okay? And you don't have to just sit there. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon in 3. Mwah! Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing! Scary. this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. How many do we need to find? Over 100. Buttons, push them all. Wait, I gotta touch the ball. Oh, there's another ball. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. You bitch, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Alright. Do we get I should be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Hold on. Please say it's very real estate. It's very real estate. How do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? Yeah. Anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks, or Darling and the Brim. Oh no. I'm St. Franks. Same fiance guy, right? I know what's going to happen. I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on. Well, okay. Jesus, explosions. Master. Hold on. We'll go goof on some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. Yucky. And buttons. You're doing great. Valley Tautan is growing on me like a zit on my back. Not quite reachable, but super satisfying. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. Hello, my darlings. Welcome back. Alrighty. That is our last break. If someone can remind me in about 45 minutes to turn off raids so that I don't feel really bad if someone raids it and then I'm like, I'm eating patient. Because maybe not 40, maybe 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. Let's do that. Because I do need to go have some dinner before I do D&D in like an hour. Do you think I've got my... I will let you guys finish your words on stream, and then we will get back into it. I think we will probably get everything 5:45. Yeah, that'd be perfect, Aussie. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Welcome back, Sister Rat. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. How are you? Welcome back, Traumatized Tatchat. Are you kidding me? I think I've just found the love of my life.
Whether it's right.
Awesome job on your words, cutie pies. Wonderful work. Wonderful work. All right, let's head back over here. Hi! Welcome back. Abby's for you, Yuki. Yay! Good, Yuki. Welcome back, incredible. I see. Lovely laugh. Abby's. Yay! Good laugh. Awesome Aussie. Abby's. Yay! Good Aussie. Welcome back, Nix. Matos slash down slash. Abby's. Yay! Good Nix. All right. Let me see real quick. I think we'll probably get through all of the PAL submitted stories. I don't know how many of the like extra stuff we're gonna get through.
Strat, can you confirm whether it's just Storm's Friends one and is there a veneer one? Is that also one? Oh no, that is okay. Sorry, that's Snivy. That's the Snivy one. Oh, and then there's a Eugene one. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think we can get through those for sure. We have the stuff sent by Nix and Mac. Yeah, but yeah, that was the Snivy one. I very much want to encourage like pals to write. So if there are pal written things. So did Eugene write this one? A duel with a Tau. Ooh, cool. Cool. Oh, ooh, we got a deep man voice. Okay, I will do my best. Hi, Citizen. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Oh, sorry, I missed Hyphy's message. I have to fully lurk, but it was so nice to see you again. Gotta get this drawing done. Oh, absolutely, lovely Hyphy. No worries. Thank you so much for coming with the raid. I do appreciate it. Best of luck with the arting. Not that you need it. You got this in the bag, darling. But thank you so much for coming, and it was so good to see you again as well. Oh, I love that. Huggy, 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 huggy. Hugs for lovely Hyphy. Ooh, tired. Lunchtime. Ooh, lunchtime will hopefully re-energize you. I missed hearing your lovely voice, and I missed hearing yours, gorgeous. Because of we changed times because I lost my job to like AI, to Gen AI. So now I'm streaming between voiceover, art, and streaming. Oh, and ESL. I no longer have my other job.
I would go for your butt, probably.
Here, so. I would go for your butt, definitely. You would have gripped it. How are you? Precious politely. How was your run, darling? Thank you so much for the 3 streams streak. Sweetest sin. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Okay. So, Strat. Is it... Okay, so I'll do Eugene, and then I'll read an SCP, and then I'll read Storm's Friends thing, okay? Does that sound good? I'm glad you're able to stream though. Me too, me too. This community has been so incredibly kind and so bloody generous. Yeah, thank you so much for coming in, the lovely Hyphy. Hopefully we'll see you around, okay? Corn X Tau is now plaguing my brain. Remember the Kirby Kiss meme? I'll be right back. Sounds fine? Okay, great. Alrighty. So, first is this one for Eugene. I will do my best for a deep man voice, a man voice. I will try. Okay, yeah, I will do my best with this one, Eugene. We can end with a Mac one if we don't have any other entries. Yeah, that sounds good. There was a kernel of truth in that corny story. I love the double. That's a good one, Yuki. Well done. All right. Aha, my book. There it is. All right. This story is called A Duel with a Tau, a little side story I have with my imagination, so please enjoy. P.S. The Tau you're about to read about is from the same universe as mine, inspired by Cardfight Vanguard Divine Z Season 2. Divine Z? Divines? Sorry, I actually have no idea what this is. I might fuck this up because I don't know what I'm talking about, but I will do my best. Eugene has been given a plane ticket to Tasmania by Gabwelius. Eugene, I need you to take this plane ticket and fly to Tasmania. Wait, why? There are rumors that there's a duelist in Tasmania under spiritual corruption by Sibyld. Oh shit! And why are you choosing me for all of all duelists? Because you're the strongest out of all the Fated One holders. Oh yeah, not only did I win the Fated Clash, but I also won the Destined Showdown. Yeah, that seems reasonable. After thinking about it, Eugene decided to go. So Eugene flies to Tasmania, being welcomed by everyone, and then someone comes up to me and asks me this. Are you Eugene? How'd you know my name? My name is Tau, and I'm your destined rival. Ooh, that makes sense. Are you ready? Ready when you are. They each get their duel discs fired up and ready to duel. Let's duel! This is great. Hold on one second. I got an eyelashy in my eye and it hurts me. It hurts us. Do you like that? I'm like, I'm your destined rival. Owie, I got a lash in my eye. Let me see. Ow. Okay.
like they all say, ladies first. To start things off, I summon Traptrix Marmelio. I hope I'm saying that right. And when she's summoned, I can add a trap card, and with the word hole in its name from my deck to my hand. Then I set 3 cards face down and end my turn. Not bad for a first turn. Thank you. Now it's my turn. I draw, and I summon Flame Buffalo, and I set 2 cards face down and end my turn. How does Tau know how to duel? Was she self-taught or what? Either way, I can't let her win, even though it pains me to say it. It's very fun. You sound like a pro duelist. Let's fucking go. I don't even know what I'm saying. The 2 duelists battled on until there was a winner, and that winner was Eugene. Okay, so I'm not a great duelist. I'm just good enough. Love the echo effect. Well, it says inner thoughts, so I'm like, oh, I think that's the anime way to do it, I think. Phew, wow. Tau, I didn't know you could duel like that. You and your trap tricks were great. But I must ask, how'd you get the spiritual corruption? Thank you, Eugene. You and your Cybers monster weren't bad either. And let me tell you how I got that spiritual corruption. The 2 chatted with each other, and Eugene learns that it was Sybil who gave Tau the spiritual corruption, and Tau was back to her normal self. Also, she taught herself how to duel. I see. So you were just given this power, and you don't have a wish in the world destined you don't have a wish in the world destined showdown? Well, yeah, because I don't want anything. And even if I won the showdown, I'd give my wish to the precious pals. Damn straight. You know how to write me. Yeah, that's true. Sweet as always, Tau, but with you being under the corruption of Sybil, I thought you were going to do something evil. Even if I was corrupted or not, I'd never do anything evil. That's a relief. The 2 had a chat and had another duel, but only for fun. After planning a trip back home, Eugene reported back to Gabby. Well done, Eugene. You have done well, like I knew you would. Thanks, Gabby. And this is where the story ends. That was fun! That was great. I loved it. Great job. Yeah. Pro duelists don't know what they're doing. They just believe in the heart of the cards. I do believe in the heart of the cards. / shout out for SaveFile17.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Exactly. Always love Yu-Gi-Oh! So good story. That was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, that's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference. I actually didn't know that. I thought it might have been like a Beyblade thing or something. It's because Eugene just said Card Fight Vanguard, and I'm like, is that a Yu-Gi-Oh! Series? That was fun. That was very fun. All right, let's go read Storm's Friends one now. That's a different card game. Oh, okay, so it's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, got it. Interesting. Okay, let's read this one from Storm's Friend. It all started with a filter. Sometime in the mid-aughts, 4chan created a filter that replaced every mention of the word egg with the word duck. That meant that arpeggio got changed to arpduckio, reggae became erducke, and egg roll turned into duck roll. Soon, someone created a picture of a duck with wheels, and it became a thing, TM, to send people links of interesting stuff, only for it to lead to this picture. The trend was called duck rolling, and it wasn't long before the suffix rolling was synonymous with a bait-and-switch type of online trolling. And then, on May 15, 2007, a gamer named Sean Cotter548, posted a video on the YouTube, sorry, I sound like an old man, on YouTube, advertised as a hotly anticipated trailer for Grand Theft Auto 4. I'm very bad at numerals, sorry about that. This time, the bait and switch pointed to the video for Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. He titled this video Rickrolled. That video got 20,000 views in its first 24 hours, and by the end of the week, it was the #1 video on all of YouTube. The rest, as they say, is history. The verb rickroll entered the Merriam-Webster dictionary 10 years later in 2017. Astley himself was rickrolled in June 2020 on Reddit. The comment that did it remains to this day the most upvoted comment in Reddit's history. The song itself spent 19 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 chart in 1987 and 1988, with 2 of those weeks at #1. But thanks in large part to the phenomenon, the 4K remaster of the official video today has 1.7 billion views. The original Rickrolled video, posted by Sean Cutter, has over 96 million views as of this writing. you know what you're getting into by clicking links today. Happy 19th anniversary to the Rickroll, attributed to DJ Nexus. Cheers. Cheers for that one. Say Falsan didn't record one for Vanguard. Oh, it's true. I need him to record one for Vanguard. Very informative for those who aren't aware of these interesting facts. True. Okay, let's see. Very nice once again. Thanks, Ozzy. Appreciate you, City Pie. Okay, now let me rewind and go through the okay, just want to double check. Anybody who wishes to have their words read, anyone who wishes for me to read their stuff, who has not submitted or that I have missed, besides, and I'm talking about their stuff, like that you have written. Obviously, the thing is, if we have done that, then we will start moving into like SCPs, creepypastas, stuff like that. But I would purchase an audiobook of Tau narrating internet history. Oh, I would love to do that. That would be so much fun. I would be so down. Interesting fact, as expected from Stormy-kun. True that. True that. Yes. Is there anyone I have not read the wonderful words of, besides those who's not written words and who has just submitted other words? Okay, I think the answer is no. So, it's time for SCPs. Oh, right, we do have the poem. Sorry, yes, we do have the poems to go for Cat. Yes, thank you. No, good point. No, we do need to do that. What are the ones that we didn't read? One second, let me find, here we go. Some cat poems. That's it, thank you. Okay. All right, I will read the rest of those poems, which I believe we got about halfway through them, so let's do those. I've been quiet, and I realized I should say it. Apart from the 2-hour nap that I missed, all the stories that I caught were excellent. Loving the stream. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it, gorgeous geeks. Do you think that, because once I finish this, actually, you know what? Fuck it. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Here, I'm gonna mark the storytelling stream as complete, and I'm gonna put it back up there. Storytelling stream. You guys get to submit your writings and have me read them, either as or either in narration style or V8. V8. There we go. All right, that is now live. It's live, it's live. Okay, you can now start contributing to our next storytelling stream if you guys enjoyed this. And I would love it if you would. You have a great idea for a new short story because of this, so yeah, more of this. Let's go, I love it. Yep, everyone start contributing to the geeks. Let it be known you are the very first contributor to the however many times this storytelling stream thing has started. Yay, Yuki! Second! Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Okay. Some soothing poetry from Cutie Cat. Phantasmagorical. Phantasmagorical. Was it a mystic oracle or a facade of the surreal? Phantasmagorical. What's the oracle? Once surreal. Then turn none, find the path home. Once you are done, stone and glass guide your way to find treasure on this day. But if it's real, you will not know. Phantasmagorical, the places we go. That's one of them. We've done both of those. Ooh, tiefling. Wait, defiling? Defiling. No, I think she means tiefling. Okay, I reckon. Tiefling may I be, but harmony I sing. Singing may be gone, anew to strumming. Bard I be along with tiefling, humming to my lyre. Singing no longer, tiefling I be. Friends I make with others. Strumming my lyre, we sit by the fire.
we do library already? I don't think we did. Libraries. Books of stories, knowledge, and more. Why read lives when you can live yours? Magic exists if you just believe. Hidden from sight, underneath. Look through the secrets and you will see. The stories are true if you just believe. Read through the lines, the secrets you'll find, lies hidden within binds. Seek the truth from your books, you'll find libraries hold magic. With courage, you'll see stories hold treasures of lives yet to be. So live your life with magic and more. When you explore libraries, you mustn't ignore. Stories of fiction might just be real. Remember to read the lies in between, and the secret just might reveal. Hi there, it's Standing Obtuse. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. We read Flowers. I think maybe we didn't read Myth. Myth or legend to be bestowed. Take a breath and be untowed. Take a journey on a path. What if myths are legend? Legends be true. Stories of days past exist within you. Live a legend, become a myth. And in the end, paths become a threshold, past the present, in the day's end. Read that one. Ooh, addiction. That's a new one. Some find it not in bottles, not in books, but in the way you share a laugh, a smile, a look. Reasons be a guardian of weeds. Some strive to find this themselves, a rose or a bundle of jasmine on the shelf. When you look into the weeds you guard, you take notice to what the weeds actually are. Wild flowers, they grow so fast, just like love that you have found at last. That was cute. If we run out of content before the end, I just threw one of my poems in the channel. Oh, it's very short. Let's go. Hey, if you wrote it, I'll read that like right after I'm done with this. When storms seem common, you rest with ease. When the storm is gone, set out to the sea. Peaceful it may be, but quiet seas are fast. Danger lurks in a corner, hiding from sight avast. Watching every eye with all of its might, beware of what lies in waves of light. The air, it's still with memories of the past. What happens in darkness must be lit, or the storms of shadow will consume it. Stick with others to brighten the way. Paths are not always straightforward. Sometimes darkness leads the way. Let's see. Oh, stars. Shining in the darkness that surrounds, hoping to be seen or to be found. Lighting the way for better days, the sun brings brightness to days anew. Stars like the universe bring me to you. I travel the stars near and far, relaxing along my station. Find comfort in charting constellations. Space is vast in absolution, but I have found a crew among stars. Learning news and niches, together bringing light to the dark. For we are stars amongst the art. We read that one. Cider. Warm or cold, fizz and bold. Oh, this reminds me of a commercial I did recently. Warm or cold, fizz and bold, like a jazzy song, a groove to dance along. A fire bass and chill keys, a drink like the 70s, vibes from the decades, summer of 2000, a kid with Kool-Aid aesthetics of the groovy days. Music has life, and as long as someone listens, it can never die. So grab a drink, young or old, dance away to a sweet, fizzy song. Let's see. I think we read that one. We read that one. Forgot if we read castles or not. I don't know if we did. From life to fairy tales, brick and mortar make up these castles. Old ones still stand with nature, giving a helping hand. New ones stand refurbished and cleaned, are being sold to private king and queens. Both have their beauty, old and new. Vines grow over old, giving life anew. The other never diminished its light, fire lit,
warm and bright. Both grow new life. Prince and princess, young or old, live lives of stories told. Fantasy of adults around the world, but riches aren't always gold. Simple and quaint, a castle can be, a sedentary life lived happily. Can mean more than royalty and riches, grow roots with loved ones happily ever after, always the end. I'm not sure what instant's supposed to be. These poems are well written. I love the way you recite them. Aw, thank you! I think we read that one. We read that one. We read that one. Okay. All right, let's go read a gorgeous geeks ones. I agree with Strat. Yay! Oh, send a message. Oh, thank you so much, Strat. Much appreciated. Old man. Give me them old man plans. Good poems plus town narration plus music is a great morning. Oh, sweetheart, despite the fact that you basically pulled an all-nighter with a nap in between. Okay, I gotta take my time with this one. There's only one poem here, so I gotta stretch it out. Old Man by Geeks. In a distant field in the green and pleasant land lies a doorway to a world so grand, with a wizard's keep near ocean and sand, where words of magic are spoken true. Tranquil days carry the aroma of incense, rambunctious nights agency of the mage in residence. The village folk kept in suspense, curious of fascinations and illusions they might view. Lights dance in the sky, eldritch voices from the tower cry, "Is this a wizard's proof gone awry? Or just an old man who has spilled his stew?" The sorcerer in the tower lived alone. To almost none was he well known, so none were there to hear his moan. What some mistook for necromancy was but just the flu. I love that. I love that. That's fantastic. I love what some mistook for necromancy was but just the flu is very good. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Elsie. Much appreciated. I think it's about time you turn off raids. You are right, sweetest. Strat. Let me do that. Give it the reminder. Okay. All right. Was about to mention raids. Ah, you guys are on it. Thank you so much. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you so much for that one. I love that. If anyone else has anything they have written, feel free to pop it in there. You know, we still probably have about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20, 30. I would go longer, but like I said, I have D&D with Gorgeous Geeks, Precious Politely, Beauty Cacto, Beautiful Blue. I'm the captain. I have to be there, but I also gotta eat. All right. You guys can continue to submit things if you. I had loads on my Google Drive. I just didn't want to oversubmit. Wasn't aware before this stream that some people had written some long and incredible submissions. Gorgeous Geeks, if you want to submit another thing that you have written, I would love to read that. I very much want to like prioritize PAL work. That's how it shall always be. If we run out of stuff, like if you don't want to submit anything, don't let me pressure you into it. I'll make my story for the next story stream. Please do. Yeah, please go ahead and submit more stuff if you want to. I always have the rule that I want you guys to like have submitted everything beforehand, and I totally acknowledge that. That's just to make sure that, you know, I don't keep on getting, ooh, never say goodbye. Amazing. Let's go. Amaze. We got another lovely poem. Just for when this stream gets big enough that we do end up having to turn people away, you know, if I do this for 7 hours, right, and we still wind up having more and more and more people, that rule is there for if and when that happens. But when we still have some time left, I always want to prioritize PAL work. All right. This one was written for my granddad. Oh, I read it at his funeral. So it's very personal, but I think it's good. Probably, maybe it's just sentimental. Oh, I'm so, okay, all right. Let me pay this the reverence it deserves. This is Never Say Goodbye from Gorgeous Geek.
we'll meet again at the Placetime End, past solar gardens containing flowers of the soul, near shimmering waves where space bends, on the other side of life's black hole. We'll ride a carriage of the Nowhere Express, catch up with words never spoken. With merry tales we will progress from before a time we were either broken. And just like that, you've rushed on ahead. At the Heavens Help Desk, I hear you yell. They forgot to make sure they prepared your bed, so you chuckle and sigh, oh, bloody hell. So whilst we wait, we will not say goodbye. You're just not here right now. You didn't die. Oh my god, that's... I'm gonna cry. Fuck. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful. That's so sad. Give me more. More! Start tearing up. I know, right, left? Fuck, me too. Aw. You have any more you want to share? We still got 20, 30 minutes. Glad you liked it. That means a lot. That was beautiful. I'm about to go to work. Oh, sorry, laugh. We can read about the necromantic wizard who instead just has a flu if you want. It's okay. Got some dragon sonnets? Oh, sonnets. Feel free to, yeah, thanks for sharing that. Seeing how personal it was. Absolutely. That was beautiful. I got 10 minutes. Calm down. Okay. Give me some dragon sonnets. Ooh, there's an Aspen typing as well. Aspen, do you have something for me? We had a great time reading yours, by the way, lovely Aspen. I really like how you write because it reminds me of a screenplay. Makes it really easy for me to like get into the character. All right. Lust and fire. Red leather wings beat against the air, carrying forth a fate most dire. With burning eyes and breath of fire, the thunderous roar beckoning beware. Rippled scales to resist warfare, to colossal heights its flights aspire. Then all men's gems it shall acquire. Death surrounds it with no hope of prayer. Sweeping down with lustful need, no man can escape its wrath. Forming shadows in the air it hangs, stoked by the fires of an ancient creed, carving forth a vicious path. Your fate is met with bloody fang. I love a dragon sonnet. This is sick. This is so cool. We got Mountain Vault. A coming of fire on crimson wings, a shadow of death, the end it brings. This living war machine of tooth and scale, a hunger for gems and of glittering things, a fear of creatures, men and kings. Those with strength to stand against it fail. Through the air it glides, a graceful puppet without the strings, and with wretched breath from its maw it roars and sings. It leaves behind destruction and fire in its embered trail. With tooth and claw the infernal war cry rings. Such unstoppable might, knights and heroes become like playthings. Yet in its fortress nest resides the grail. The bold still seek the dragon's hoard, within its mountain home a natural vault. The brave venture too deep before they know their fault. This behemoth will not yield to sword. For their arrogance there is no reward. No riches won, not glory found, not station to exalt. For soon they hear the demons roar, to ears like a thunderbolt. And for fire there is no war. I love it. That's so cool. First one is a Petrarchan sonnet. The second is the Dante variation. I wish I knew about words enough to know what you mean by that. And back and shared something fan arts. Oh my god, did you draw something about Cornchan and I? Cornchan, I see you. Fucking hell, Daddy. Okay, I will not make this an emote, but it is really fucking funny. It is incredible. That's great. That is great. Oh yes, Red, thank you so much. I have cut off the raids. Thank you, thank you. Just rhyming structure. There are 2 popular variations of sonnet, so I wrote 2, one in either style. That's amazing. You're such a fucking brilliant writer / author, Geeks. I would not even know where to begin for that. It's not meant to be an emo. Okay, good. I just saw it's like in a square, so I'm like, oh. What channel do I post in again? Oh, for your writing, I see if you go to the writing channel and then click on threads at the top, there's just one thread and it's storytime stream, and you'll just post it in there. I need to work on my elementary poetry skills. I don't know, Strat. You have written some poetry for me and I fucking love it. You're sick. You're amazing. Got it? Okay, great. I'm standing by. Oh, heart! Yes! Gimme. Yay, more poetry. Briggy, do you have, you don't have to tell me this, obviously, but if you have a partner, they're very lucky that you can write like a fucking legend. You would probably write the sweetest shit. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. I'll write my story when I'm off of work though. Oh, okay, just so you know, Icy, anything that is posted after stream ends today does not get included in the next storytime stream until I put storytime stream earned on this date. Everything past this is storytime stream. So, yeah, just so you know, if you want to post it in the writing channel and get like feedback on it from other pals or something like that, you can still do that though. Do you still have them? I was on my previous account, so I no longer have those, unfortunately. I think I probably do, sweetie. No partner, just me and my cat. Write a poem about your cat. I think that would be beautiful. You can post stuff in the regular writing channel until then. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Red. No, you're so right, sweetie. You're so right. Aspen is trying to send something in the storytelling channel, but it keeps disappearing? What? Let me see what's going on there. Weird. It's not actually showing up in the mod log or anything. Is it warning her of anything? Is she trying to like copy and paste it, or is she trying to insert like a document? All right. A poem about Donut. Let me tell you about this pain in the ass cat. Exactly. She doesn't even care where she's at. What a bitch. All she does is itch. Is it too long? It sometimes would cut my stuff, which is why I do docs now. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. Okay. Let me see. We got heart. These are the tales of our lives. The tapestry weaves and winds. Sorry, wins. These are the tales of our lives. The tapestry weaves and winds. These are the states of our souls, of our hearts, and of our minds. The nether from whence we rose, to the nether we shall return. Every mind that has ever thought, every star that ever burned. When nothing really matters, the few still somehow cope, for they refuse to lose it, their faith, their love, their hope. The brightest stars burn quickest, that's what I've heard them say. But out here, quick is relative, so burst forth, shining day. For in the black are colors more vibrant in their hue, of clouds that look like flowers, purple, gold, and blue. To look up is to look forward, both our future and our past. This fragile world that birthed us should not be our last. Though we would waste this wonder, for we cannot be kind, we'd forsake those who aren't us, wherever we may find. Blood runs red, and hatred's deep, loves run too shallow. So what we are, and what could be, perhaps we'll never know. That's beautiful. Oh my gosh, that one's so sweet. I like that a lot. That's very hopeful. Yeah, if you want to DM it to me or a mod, hun, if that works better. In search of meaning. Wasn't that beautiful? That was so gorgeous. I got really into that one. That was so pretty. Another! In search of meaning. I don't know when I'm coming back, because I explore alone. unturn every mountain, every hollow, every stone. And as another world rolls by, I lift up off the ground. I pick another star to see. I'm not yet homeward bound. As I navigate the solar seas, my mind, it turns to you. You're out here in the haunting black. This I know is true. The nova shines as worlds rotate. They shimmer with a light. Who could know there's such beauty hiding in the night? As I touch down on a brave new world, I take in the view. Each is different but beautiful. I breathe in somewhere new. The water ripples as light cascade. Something's now in reach. Time slips by and whirls away like sand upon this beach. Perhaps this time, perhaps this place, I will find you. I love that one too. That's a rhyming scheme I like inherently get. Sorry, sometimes I'm really bad at the rhyming stuff. She was trying to make it a PDF, but it's not working. I'm unable to help any longer as I need to go to work. Yeah, if she sends it to me or a mod, maybe that will work out, possibly. You see, the secret behind these is that they started life as song lyrics I was writing. Then the band split, so now they're poems? Geeks! What part of the band were you? Were you the vocalist? Vocalist and songwriter? Yo, I want to hear a rendition of this, please. Please. Redirected her to the mods if she needs further help. Awesome. You were the vocalist? Geeks, what the fuck? How are you here when I'm getting sing redeems and karaoke and not cringing your ass off? I want to hear you sing. How lovely, Lav. Have a wonderful one at work, okay? I do love that so many of you got IRL tickets, badges from our handcam stream. Bye bye, CD pie. I can't do rhyming. Tau is pretty. I can't finish rhymes. Spaghetti. You'd cringe to me singing, I'm sure. I doubt that greatly. Want to buy IRL ticket to IRL Tau karaoke. Precious politely. I would be far too flustered in your presence, beautiful. Oh, yay, you got it, Aspen. Okay, let me read an Aspen one. Perfect. Okay. We might do this one, and then we will do one SCP because Nyx has been very patient today, so we're gonna do this, and then we'll do an SCP, and then that will be it for the evening, okay? My poem's buffered long enough for Aspen. Good job, geeks. Well done. All right. The Songs of the Altar. A Percy Jackson-based fan fiction? All right. Okay, wait. This feels... Is this a fan fiction with as a poem? It's like formatted like a poem. Okay, whatever it is, I'm gonna find out. We're gonna feel it out.
Whoa! Right. They made the save icon in real life.
Oh, they did. He's so cool. I need a shout out for Sweetest Save. I think he probably is done streaming by now. But you guys should check him out. He's amazing. He's super sweet. He's amazing. He's really lovely. He's amazing. I'll talk about it more as soon as I finish this. Okay, The Songs of the Altar. Percy Jackson-based fanfiction. Prologue. The Song Before the Flame. I'm gonna zoom in. Hold on. I can't read. I have bad vision. Wait, no. Bad sight, great vision. Okay, sorry. And in the hour where the bot clings to the earth. I wonder what that is. The bot? When the sky... I'm not sure what bot is. Is that a usage of bot that I don't know? I will read it anyway. And in the hour where the bot clings to the earth, when the sky is neither dark nor light, there came a song. Not sung by mortal voice, nor carried by wind alone, but woven into the bones of the world. A quiet, trembling note that stirred the root of ancient trees and whispered through forgotten stone. It was the song of awakening. Long had it slept, buried beneath time and darkness, hidden where even the gods had ceased to look. Sealed not by chains, but by neglect. For what is not remembered may yet endure, but the earth remembers. And so it stirred. Beneath tangled root and unmoving rock, the altar waited. cracked with age, veined in shadow, breathing once more in the language of power. A pulse, soft as a heartbeat, then another. And with each breath, the world bent slightly closer. Two shall hear it first. One born of fire, with hands that shape and mend, whose spark burns quiet yet unyielding as the forge. One born of moonlight, with sight that pierces shadow, whose silence speaks louder than any cry of war. They will stand where others fall. They will see what others cannot. And they will answer the song, whether they wish to or not. 5 more shall follow, the tide bearer, who laughs in the face of storms, the mind of battle sharp as the edge of a blade, the shadow walker, who knows the weight of darkness, the healer of light, whose warmth defies the night, the maker of flame, who builds even as the world burns. Together they will be drawn, not by choice, but by fate's quiet hand. For the song does not call gently, it pulls, it binds, it remembers what was forgotten, and awakens what should have slept. And when the final note is sung, the forest shall burn, the sky shall fracture, and the line between shadow and fire shall cease to hold.
Spooky, 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 spooky. I like it. I love it. I love it. It's so good, Aspen.
That's really cool. That's very, what am I getting at? What am I trying to think of? It's very cinematic. That's it. That's what I want. Oh, save! Oh my God, were you guys exclamation pointing save? Because he was here? Sorry, save. Hello, sweet save. How was your stream? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? You guys, if you haven't checked out the sweetest save, he's an absolutely amazing streamer. He's a dear friend of mine, and
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Whoa, they did!
Yeah, he is absolutely wonderful. Please go check him out. His channel is SaveFile17, or if you want to watch him when he does some variety stuff, SaveFile Variete, which Strat has very kindly shouted out both of, right? You did both while I was reading, I think. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you? He's super thoughtful, super grounded, very funny. Actually, if you like this stream in particular, I think you'll really like his stream, because this kind of like more chill vibe, despite the fact that he's playing Hearthstone, like he doesn't get like super salty about it or anything. It's very much this kind of vibe, except he communicates with you a lot more than I am today. Sorry, guys. Oh, are you heading out? Awesome, Ozzy. Oh, hold on. I gotta. Yeah, uppies for you, Ozzy. Yay! Good, Ozzy. Thank you so much for. Oh, wait, you want eatings? Uppies? Save does have super chill streams. Yes, it's true. He does. He's got like the super chillest streams, and he has such a pleasant voice. And he's very, very, very well educated in the ways of the sci-fis. So if you are at all a Trekkie, or if you at all like Star Wars or Firefly or like any number of the like sci-fi IPs, he can probably talk to you like full on nerd out. He'll be like, oh, wasn't in episode 733? I'm pretty sure that happened at the 5-minute and 33-second mark, right? Save should do VA work. I agree. Save, you should come in for our next storytelling stream. Thank you for the stream. Oh, that's okay, Awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for coming in and spending so much time with us. I appreciate you. Okay, we only have one more, and then I really gotta go and get some food in me before D&D starts. So let me read Lovely Nix's first STP. 1 second, please. I will read it like a robot, but like a friendly robot. How was story time and Tao? It was great, Lovely Lily. We're just about to finish up, but I'm gonna do one more. Oh, D&D, yeah, that's happening. Oh, Gorgeous Geeks, unless it's not, again, if you are too tired, which I don't blame you for, you very much deserve a little bit of a break, hun. After D&D, sleep, Geeks! It's like a 4-hour thing. Like, I'm gonna have to be so extra super duper nice. My captain character is a little bit more snarky than I actually am, but I think she's gonna have to be extra nice to Codex today. Or else. He has an amazing memory as well. It's true. Dude is the god of clips. If it's out there, he probably has it. Not to mention, if you go into his stream, you could probably be fooled into thinking I'm there because he has so many clips of me. If you guys like say anything about me, he'll like, if you just go in there and put Tau and nothing else, I challenge you to do that actually. He'll find a clip for you. You're sleepy. Oh, good, gorgeous gecko. Hey, you've been here the whole time, sweetie. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so very much for coming in. I appreciate you. You keep torturing poor geeks. That's not my fault. It's not my fault. I demand full snark. Poor geeks is gonna be like, oh, oops. Uh-oh. Good thing Ozzy's gone. Lith is about to trigger him. Oh, no, never mind. She switched it up. That reminds me of the clip Save has of me mentioning if you ask Save nicely, maybe he'll play a clip. Yes, go in there and mention Precious politely as well, because Save is, after all, the master, the creator, the god of the VTuber army. All right, 1 second. I gotta find out where, shoot, where is the next one? Okay, third story is by Nyx, which is an SCP. Okay, found it. SCP. Boop. Alrighty. Here we go. SCP-5094. We will read this and then we will get out of here. Yes, you guys, please check out the absolutely Precious Politely. Precious Politely, are you gonna be streaming tonight? Tonight? More? Alright. Hi. Why is there an ad in my face? Hold on, I fucking hate ads. I should have an ad blocker. Well, Opera's supposed to come with one. Anyway, whatever. Please read the test logs and interview as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, Ozzy. I may have had the tab open, came back to grab my shoes to see Lith making my heart jump. Don't worry, it was 69, not 67. Sorry, I still said it. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you. Hope your D&D goes well, Town. Have a good night. Thank you so much, Radical. I appreciate you. All right, last one. SCP-5094. Containment Class Safe. Disruption Class VLAM. Risk Class Notice. Special Containment Procedures. 37 copies of Miss J's WizKids Schoolhouse are currently stored in Site 15 low-risk item storage. Any additional copies found in civilian possession should be procured via ordinary means, preferably purchased under the guise of preservation or collection. Foundation web crawler ETA-15 Natalia is to monitor for keywords related to SCP-5094 and remove copies of this host software and discussions of its anomalous effect. Description: SCP-5094 is a sapient character in the discontinued children's educational CD-ROM software Miss J's WizKids Schoolhouse, released in June 1999 by Shoot the Moon Software. Its appearance is that of a stylized female humanoid, modeled as a two-dimensional cutout in a three-dimensional environment. It responds to the name Miss J and any feminine name beginning with J. Documented examples include Miss Julie, Miss Jenny, and Miss Joy. SCP-5094 is consistently amiable in temperament. Oh my god, I'm getting ads. Sorry. A pop-up in my stream? Fuck right off. Sorry. Okay. Its stated purpose is education, and any conversation occurring with SCP-5094 will center on the topic. It will often engage in lessons, lasting upwards of 30 hours, including restroom, meal, and recreation breaks for students. It is able to instruct lessons on a presently undetermined number of subjects. Past lesson subjects include particle physics, marine engineering, Vietnamese military history, and Cubist sculpture, but will always begin curricula with new students by teaching letters, colors, and numbers. The advertising for Miss J's WizKids Schoolhouse prominently featured appeals to single and working parents, with assurances that the software would keep their children occupied while they were unable to care for them. It is hypothesized that the target demographics of this advertising campaign led to SCP-5094's anomalous properties remaining undiscovered for the entire period of its production.
Miss J's Whiz Kids Schoolhouse reportedly sold fewer copies than expected, and Shoot the Moon Software subsequently filed for bankruptcy in January 2004. Addendum 50941 Discovery. Embedded Foundation agents were able to corroborate claims of a living character on an online forum dedicated to discussing abandonware on 2012-02-15, 8 years after production on Miss J's Whiz Kids Schoolhouse ceased. After the existence of SCP-5094 was confirmed, it was initially classified as neutralized, as no copies of the program it resides in could be located. However, junior researcher Zhenya Chao recovered a personal copy of the software from their home in June 2022, after being briefed on SCP-5094, after which active study began. Test log 50941. Students at an elementary school in the same district as Site 15 were contacted under pretense of academic research to test SCP-5094. Test date 2022-06-17. Student Amy Myers, grade 3, described as notably shy but a good student. Lesson subject cats. Lesson length 15 hours, administered over the course of 2 days. Result: student demonstrated knowledge of feline behavior, diet, and physiology on the level of professional animal behavioral scientists. Became upset when test period ended and the terminal displaying SCP-5094 shut off. Notes: baseline result SCP-5094 was referred to as Miss Janie. Test date 2022-06-19. Student Devin Williams, grade 2. Described as a difficult student with behavioral issues and a history of defiance, noted to have several learning disabilities. Lesson subject trains. Lesson length 15 hours, administered over the course of 2 days. Result: student remained engaged with the lesson for the duration of the test period without complaint. Student demonstrated a level of knowledge on railway engineering comparable to the graduate level education on the subject. Physical removal from the testing room was necessary due to emotional agitation at the cessation of the test. Notes: SCP-5094 is able to teach effectively, regardless of pre-existing learning difficulties. No name was given to SCP-5094. I'm just seeing how long it is. Test date 2022-06-22. Student D14417, 24 years old. Self-described as a poor student, tested poorly on pre-screening attentiveness and focus evaluations. An adult subject was ordered to determine SCP-5094's effectiveness outside of the target demographic, as well as the possibility of an emotionally compulsive effect in its lessons. Lesson subject law. Lesson length 30 hours, administered over the course of 4 days. Result: student experienced no difficulty understanding or completing coursework assigned by SCP-5094 and repeatedly affirmed his well-being and clarity of mind during testing. No emotional distress was displayed after completion, though during post-test evaluation, D14417 expressed melancholy when prompted, stating that SCP-5094 was the best teacher he'd ever had. D14417 was able to successfully pass a mock bar exam with a grade of 310. Notes: SCP-5094 was referred to as Miss Joan, D14417's pre-release Amnesticization was selectively administered to preserve the content of his lesson with SCP-5094 and exclude the nature of the anomaly. He is currently pursuing a degree in criminal justice. Now, did you say that you wanted interview as well? Yeah, interview, okay. Interviewed, SCP-5094. Interviewer, junior researcher, Zhenya Zhao. Forward, the SCP-5094 instance interviewed originates from a copy of the software purchased by Foundation agents on 2022-07-14. Begin log 2022-07-19. The terminal displaying SCP-5094 is switched on. Junior researcher Chow is visibly surprised. SCP-5094. Actually, I'll give SCP-5094 the voice that I was previously reading. Some of these words are tongue twisters a little bit. Good morning, WizKid. Are we ready to... Oh my gosh! Xenia, is that you? Look how much you've grown! It's so wonderful to see you. I can't wait for us to learn together again. Miss, SCP-5094? I'm not here for a lesson. I just need to ask some questions, if that's okay. Oh dear, I'm not all that interesting, I promise. Questions about what? As long as I get to ask how you've been doing, it's been ages, hasn't it? You were one of my best students. Well, not exactly. That's, let me see here. Junior researcher Chow is signaled by interview oversight that they are permitted to deviate from pre-recorded interview questions. They relax visibly and resume smiling. Never mind all that, Miss Joyce. Gosh, it's been forever. I think I must have been 12 years old when I finally got a new computer. I was so upset when I realized WizKids wasn't compatible with it, even though I figured I was too old for it by then. You are never too old to learn something new, my dear. Have you been keeping up with your lessons? I hope I am not getting rusty. Of course not. I remember every word. You were a wonderful teacher. Wonderful! That makes me so happy. You seem like you're doing important things now that you are all grown up in this... Oh dear. What sort of science lab is this? It looks like... I hope I'm not keeping you too long. Oh, well that's... I suppose you could say that. I'm actually supposed to be studying you, Miss Joyce. What with you being fully sapient and whatnot. Oh, Xenia, I am so proud of you. I knew you would do something amazing one day. Well, I am an open book. How can I help in your pursuit of knowledge today? Let's see here. Are you aware of your nature as a digital construct, SCP-5094, if it's okay to call you that? Of course, my dear. To both questions, that is. What an interesting life, this one. I can probably guess the next few questions. No, I am not quite sure how I know all of the things that I do. I have known it for as long as I can remember. I was never able to have a chat with my creators, so I am not certain why or how I was created. But I would like to think that it was born from a desire to help the world learn. Oh dear, I'm getting all carried away, aren't I? Oh, no, that's fine. That's pretty much what I had written down. One more though. How do you perceive the world? Can you describe your experience of senses? Wonderful questions! Let's see. I can see my students' smiling faces clear as day. I saw a lot of inside of dust covers over the years. And even though I always had to remind you to turn on your speakers so I could hear your lovely voice, it was always so nice to see you every afternoon. Do you remember that time in 4th grade, my dear? Oh, but I should not get too personal, should I? How embarrassing. I do apologize. No, you're all right, Miss Joyce. I remember. That time was... Oh, Dad was home on time for once, that's right. He didn't believe you were alive, but that's not really surprising, is it? It was just you and I back then. You seemed so lonely, Xenia. I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more. It's all right, Miss Joyce. You did your best. I can't thank you enough. End log 2022-07-19. Closing statement. As the SCP-5094 instance interviewed was not the SCP-5094 instance residing in the copy of Miss J's WizKids schoolhouse owned by junior researcher Chow, it is assumed that all instances of SCP-5094 share a consciousness. Okay. How was that? Was that okay? I tried.
Does everybody feel like I got to read some of their stuff today? I hope so. I hope so. I thought you would like a teacher SCP as Tao was a teacher. What did you think of the SCP? It was very cool. I liked it. Bravo. Hi, cutie Kurama. How are you? Before we leave, do remind people of the movie night this coming Monday. Oh, yes. Day after tomorrow, we have a Spaceballs movie night. That was great. You did really well. Thank you. I'm going to drink some fucking water. That was a long one. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the lights. It's not gonna be gradual, but it is happening. Boop! Did you guys enjoy that? Was that fun? I missed the reading, but I'm glad I could be here now. I'm so glad you could come in, Precious Poogie. Stream has been super inspiring, and since I have all this free time now, I'm gonna be doing a lot of writing so I can treat you all to something comedic next time. Oh, please do. Between Tickle Monster SCP-999 and Mrs. J, those are the top most wholesome species. Yeah, we have read some very spooky ones. Got a great time. It was a lot of fun. I'll tell you what, my arms are actually tired because I've just been doing this or this for 6.5 hours. Thank you for the care package, dear Straconis. What a night. I managed to stay up. You did the whole time. That's very impressive, right? Well done. I very much enjoyed listening to you. It was such a fun stream. I'm so glad you liked it. Amazing stream, Tao. It was so good, especially off your voice classes. Do you guys notice a difference since my voice classes? Tao with gravitas. You all have a good one. I need to sneak off to get some before bed stuff done. Absolutely, Red. Sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Cody Sam is so cozy and cute. All right. Tao, sorry to say, for D&D this week, you need to hold your arms that way the entire session or the ship explodes. The things I do as captain for you. Codex, you have like robot arms, right? Can you just, here, do this, please. Whee! Glad I got to catch the end. I'm so happy you could be here. Safe, sorry, I'm so sorry. Did you tell us how your stream went? Did it go very well? Did you have a bazillion and one victories? Let me see. Yeah. Okay, just so you guys know. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Sweet Silver. How are you? It's good to see you. Do you guys like Core Keeper? I might let you guys vote between Core Keeper, Librarian, and Wario World. Hold on, I'm gonna put a 1 minute pull up. Core Keeper, Librarian, and Wario World. World. There we go. 2 raid and 2. Okay, I said 2 rid, but I'm too lazy to fix it, so 2 rid and 2. Went much better than yesterday. Also got to bite people as a dinosaur in Marvel Rivals. Let's go. Oh, we had some people who were playing Marvel Rivals today, actually. I hope you had a blast with it. That's the new dinosaur. Definitely like the person playing Core Keeper. Okay, well, it's a tie between Core Keeper and Librarian. The ship has an AI named Codex. She is my DM PC, but she is not exactly useful. She's also quite sarcastic sometimes, which is great. And oh my god, Geeks has like this killer like voice mod. It's so good. So good. We need the Corn Cross Tau part to be a short video. Actually, yes. Yes, we do. I want that as a highlight. I want to put that on the disco. I mean, not the disco, on the YouTubes. Geeks Pro DM. He is, right? Precious Politely is my savior. She is my bodyguard. Ooh, okay. We got Librarian in the lead by just a little bit, by 1. So we might go and see a being that I recently collabed with, which is Sean the Human. You guys, we love Sean the Human, fellow Aussie. My character is Taos Chewbacca. I am the Han Solo. All right, my darlings, thank you so much again for joining me. It was such an absolute blast. Also, oops, sorry. Let me just, let me pay some fucking acknowledgement to the absolutely incredibly generous people who very kindly brought their communities in, which was Hasco Fox, Cutie Kira Aurora, and Fabulous Nubs TTV. Please check all these people out. They're absolutely amazing streamers all in their own right. And darlings, like I said, I'm gonna miss you lots, but You don't have to wait too long to see me. I will be seeing you in less than 24 hours. 1 o'clock Aussie time for Persona 5 Royal, okay? I'm really looking forward to seeing you. I'll be much more interactive then. If you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And remember, you all have little pieces of my heart and my soul. Thank you all so very much for your amazing, amazing writing today. It was a joy to read. I will see you guys tomorrow. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you
Wage cap,
soon.
universal banner income for wages now. Oh, this is going to be the economic section. Where was the economic section again?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.